A look at the 8 drivers who will be competing tonight in the second edition of the Drivers Holiday Challenge here at the Raceway. For the introductions just moments ago, and there's a look at the scene. No white stuff on the ground, and that is something we're not used to at this time of year in Ontario. Unseasonably warm over the last couple of days. That heavy wind that we had yesterday has finally died down. So all in all, it is going to be a beautiful night for racing. Mother Nature giving us an early Christmas present, if you will, as we welcome you to live coverage once again on COSA-TV. We're at the set here at the Raceway in Western Fair District. Greg Blanchard, pleased to have you all joining us today online across our social media platforms. And another Christmas gift, if you will, the presence of Bill O'Donnell and Randy Waples, two of the very best ever, joining us tonight for live coverage. Guys, a pleasure to have you here tonight. Hope you're doing well. All the best for the holiday season. And let's talk about the drive down and the weather, because you probably, when you heard about this event a while back, were wondering what the drive down was going to be like from Toronto.
Right. No, it was good. It was really good. Beautiful day here. Unlike yesterday for sure, and a couple of days before, but no, it was really good. Really
good.
Crazy
yesterday, right? A couple of cancellations of races, and really primarily to do with wind, Randy.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a really windy day up at our part, and we had a lot. It was changing from rain to hail to snow to rain. It was back and forth, so it was unfortunate. But we don't usually miss too many days up there, so hopefully we won't miss too many more. And I will say too, on the drive down there, Mr. William O'Donnell is very good in traffic. Anybody who thinks that this man had to drive either first over or in front, wrong. He's very good in traffic. Very, very good.
Got us here in lots of time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. It was an amazing drive.
And I'm sure there was a story or two on the way down. Hopefully you've saved a few, though, for tonight. I know a lot of people looking forward to having you guys co-hosting here this evening. We've got Mark McKelvey. We're going to catch up with him shortly as well over at our Paddock location. He's been a busy guy the last couple of nights, doing some double duty. His OHL play-by-play duties have him calling the home games for the Owen Sound Attack regularly. Got called into duty here in London the last 2 nights for the London Knights, so interesting as well. But we've got him back in the lineup today as well. As mentioned, this is the second edition of this event for Toys for Tots, guys, and I think safe to say this is going to be a regular event on the calendar. Last year, total donation around the $7,000 range. The guys were hoping for $10,000 this year, and it looks like it's going to be closer to 15 or higher. Do you ever get, do you ever get surprised by the generosity of the harness racing industry in times like this?
No, absolutely not. I mean, you go back to the barn fire at Classy Lane with that GoFundMe. We raised $800,000, like in 6 weeks or something. It was unbelievable. The people that would give big amounts of money, and they want to be anonymous. It's just the way it is.
It's a weird game, though, eh? Like, I mean, you could go out and race against a guy in the 6th race, get in an argument with him, not have bad words with him, and the 7th race he'd walk up to you and ask if you could borrow $20. You'd have $40 on you, and you'd give him $20. Yeah. It's just the way the business is. Yeah. You know, very competitive. But yet, if somebody's in need or if there's a good cause out there, boy, I'll tell you, they can sure rally behind them.
No question.
Yeah, makes you proud to be in it.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah. And Toys for Tots, the local chapter of that, the recipient of the generosity of the harness racing industry. This event started last year. Former Raceway manager Greg Gangle, big part of spearheading the initial event last year, and I know he had messaged me earlier this week from his new location down under, and was very happy to know that we were going ahead with this again this year. So Tony Elliott, Rob Lumsden, and the team here, and then folks that have jumped up to help out, like Kelly McNiven, for example, just sort of stepped up and took the lead on donating things down your way and coordinating things there, and it's culminated in a wonderful donation, and people across the industry all jumping in to help out. So it's going to support a very worthwhile cause, Toys for Tots, and we've got a feature now where we'll find out a little bit more about that organization and how that money will go to help them out.
So Toys for Tots is an organization that was born some 22 years ago with a few people just getting together, coming up with a simple concept. So it was a bunch of soldiers that sat down and said, what can we do to give back to the community? So we've done tours, been around the world, helped people out, but we want to help people out in London. So we came up with an idea of doing a simple toy drive. So we started off with one family, and the next year we decided to up that to 10. And then from there, every year it grew and grew and grew until last year where we did about 5,000 hampers.
I was always fortunate enough to have a good Christmas, and I feel like every young kid should have the same Christmas that I had. So to be able to help kids like that really means a lot to me.
It means a lot for me to be a part of this challenge, especially taking place at Western Fair. It's been a place I've been around since I was 4 or 5 years old, and to be involved with some of the best drivers in Canada, guys I look up to, some of my good friends, and it's going to be a really special night for me. And I'm happy also to be doing it for charity.
So Toys for Tots was absolutely amazed when we received the call that the Raceway wanted to help us out. We knew that this is going to be a very challenging year for us, especially when the community is hurting even more than usual. And also we knew that donations are going to be very thin for us this year due to the great demand from many different organizations in the community. So we knew that it's going to be a difficult time, and when we received the news, it was just a bonus to our operations, and we're so thankful for that.
When I was a kid, Christmas was always a special time, and my parents always treated me really well. And for me to know that some kids aren't getting that treatment, and me and the other drivers here today can have something to contribute to them having a great day.
And the harness race community is such a great thing too. Like you see with us, like even when somebody gets hurt or can't work or whatever, we get a GoFundMe page going, and it's usually all horse people donating to that person. So when somebody's really in need, the harness racing community is a great thing to be a part of.
It's going to have a huge impact for us. Just the fact that we're going to have the resources to be able to support the children on our list. So this year we're anticipating about 4,000 children that are going to require a toy hamper, and we have over about 56 different agencies that we support. So this is going to be a huge relief to us to ensure that every child has a toy for the holiday season and won't go without.
One thing about Big Hutch, he says I could start the fights and Hutch could finish them.
And welcome back as we get ready to go
Give me
here
no
with
help.
the first of 11 here tonight. So all 11 races will be part of our Drivers Challenge competition. Right off the top, we want to welcome everybody in. Let us know where you are tuning in from tonight. We'd love to hear from you, of course. We're on the Facebook Live platform. And tell us who you think is going to take home the hardware this year. It's an interesting group, guys. Do you have an early selection? We'll start with you, Randy, and who you think might take it down tonight?
Well, I never really gave that much thought until you just brought it up 5 minutes ago, but I did go through my notes, and I seem to be picking Anthony McDonald a lot, so I'm going to go with Anthony McDonald and see what AMAC going to show us some of that style that he seems to be having this year, because boy, he sure is driving at a really a high average this year. He's doing really, really well, so he's sharp, he's ready to go, and it seemed like I picked him a bunch, so I'm going to go AMAC.
We had a little pool here, just the guys at the track here tonight, and that's who I ended up going to. Went a little bit outside what the other guys were picking. And a big shout out to the stable.ca too. They've teamed together supporting Anthony and supporting the event, and they're going to be sending along a donation of, I believe, $2,000, just part of the wonderful initiative. Mr. O'Donnell, do you have a selection for us tonight?
Yeah, I'm like Randy. Like I was a little bit caught off guard, but I think I'll go with Tyler Borth. Seems I've been picking him lots, and he's got lots of horses there that seem to be 5-1 or under in almost every race. So
you can't really go wrong with any of them. All in their own way, having big years. We've got Nat Day here. She won the first ever OLG female driver challenge this summer. She took home the driver title for Clinton Raceway this year. You've got James, who can certainly do no wrong, front runner possibly for an O'Brien Award. Austin Sorrie, many people feel like this has been his breakout year. We're seeing a lot more of him down at Woodbine Mohawk Park. And how about our parade marshal tonight, guys? That is fantastic to see. Well,
My goodness.
well done.
Very well done.
Santa Claus on a horse.
And nicely gated too, I must say.
Yeah.
And how about the track? You know, with this time of year, you never know what you're going to get weather-wise. So really, it's been kind of a bonus for Doug Lilly and the track crew here, and they have got it in fantastic shape. So let's meet the field for our first event of the night. Colin Kelly's going to get the benefit of the rail start here. Austin Sorrie next door with Joey Delicious. First race, it'll be non-winners of 5,000 lifetime. So a lot of inexperience here, not a lot of recent form. So it'll be a real test for the drivers here. There's a couple of the local guys, Tyler Borth, Scotty Ray, good friends, but competitive certainly when they're on the racetrack. The answer, Scott Young, he'll occupy the post 5 starter Jays and Tigers. He's a 6-1 proposition. There's Scotty with that one. A couple of long shots toward the outside. James McDonald has Delightful Wine. Brother Anthony with 7 Lux Sealster. They'll leave side by side on the outside of the gate. Reminder for those who don't watch Western Fair regularly, it is a 7-wide start. Post 8 is from the second tier trailing spot. There's a look at Lux Sealster with Anthony, and Control the Lightning will have the trailing spot here for driver Nat Day. Randy, maybe we'll ask you, you've driven in all of the different seasons here in Canada, and at this time of year when you get a night like tonight, it's got to be a real nice bonus for you.
Oh yeah, I mean, you're just looking at this time of the year, you're just looking for dry nights, let alone one that's, you know, temperature is so friendly today. And we know, I noticed the track there a couple of times when I've watched some of the telecasts there. It just looks like it's in fantastic shape. They've been going big miles over it, so kudos to the track crew, whoever that might be. It's nice to see the track in such good shape after the last, you know, the last few days that we've had, even if the weather hasn't really been cooperative. You know, it's gone from cold to a quick thaw, and sometimes that makes the track, you know, sloppy and holy, and the frost comes out a little too quick, but your track looks like in fantastic shape.
Doug Lilly, our track guy, does a wonderful job. Pat Fletcher, who you would know, he's the new track assistant this year as well, so we've got a great tandem, and yeah, no one puts more work, or no one toils over the track more than Doug Lilly, and of course the Lilly clan, a very famous name down in this part of the world, and you know, they're known for their work on the track conditions. Getting a look at 6 there, Delightful Wine, and not probably the body language you're looking to see at this point in time, Bill. Let's go back and lean on your experience a little bit. If you were coming into an event like this, a field like this, where you don't know the horses to begin with, but they're all pretty inexperienced as well. So what would your approach be?
Well, on a half-mile track like this, just be cautious a little bit the first bit with, you know, each horse, till you get the feel of, you know, the horse number one in the racetrack, how it plays. And I never was much for programs or any of that kind of stuff. I just kind of went how I felt, like the horse felt and stuff. And sometimes it worked, and a lot of times it didn't. But anyway, that's for me. I would just you know, not overdo it. These are all good drivers. They're very competitive, and you're not gonna push anybody around or scare anybody. So just take them back and save some power for come home.
Sure.
Basically.
Do you remember, like, your first drivers competition? Where would that be? Would that be down in the States, or would that be up here?
No, it would be Scarborough, Maine.
Right.
No, it wouldn't be Scarborough. It would be Maine. It would be Lewiston, probably.
Oh, okay. And like, what about the first time you had to line up against the very best? There must have been some drivers competition where maybe just before the magic years of the early 80s on that you just dominated there. Like, the first time that you had to drive in a competition, and say it was Hervé and Carmine and some of those other guys in that there, did you, you know, were you intimidated at all, or did you do the intimidating?
No, I always thought just to be able to be on the program with those guys.
Right.
It was an honor.
Yeah,
really.
I hear you. Yeah,
and, I didn't mind beating them if I
yeah,
could.
exactly.
But I wasn't going to do anything stupid.
Right,
that
right.
way, because
yeah.
I've been chastised a few times for doing stuff stupid. I mean, you know, I remember Ken Heaney was a good friend of mine in New England. Poor Ken, you killed in a race at Fox River. If you do something stupid, he had a real high voice. He was a great driver, Ken Heaney. In a paddock, there was a TV, and everybody would be around that TV, right? So if you did something stupid, he'd always go, "Come here," right in front of everybody. He'd go, "What are you trying to do? Kill somebody?" So you felt awful small. And Jim Morrill Sr., one time, and I was parked the whole way in the race, and I was tired, and he went around me, and I'm pounding mine, finishing and chasing him, and he makes a break ahead of me, and I ran right over him, pushed him out of the bike, and they take him to first aid, and he goes back over the paddock, and I kind of felt really bad, so I said, geez, Jimmy, I said, didn't see you. He goes, how would you see me? You young guys do the same thing, every one of you. You get the head of the stretch, you drop your head, or close your eyes, I don't know which, and just pound the heck out of the shaft. I felt about it.
I was just going to say, how did you feel after that conversation?
I never ran over anybody for a long time. But that was good advice. It was constructive criticism, right? And now, I've tried to do it to some of the young guys, and they don't take it as well as I did.
No.
But anyway, that's just the way it is. So
I always kind of found it was kind of an honor that one of these elite drivers, like maybe I shouldn't have took it that way, but I always kind of thought it was an honor when one of these elite guys would come over and give me advice that maybe I did something wrong or did something stupid or something. I always kind of thought it was kind of nice that they actually gave me that much thought that they were looking out for me.
You're right. And just definitely a different time.
You're just passing experience on that, right?
Yeah. And for sure. Now, in my picking here, before they go to the gate, and you guys will have egg on your face, I picked the one. Colin Kelly.
Listen.
He's raced him before, and he got interfered with last time, and got shuffled way back.
I think you're onto
15.
something.
Yeah.
Well, let's give a quick shout out to a few people before the gate rolls here. Lori McLean tuning in, pointing out that the parade marshal tonight is none other than the Painted Pony, the well-known Roan, who often does that work. Looks great tonight. Joe Ruppel, nice donation here. Joe says he's going with Randy, and if Anthony can win tonight, he'll be donating $250 to the cause.
All right,
Here we go,
let's
first
go.
of 11. Holiday Drivers Challenge. Shannon Sugar Doyle will be calling the action.
Scott Young, Delightful Wine, James McDonald, Lux Sealster, Anthony McDonald. Back to your spot. Control the Lightning with Girl Power in Natasha Day. A 16th out. Here they come. Off and pacing in the center. Spare Time Surge gets the marching orders early, and Ray has pointed him to the lead and rolled off stride, though. Spare Time Surge at 4-5 to a break. That's going to leave, if you don't chew Big Red, on top here. Another breaker. Control the Lightning is down into the safety lane. So the inexperience showing up with these young pacers as they go to the quarter mile on top. If you don't chew Big Red in front, 28-4, two-hole ride for Joey Delicious. Traveling in third is Emma Tiger, situated fourth. Jays and Tigers. Back rolling to the outside fifth, though still a little steppy. Spare Time Surge, providing cover to Lux Sealster, who's moving up. Buried in seventh. Delightful Wine, the trailer. Control the Lightning. Down in front of us, they travel, and they're pairing up now. Up front, if you don't chew Big Red, a second career start here for trainer Tim Myers. Colin Kelly in control. Half-timed up in a minute flat. Battling on for second are Joey Delicious and Spare Time Surge to a break again. Inside to regain third now. Emma Tiger out there in fourth. Lux Sealster fifth and in for Jays and Tigers. Way up on the outside will be Control the Lightning, who's bumpy gated. Seventh along the inside. No room and no love for Delightful Wine. A Spare Time Surge is trailing. It's a two-horse breakaway here. Rolling on by three quarters, 129-3. If you don't chew Big Red on top, he gets steppy into the final turn. That's got Austin Sorrie now challenging with Joey Delicious, and he looks good with an eighth left to go. Battling on for third, Emma Tiger against Lux Sealster into the stretch. Down to these two. If you don't chew Big Red, Joey Delicious appears to be second best tonight. If you don't chew Big Red, Kelly on board for Myers. Joey Delicious second best. Lux Sealster third. Jays and Tigers finishes fourth. So Kelly for the win. Sorrie for second. Anthony McDonald third. Scott Young fourth in the second annual Drivers Holiday Challenge kickoff race. 159-3, and it goes to If You Don't Chew Big Red.
All right, Colin Kelly. Bill O'Donnell called it an adventurous first race, and we knew that going in that could be the case, Randy. A lot of inexperience here. Half-mile track, you just never know exactly how horses are going to handle it, especially with new guys driving, maybe being a tad more aggressive than they had been in recent starts. And even the one, he's not going to get points for style, but they don't put that on the check, right?
No, he did race well, and you know, like you guys were saying there, I mean, it's only his second lifetime start, so I mean, there could be a little bit of tinkering done with the equipment, and sometimes when they go from a small track to a bigger track there, they seem to level out a little bit more too, but you know, he did all the work, and he seemed like he was a pretty comfortable winner. I don't know how quick they ended up going. It seemed like they were rolling along not bad.
Yeah, we didn't get the fractional times there. Maybe get the guys in the trailer if they have those to pass that along when they can. But Colin Kelly off to a great start. Colin and Austin, two of the young rising stars here in Ontario. Anthony McDonald, he'll be happy with that result. Post 7 at 17-1, and you know, in your experience, guys, in the course of a long night like this, 11 races. These, you know, third place finishes with long shots are maybe as important or more important than the ones you're supposed to win with, right?
Yeah, you plug away and get points, that's the thing, right?
Yeah, especially if you're drawing points from the outside. He had the 7-hole, you know. So if you're getting a decent amount to finish third out of the 7-hole, you get a pretty decent amount from the outside post there. I think I'd be happy with that start.
Colin Kelly, and if you don't chew big red, like the name, Tim Myers trainee, a sports writer gelding, just the second career start, as you said. And last time out, you know, that little bit of road trouble from an outside post, and big difference today with the post one start. Joey Delicious was good too in finishing second there, the runner-up. First start for the new barn. Cassidy Schneider takes over the training of this one for the JJS stable of Grand Valley, Ontario. Again, Emma Christoforou and the Painted Pony, they'll be our parade marshals throughout the evening. And still waiting to go official here, and there they are. The prices are up, $8.20 for the win. Nice superfecta pay.
Oh, nice
to kick
job.
things
Job
off
done,
here.
Bill.
Well done, Bill O'Donnell. If you listened to him, hopefully you were able to cash that in. And if you are playing along tonight on HPI Bet or any of the other ADW platforms, great to have you with us tonight. Want to wish you good luck at the windows. And that's another consideration. Hey, it's Sunday night, just before the holidays. There'll be some money out there, I think, in the pools, Bill, as people try and maybe get that last-minute Christmas shopping money in the wallet.
They do like to take a chance, don't they? Which is good. More the merrier.
You're doing your part to play Santa and help them out with some big-priced winners.
Yeah.
So one in the books. We've got 10 more left to go. Let's take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with race number 2 next.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with HPIBet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming, and your first bet is on us. Go to HPIBet.com to join for free today.
By now, you know the name COSA-TV, an industry leader producing unique, high-quality digital content promoting harness racing in Ontario. Features, virtual programming, live events, and more. COSA-TV has it covered. Follow our social media channels and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube page to view the latest content. And if you're looking to bet your favorite Ontario track, check out HPIBet.com. COSA-TV, taking Ontario racing global.
Harness Racing Update is the sport's most comprehensive and timely news source. HRU covers the sport from all angles with news, features, photography, opinion, and analysis of racing. Also, HRU covers breeding and sales, as well as industry stories you need to know. It's all delivered by a deep, diverse, and talented team of writers and photographers. And the best news is that it's free to subscribe. Subscribe to HRU today for free at harnessracingupdate.com and see what everyone is talking about. Since 1996, the Ontario Standardbred Adoption Society has facilitated the retraining and management of more than 1,000 retired and non-racing standardbred horses. This award-winning organization also plays a key role in the advocacy and promotion of the breed's versatility and suitability for many equine disciplines beyond harness racing. Volunteers and temporary foster homes are vital to our success. If you have a passion for standardbreds, learn more at osas.ca.
Welcome back to the Raceway in Western Fair District. Greg Blanchard, Bill O'Donnell, Randy Waples. Great to be with you tonight for the second edition of the Drivers Holiday Challenge here at the Raceway. Good start for driver Colin Kelly, but still plenty of racing left to go tonight. 11 races, and we've got all of them for you here as part of the coverage. And joining our team once again this evening with coverage from our Paddock location, a guy that's been very busy all weekend long, Mark McKelvey. Wow, good job. You've been calling for the enemy, so to speak. You're the man for the Owen Sound attack, but called into duty here this weekend here in London. What's that been like?
Yeah, I've taken a little bit of heat from those that I typically converse with about the Ontario Hockey League, but I got called into action this weekend. It's been a busy weekend, 3 days in a row right here in the Forest City. It's been a lot of fun, and great to be here tonight over in the Paddock, as you mentioned, and going to catch up with all the drivers participating in this evening's Holiday Drivers Challenge. I don't want to waste any time, guys. I am joined by Anthony McDonald, who is here with me right now, and Anthony, of course, one of the busiest men in harness racing, and in fact, right now, you can't see it, but behind this little Christmas bag here, he's actually watching the races from Northfield. So, Anthony, when you wake up, do you have to check to see what day of the week it is?
Yeah, it gets a little hectic sometimes for sure, but it's nice. I mean, we have a lot of good people behind me, thankfully, so even when I drop the ball a little bit, somebody's usually there to pick it up.
So let's talk a little bit about tonight, participating in this Drivers Challenge, and of course, you've been all over. You've been racing at a lot of tracks, fairs throughout Ohio as well, but you come back to Western Fair track you know very well. How much were you looking forward to tonight?
I didn't really know what was going on until somebody called me and asked me to come fill in. I said to somebody, I don't understand. I don't think there's a driver in Ontario who's driven less in Canada than me this year, but I'm glad to be here. Listen, it's a great cause, and anytime you get to drive, listen, you said I drive in the fairs. I like driving everywhere. I like racing horses, and grassroots racing and half-mile track racing is where I grew up and where I came from. So it's a great, a lot of pleasure to be here tonight.
You're on the board early, getting a third place finish there in the opener. Is there any sort of strategy when you're participating in drivers' challenges?
Well, around the first turn, my first strategy was not to get knocked down. And then shortly thereafter, it was just get to the outside. A lot of work went into that third place. That fellow there, I think we're going to need a bridle change on that one after this week. No more open bridles for Lux Hanover, whatever his name is.
Well, you got a third, so you've got some points, and you'll continue to chip away as the night goes along. But looking at this year overall, how would you assess 2021? It was a great year for the stable.
It was a banner year for us. We got the race. We won the matron with 3 Point Blue Chip. James drove him. We had a number of stake wins in almost every jurisdiction in North America. So we got to really leave a pretty decent footprint in stake action in North America, and we're always trying to get better and improve and get better horses and bring more owners in, and we're approaching that 1,000 mark now for owners in 13 countries now, so it's good for the industry. It's definitely good for us, and it's just a great time for everybody involved with the stable.
Well, you mentioned all those folks that are part of the stable.ca, and they show their generosity here, contributing to tonight's festivities and, of course, tonight's fundraiser, contributing $2,000. They certainly deserve a great shout-out because it sounds like you've got many tremendous clients.
Yeah, I wasn't surprised at all when Kelly had told me what the final number was, and if you only knew where that money was coming from, it very well may have been represented by all 13 countries. Christmas is good for everybody across the board. Everybody loves the Christmas season, and I say it all the time to our clients, but it's no secret. I feel we do have the best clients in the entire industry because, for the most part, they're not just in it to cash purse checks and win races. They're in it to have fun and experience what we all experienced growing up, what we experienced, what made us love horse racing. That's what they get to experience right now, and it's just a great feeling to be around it for sure.
Oh, fantastic. Of course, looking ahead to next year quickly, I know you got to get ready for race number 2, but looking ahead to next year, are we going to continue to see the stable grow?
Yeah, we have maybe 118 horses in training right now that's represented all over the map in North America. We had a lot of clients this year that had looked at the success that we had and wanted to grow that, and I'm always cautious when you're spending lots of money at yearling sales, but they did. They came forward. We spent I think somewhere in the range of 1.6 million American on babies, and it's just very, very nice to have the opportunity. You know, every trainer, if you ask any trainer, you know, what you want to accomplish, if you give them a couple of minutes to think about it, everybody wants the ability to train good horses. That's what everybody wants, an opportunity to race against the best and be in against the best. And I feel next year especially puts us on the map in a place where we might be able to, and it's just a tremendous feeling.
Well, congratulations on another great year with the stable.ca. Good luck here tonight. I know you got to get going for race number 2. And Anthony, I know you took part in a little feature that we were able to pre-record a little while ago, looking at the holiday season with Anthony McDonald.
It's important for our industry to take part in events like this. I mean, our industry is made up of everyday people from all walks of life, and you know, you, I, everybody knows somebody who's maybe down and out, and having a good Christmas is very important for everybody this time of year. So anything we can do to help out, I think we absolutely should. The best Christmas movie? I think everybody watches Die Hard at Christmas, don't they? I mean, Bruce Willis. It's not Christmas without Bruce Willis. The best Christmas gift I ever received actually was 4 days after Christmas, and that was my last daughter. It was a tough time for my wife, and you know, she really struggled in the hospital. She was in the hospital for a while when Adeline was supposed to be born, and it wasn't until that exact moment that I realized exactly how fragile everything really is, and the scary part of what she was going through. And you know, you're always assessing worst case, best case scenario, and obviously it turned out best case, but there was some pretty scary nights when it was worst case. So my best gift by far ever at Christmas time was my third child, my second daughter, Adeline.
The one and only Anthony McDonald, and he'll get a better post to work with here. He'll be right beside brother James again, who has post 1 with the best never rest. Josh McKibben, second career start. That was the path to the winner's circle in race 1. We'll see if that trend will continue here in the second as we meet the field for race number 2. 2 of 11 tonight. All 11 will be part of the drivers' competition. Shout out to some of our viewers as well. Andrew Stenhouse tuning in. Hello to Andrew. Mark Anderson chiming in, says Billy O'Donnell's his favorite driver of all time, and he loved in particular watching you drive Guts back in the day. And
Yeah.
Boy, he was fun to watch at the Big M at those big late rallies
Yeah.
that he would turn in. There's a look at number 3, Magic Bullet, Nat Day for Richard Moreau. And Nat will be familiar with Richard, of course, worked for that stable for a number of years. There's Click Clack Down the Track, another good name here from the Jeff Williamson barn. Austin Sorrie, good result, runner-up finish in the opener. He'll look to keep that streak going. There's Tyler Borth and Scott Ray, post 6 and 7 respectively. Scott Young will have the trailing post here with the Witch's Brew. This guy 0 for 15 coming in, and will try and score a long overdue victory. Guts, let's talk about him, Bill. We're on a half-mile track tonight, and I don't know if I remember him in the big track with those famous final quarter rallies. Sometimes he could get there and beat horses like on the road again. Sometimes he couldn't, but he was always heard from. Just your recollections of driving him. Must have been a lot of fun.
Oh, he was great fun. I always thought, like, he got so he could leave with the racing on the front later in life, but he didn't like the front very good, I didn't think, when he was younger. But he really, he turned out to be a great horse for a long, long time. And I raced him for Barry Abrams, and then they stood him stud as a 4-year-old. He didn't get many mares, and I guess there was 3 partners, and they were kind of having a tough time agreeing on things, right? So they meet with a judge. So the Pateros, they owned him, Ralph and Harvey Schwartz and Alan, whatever their names were, Gerwitz, I think. So anyway, I get a call from a judge. Now he's 5 now, the horse, right? So they're late in his 4-year-old year. So the judge says, you've been appointed by these people. They all agree that you would take this horse and race him and put him in a sale next August. So this was like November, maybe. So I go, I don't train any horses. So he goes, I don't care what you do. He said, I said, but what if I say no? So I'll just put you in jail until you say yes. so I said, do you mind if I give him to Fred Grant? And he said, you do whatever you want. He said, how often does a trainer call an owner? And I said, every couple of weeks. He said, okay, every second Monday at 11 o'clock, call me. So anyway, we get the horse ready and raced him in the spring. He was doing really good. So I called him one time and said, all his money now is like in the fall, like up, came up to Canada here and raced it quite a bit. And I said, maybe if we save and put him in the January sale, we could get a lot more money with him.
Right.
So he goes, well, then if you think that's what to do, then we'll do that. So we did. And then Freddie bought him for a couple of his owners after that, and we raced him for another year or two after that. But that was funny, the judge, when he said that, and I just said, I was kind of put out there. Well, I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
He goes, what would you do what if I said no? Put you in jail till you said yes.
Could have been worse, though. They could have given you the fence painting job at the racetrack. That's not a good one either.
Yeah. I remember being up there.
Hey, here's one for you there, just quickly, though. Would Log be one of your worst horses to drive that was a great horse?
He was tough, yeah.
Yeah, I've watched you in the replays with him and stuff like that, especially the one at Greenwood there. I think North American Cup. Man, he was straight, or he was left, he was right, but he was never, ever straight.
Never paid attention, no.
Yeah.
He was really studied, and I gave him to the marshal to turn, because he wouldn't turn and stuff, and then he really got kind of thinking he was a stud, and he was trying to mount the pony and all that stuff.
Oh, wow.
So finally, when he got turned around, I just couldn't get his attention. But he tried to run out the gate, and down by the wire, he was flying. He finished fourth, but he could go. He did the same thing to Mellin's pace, and he choked twice. I mean, I just shut him right off twice. And so he's done. No, you get his air back and you go again. You get beat half a length or something.
Really?
And then Dick started driving him after that, and then he did the right thing. Just let him ride park or do whatever he wants. He never fought with him, and he did really good with him. But yeah, he wasn't really fun.
No, it looked like it there, but a great and it had a had a decent stud career.
Yeah, not bad.
Like decent, especially on the mare side.
Yeah.
All right, well, Barb Timmons Longafee's another one of our regular viewers from Cape Breton. She chimes in and she says Randy Waples is her favorite driver. So maybe we'll get later on some recollections from Randy. There's a look at our leaderboard. The points were incorrect when we first posted. We've got those straightened out. So here we go. We're on track now. There's the results through one leg. Colin Kelly with a good start. And there's the point system. 15 points for a win, all the way down through 8th. And everybody does get points in the contest. Scott Ray that day, both with breakers in that first race. So really a tough start for them, but lots of time to claw your way back with this 11 race format. We're getting ready to go with race number 2 on this Sunday night from the Raceway.
We agreed on the number 2, you and I. That's who I took,
Doyle.
number 2.
We've got a unanimous selection from Randy and Bill here. Number 2, Tiger Shark. Let's see if Bill O'Donnell can go 2 for 2 with his selections tonight.
No, Anthony's had a little warm up on a pacer. I know he probably hasn't driven the pacer in a while, so he should be. Don't expect him to take back this time.
No. There might not be a sitting last.
Oh, he's going to have to, because Brother James is inside. I don't think he's going to. He's not going to be very accommodating to Big Brother.
Actually, I picked the McDonald exactor here. Anthony James.
Yeah. He probably.
Picking up speed, here they come. They're rough. Tiger Shark. AMAC. Pointing this one to the lead. Charmbo Stormy for Todd Borth left out sharply is racing second. Up in the top 3, the best never rest. On by the opening 8, Charmbo, Stormy, and Borth wants to cut it. He's making front here as they straighten for the backside run. Tiger Shark pockets up in second, securing third, and inside the best never rest parked out there in the early going fourth was Tigger's Credit. Fifth and in, it's a Magic Bullet protecting the inside lane there is Day against Ray. Next to last, we've got Sorrie with Click Clack down the track, the earliest tread of the Witch's Brew and Young. 28 and 3. Quarter mile speed, courtesy of Charmbo Stormy. I'm a poet and didn't know it as they swing for the half mile. It's Charmbo Stormy in command. He closed up at even money, so he took some late action here. This is Charmbo Stormy and Borth, second best. Tigger's Credit, third and in. Tiger Shark, fourth and out. Now for the best Never Rest. Along the inside to be fifth, saving ground, a Magic Bullet out into the flow and on the go, though gapped on cover, was a Click Clack down the track, and the trailer continues to be the Witch's Brew. 59 and 2, halftime. Charmbo Stormy is large and in charge thus far. Breathing down the Borth helmet, though, in the pocket. Tiger Shark for AMAC. 3 deep on the outside. James McDonald sending. The best Never Rest, saving ground throughout, has been Magic Bullet. Trying to get up there into fourth, though, between horses. Tigger's Credit is holding it down. 129 and 2 for 3/4. Charmbo Stormy finding another gear. Now on top by 2.5. It's Tiger Shark in second. Now to challenge for the deuce. Magic Bullet. Here is Charmbo Stormy. This is Tyler Borth with career driving win, 998 under wraps. Second best was Tiger Shark. Then came Magic Bullet, the best Never Rest. Finished fourth. It's Borth, Anthony McDonald, Natasha Day, then James McDonald. Top 4, 2 minutes flat. This is Charmbo Stormy for the maiden score.
So Charmbo Stormy and the local reinsman Tyler Borth getting himself into the win column, and ends up being an easy win for this daughter of sports writer, owned and trained by John Ryer of Kitchener. Had been winless in 4 coming in, but a couple of good runner-up finishes. Had a qualifier at Mohawk Park last time out, and a start there prior to that on the big track, and that little bit of added experience seemed to go a long way, Bill.
Well, the only reason I kind of looked at her too, but she hadn't raced since March 29th, right? This is her first start off a qualifier. John had her ready for darn sure, right? I mean, she just went around there with a very easy jog.
And Anthony finishing second there, Randy, and you were watching that one closely, get down in close to the pylons. He had some trouble steering this one throughout. Yeah, you have to think if they can get that rectified, there's some ability with this daughter of Tigerama.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, you know, Richard Griffiths is well known. It seems like his horses seem like they come along after a few starts. They really start to get a lot stronger in that once he gets them situated the way that he wants. So good effort for it. I mean, I don't know about Billy, but I was never really all that disappointed when I finished second in a maiden, because it meant I get to come back next week and he'd be a little tighter.
You're not supposed to say that.
Well, I didn't mean any other way around that. Come on. You throwing me out there, I'll be back painting the fence again.
Yeah, exactly.
There is Mr. Ryer. He'll be happy, and Tyler Borth. And I can tell you what, guys, I don't know if how much you watch the racing here on a weekly basis, but over the past few weeks, no one has been hotter on this circuit than Tyler Borth, driving, and he even said this last week when we interviewed him, probably the best run he's been on in his career, and carries that momentum over, and confidence, right? Yeah. Confidence has got to be huge, especially at that age. And the other thing that me and Billy were actually talking about it there just before we started the show there tonight too. His dad was a very accomplished horseman and a very, very good driver as well, Bill Borth. So, you know, it's not hard to see that he's passed it along. It's good to see. I've always heard good things about Tyler.
You talk about confidence. There was a guy who lost his license for 10 years, and he won his first start back at the Meadowlands, and he came back in, and Michael Chan said to him, he said, "Hey, congratulations." He said, "That's good for your confidence." He said, "I didn't lose my confidence, I lost my license."
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Absolutely.
I didn't know where he was going with that, but yeah, that was good. So yeah, the locals getting on the board in that day. Nice to see her bounce back and get a good result, 35-1, and that's what you need in this competition. You've got to get a few of those long-priced horses in there. But Anthony McDonald off to a good start, and again, Joe Ruppel, just when we came on, had chimed in and said if Anthony can win, he's going to put a donation to the cause in support of that. So that's wonderful to see. So we'll track that closely. And again, we want to welcome everybody watching in tonight. This is the second edition of the Drivers Holiday Challenge. Safe to say this is going to become an annual event here at the Raceway. Donations this year are expected to be double that of year one. So that's going to put a lot of smiles on children's faces here in the London and surrounding community this Christmas season. Charmo Stormy was sent away as the even money choice despite the layoff, and wins pays $4. The Try pays $59.35, and the Dollar Superfecta just under $182. 2 races in the books, and there'll be a little bit of jostling on that leaderboard. But we'll have that updated for you and much more when racing on COSA-TV continues.
Since 1996, the Ontario Standardbred Adoption Society has facilitated the retraining and management of more than 1,000 retired and non-racing standardbred horses. This award-winning organization also plays a key role in the advocacy and promotion of the breed's versatility and suitability for many equine disciplines beyond harness racing. Volunteers and temporary foster homes are vital to our success. If you have a passion for standardbreds, learn more at osas.ca.
Download Dark Horse Bets today.
I gotta hit the beat. And welcome back live. Greg Blanchard, Randy Waples, Bill O'Donnell. We're coming up to race number 3 on this Sunday night program. Right now we're going to head back over to our Paddock location. Mark McKelvey standing by with a gentleman who's already found his way to the winner's circle this evening.
Yeah, certainly, and he was off the last race, so we're still trying to get confirmation on exactly how many points you get for a scratch. I might be getting harassed a little bit by the drivers up here in the driver's room, but right now I am joined by Colin Kelly, and Colin off to a nice start, but maybe a little out of rhythm now, not being in race number 2.
No, just kind of got lucky in the first, really. A couple on the run, but no scratch to the second. Got a couple more I like there later in the car, but hopefully just keep rolling from there.
Yeah, was there any sort of strategy for yourself? I mean, drawing first blood and getting those points early is always nice, but at the end of the day, you know it's a pretty long challenge.
Yeah, no, I'm not really worried about it. Just show up and drive the best I can, and hopefully it pays off in the end. We get a little horsepower, we should be doing okay then.
So let's look back on 2021. Obviously, we're winding down now, just a couple of weeks to go. How would you assess your season?
No, it was really good. I would have liked to get a full year in, but it was, it was really profitable. I had a really good year. You know, I led Grand River, leading here right now, and it's getting close at Flam, but I still think I'm there. So it's been, it's been really productive. It's been really good. I've been very fortunate. Everyone's, some good horses, some good trainers, so it's all kind of fell into place.
Yeah, and second in the nation for wins. That's, really good numbers all across the board. Did you set any goals coming into this season?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to break the top 5 for Canada, and then we kind of shut down and got off to a slow start. But no, kind of overshot where I wanted to be. But I thought maybe leading up to December I might be able to catch James, but he's just too good.
He's been racking up the victories, but so have you. You've had a fantastic season. So looking ahead, we can talk about goals and where you want to get to. I know everybody wants to win as much as they can. They want to continue to climb the ranks. But did you ever sort of set a trajectory for yourself a few years back, or have you just kind of taken it year by year?
No, just take it all in stride. Just kind of get there, just show up to work, and just do your best job you can. And, let it all fall into place as it comes.
And lastly here, as we approach the holiday season, and obviously it's a great night as raising funds and, of course, Toys for Tots. What's some of your favorite holiday memories, maybe as a kid growing up? Do you have one special memory, maybe a favorite gift?
No, not really. We used to all go to my grandparents' place there on Christmas Eve. That was pretty cool. There'd be I don't know, 18 or 20 of us in the house for dinner and stuff. That was always kind of our go-to Christmas thing, was just family visits and stuff. So I'm fortunate this year I'm going to get to head back east and go do it again. So it'd be nice for a different change. I usually stay here and race, but get home for a couple days anyway and see everybody.
Well, that's fantastic. Well, best of luck the rest of the way here tonight. Congratulations on what's been a great 2021, and good luck in 2022.
Thank you.
All right, let's check out the leaderboard now and see where we stand following 2 races. And my understanding is, guys, a scratch gets you 5 points. So here's a look at the updated standings.
Alrighty, so with the 5 points for the scratch, Colin Kelly remains in first place with 20 overall. Tyler Borth has moved up the ladder. Anthony McDonald maintaining his hold on 3rd position, but again, not a whole lot separating first through last, and a long way to go. Colin Kelly leading here, and you know, we heard him talk about it. He had lofty goals going into the 2021 season, and he's been one of those breakout young drivers in the province since relocating here just a few years ago. Closing in on 1,500 lifetime victories already, more than $7.5 million in purse earnings. And this will be the 4th consecutive year that he's been able to top 200 wins and $1.5 million. So safe to say, Randy, that you know, Colin's a young guy that's here to stay, and will only likely go forward from here in his career.
And it's also safe to say, too, that he can drive a horse very well. You know, he's going to do as good as he wants to do. He seems like he's got a good head on his shoulder. He's got a good work ethic, that I can tell you. He's also got a great sense of timing, too. I've trained with him before. You tell him to go 1 mile and 20 and you want to go even fractions. You're going even fractions, and he never even looks at the watch. So I think that he's got a really, really good career ahead of him, and he seems like he's a really nice guy. Any dealings that I've ever had with him or anything, he just seems like he's a really, really good, honest person, and I love being around him, so it's nice to see that he's doing well.
Maritime roots for him, and you know, probably no better place to get your foundation. Bill can attest to that, being a blue noser.
Mm-hmm. Well, I started right where he started, actually, right in North Sydney.
Oh, yeah.
First horse I ever trained a race bike was my dad's, and it was a trot mare called Grandma's Volo, and he said, "I'm going to let you go on the bike today." So he gets the bike all set up, and I said, "How fast you want to go?" He gave me his watch. He says, "As fast as you can go." So I went 2:11 with her. So she only had a record at 2:13. But anyway, she hadn't raced. That was her last big work before she went to race. And so I come back and he said, "How fast you go?" I said, 2:11. He goes, "Where'd you stop that watch?" You know what those old guys are like.
Yeah.
I said, "No, Dad, I'm telling you." So an old guy there goes, "Well, I had her a little better than that," he said to my dad. So anyway, she's in to go. They take her to Sydney like the next week and race her. And she finished 3rd in 2:13. So you know the ribbon my father took. And Sunday morning, all the knockers around there go, "Henny, you better get that boy some colors," he said.
And who knew what you would go on to do in the race bike in your career.
Yeah.
We've got some other folks tuning in tonight. Wade Mason has chimed in. Hi to Wade. Paul McDonnell is the guy that he tabs as his favorite driver. And yeah, certainly a popular choice, I'm sure, by many people. Alan Middleton tuning in from England. I want to say hello to Alan. We've had him tuning in before. Dave Erickson here as well. Wants to know who the 7 in this upcoming 3rd is named after. Your guess is as good as mine. It is an interesting name, Kevin Dan Fraudsters.
Yeah.
Sounds like there's a story there.
Yeah.
But, we'll have to do some investigating on that. Again, welcome to everybody tuning in tonight. It's wonderful to have you. Well, we've got a couple of the best in the business with us. If you've got a question that you'd like to pass along to either of the gentlemen, I'm sure we'll have some time to try and answer those for you throughout the evening as well. Let's get a look at the field for the upcoming 3rd. One good thing about the format of the competition is that all drivers are going to get to start from every post position throughout the night, so that really kind of levels up the playing field. And we'll see here if Nat Day can build on the 3rd place effort. She's got the benefit of post 1 and a horse that looks like a contender. Let's ask you for your selections here, guys. You're off to a good start in that department. So you obviously did your homework. You took this seriously tonight.
Well, I'm going to actually go with the horse that you just mentioned, the 7 horse there, Kevin Dan Fraudsters. I think he's fairly consistent. You know, he's always seems to be hitting the board both years that he's raced, and I'm just kind of looking for a little bit of value, kind of hoping that maybe people move away from the 7-horse a little bit, and I get a little bit of value, hoping that he goes up. Oh, now he's starting to drop. So I was kind of hoping he was going to be heading north, not south, but that's who I'm going to go with.
We should say there's a scratch here as well of the number 8, Debunka. So driver Scott Young is going to get 5 points for that. And, you know, for the other horses in the race now, it's a little bit less traffic to try and negotiate. 7-5 on Dover Sealster here. What do you think? Is that the one that you've gone to?
No, I think Randy was looking at my program. So I had circled the 7. So he knows that I know how to handicap. So he just follow me now, I think. But anyway, I like the 7. And the 5 is interesting. He comes out of a 15,000 claiming condition, which normally is about this type of horse, right? He's younger. Doesn't have a great amount of experience against older horses probably, but anyway, he got claimed back a while ago. And he could be, but I'm going with the 7 also. 7-5.
Emma Christoforou and the Painted Pony. All decked out. Looking very festive tonight, leading the post parade. Let's meet the field now. Arsenal de Chaffre number 1. Nat Day will drive. Next door neighbor, Who Said Not To. I'm a little bit surprised this one, guys, isn't the favorite right now. Horse ran off and hit on the field last time out. That was on an off track though, and prior to that, if you took that line out, 3-1, but the post looks reasonable. How much weight would you put into that last race, Randy, based on what you saw?
Well, I didn't mind it too bad because I actually picked him for 3rd. Like you said, there up till that last race there, he just kind of showed he was, more or less going through the motions to me. But that last start was a very, very, huge improvement and a decent mile, 59-3. So got a good post to work with here. But kind of the reason that I went with him there is I love a horse that knows how to win. And he's win 4 out of 14, so to me, he knows how to win.
Want to say hello to Zach Mullins tuning in. He had a question for Colin Kelly. Maybe we'll get a chance to catch up with Colin later in the night and ask him. Frank Merrill is joining us tonight. Mentions Travelin' Boy. Probably an old horse that you would have been associated with, maybe?
He was the horse.
The horse. Question for Randy and Bill, coming from J.D. Varnell, good friend of the show. Wants to know who your choice would be for Horse of the Year if you were to vote right now in both Canada and the U.S. Well, maybe both let you think about that. Do you have anyone off the top of your head?
Well, I think the Hill mare there, the filly.
Nikki Hill?
Nikki Hill,
That would be my pick, too.
Yeah, I think she's
I'm just coasting on you tonight.
I see that, yeah. That's all right. I've carried guys around forever.
You got big shoulders.
Yeah, she's been the most consistent all year. And
which one is that?
Nikki Hill.
Is it Nikki Hill?
Yep.
One,
Nikki Hill.
Yeah.
The colts, I mean, there's a great bunch of horses there. I mean, they just keep kind of changing what nights they win, right? But,
right.
Whoever gets a trip and whoever gets the right post, and it's great racing.
If we talk Canada, specifically O'Brien Awards, speaking of Nikki Hill, one filly that at least gave her a good race up here, Prohibition Legal, and her only loss of the season. And very rare to talk about a 2-year-old pacing filly as possible Horse of the Year. But I would say she's in that conversation this year. What do you think, Randy? I mean, 3-year-old colts, Desperate Man, Bulldog Hanover, I mean, they've had their times, but neither dominated over the course of the whole season.
No, true. I agree with the way that you put it, but if you actually look at the wording of who made the greatest contribution to Canadian racing, I honestly go with Desperate Man, because I just think that North American Cup was such a huge popular win. I think it brought a lot of people that used to be in the sport back into the sport because, John has been in the sport for such a long time. And the people that do know the Chickens, everybody was just so happy for him. There was people that aren't even in the game anymore that were coming out to his farm just to visit him, and say congratulations, So if you look at it as who did the most for Canadian racing, I think Desperate Man's right up there because I think it was I know it was just, he wins some other big races and that was the biggest one that he won, but it is our biggest race, and I just think that it was such a popular win that he really contributed to Canadian racing.
That's a great point, and that is the criteria when you're picking and voting for the O'Brien Award, so that's a very important consideration. Another chance just before post time here to say hello to some of the other viewers tuning in. Brian Gibb is watching from Scotland, looking forward to his first trip to PEI next year, and Brian, I can tell you, you will enjoy it. You will enjoy it, guaranteed. James Pearson from Scotland as well. Lisa Woodgate's watching from PEI. They're cheering on Austin Sorrie. Gary Burry tuning in and just loved the driving colony back in the day at the Meadowlands. Billy O, John Campbell, Ray Remen, Kat Manzi, Jim Doherty, Shelley Goodrow, Buddy Gilmore. Quite a list when you
In
go
that
through
order,
it.
too.
Some nights.
Some nights, yeah. There was a lot of people that would say that.
Here's a question of that group. I mean, all very accomplished, no question.
Right.
John Campbell, Bill O'Donnell, get all the headlines from back in that time. But who in that group's the most underrated?
Underrated?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's
Okay.
underrated, but Goodrow, Gilmore.
Yeah.
Shelley was
and
great.
When I spent some time in New Jersey in the mid-'90s, and Kat Manzi was a regular at Freehold and the Meadowlands, and I loved his driving, like just the best set of hands, just so calm and smooth for such a, he was a big guy, right? A lot bigger than a traditional driver.
Yeah.
But a lot of fun back then. Great drivers, no doubt. Alrighty, great drivers here tonight as well. They put on a good show for us so far. And as you can see, if you're just tuning in, this is as nice a night as you are going to get for mid-December in London, Ontario. And we are glad to have you joining us for the second annual Drivers Holiday Challenge here at the Raceway in London. The starting gate moving into position, Brad Paddock, Gary Payne and the crew. They're taking care of all of the starting duties tonight here at the Raceway. And they're moving in and lining up. And the man who's calling the action is Shannon Sugar Doyle. Looks like we might just have a little reset here. Here we go. The wings will be opening now. And we're set to go. Race 2, Sugar Doyle with the call.
Right on, here we go. Race 3 in London. Arsenal de Chaffra and Day. Who Said Not To? James McDonald. Deb's New Man with Kelly. Mac the Knife. Anthony McDonald. Dover Sealster and Sorrie. Shooting for the Stars and Ray. Kevin and Fraudsters. Borth on the outside. 7 across. Top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. And away they go from the inside. Who Said Not To off the car first. Next door will be Deb's New Man. Dover Seals with early speed and protecting an inside lane. Arsenal de Chaffra. Bending through that opening 8th. Coming out on top, Deb's New Man. Who Said Not To pockets up here in second. Arsenal de Chaffra traveling into third. A midfield 4th for Mac the Knife. Pulling pocket. Who Said Not To at 8-5. Going to the top. They're going some. Who Said Not To takes command just at the quarter mile in 28 seconds flat. On hold now in second, Deb's New Man. Arsenal de Chaffra continuing third. Thinking about it fourth, though staying in, was Mac the Knife. Getting underway, Dover Sealster. He's fifth, fourth, and going forward, providing cover for Shooting for the Stars and a lagging trailer, Kevin and Fraudsters. Pairing up now on the half-mile approach, all chasing Who Said Not To, out there by a length and a half. Holding down second, Deb's New Man, an uncovered third for Dover Sealster, trying to go forward for Sorrie, and covered up on the outside to be fifth. Shooting for the Stars along the inside, Arsenal de Chaffra. Kevin and Fraudsters getting underway. Getting shuffled to the back was Mac the Knife. A 58-2 halftime, and on the backside, Who Said Not To is still the one. Dover Sealster continues to grit grind away here in second. Third and in for Deb's New Man. Thinking about the 3 wide side. There goes Shooting for the Stars, put in play at a big price. Kevin and Fraudsters will try to follow follow up on that move. And back to Arsenal de Chaffra and Mac the Knife bunching up now as he gets set to make the swing after 3/4, 128 flat. They're going to come from everywhere. Who said not to? Dover Sealster. Kevin Dan Fraudster's coming widest of all, looking for some daylight. Dead's New Man. Almost there. Who said not to? Deb's New Man. Who said not to? James McDonald for the win. Deb's New Man, Colin Kelly second. Third goes to Kevin Dan Fraudster's Tyler Borth, and fourth, shooting for the Stars, Scott Ray, 158-1.
We got a line down there, or what do we got dragging there, Billy?
Who?
On Tyler's horse.
James McDonald, he's been the leading rangeman in the nation this season. And clicks here for the first time tonight, guiding Who Said Not to a second consecutive win. So showing that last race was no fluke, Randy. And, you know, 2 back, got to the front, couldn't hold on. Last time dominated on an off track. Kind of hard to know what to expect from him tonight, but took some pressure and had to dig deep for the win.
Raced really well, I thought. You know, like you said, hanging out the back there. Gaze strap? Anyway, yeah, I thought he raced really, really well. He made a remove back to the front, you know, and did everything his own way, and everybody had a solid chance at him and couldn't get to him. So I would say that he raced really, really well. There's some happy people driving home tonight.
For sure, and a 58-1 clocking. So a testament to how good the track and weather are this evening. That's a big, big time for this class. So James getting his first win of the night. Colin Kelly, another runner-up finish, so he'll continue atop the standings so far this evening. And Tyler Borth keeps himself right into the thick of things as well, and off the pace third place finish with Kevin Dan Fraudsters. Jim Ellis, winning trainer, doing a nice job with this son of Well Said, his 5th win of the campaign, and it'll put him over the $10,000 mark now in seasonal earnings as well.
I'd like to step up here, Greg, when you asked me that question about the O'Brien Awards there. I'll take a real big leap here, and I'm saying I think we're looking at the O'Brien winner for Driver of the Year right now. That I can say.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, that's out in left field, Bill. What do you think?
That's a pretty big risk, you know. I'm stepping out here, you know. I'm stepping out here.
I didn't hear any oohs over the...
No, he's had quite a year,
yeah.
and it's good to see because, you know, if you were going to have a leading driver at your plant, this is the guy that you'd want. You know, he's a really nice guy and talks well on camera and does a really good job on the track. And I think the thing that I liked about him the very best from the very start of his driving career, he never was really a whip-happy kind of a guy. Very easy on a horse.
Yeah.
And it's nice to see.
I think a lot, since the whipping rules come in, I know there's been a lot of controversy over it, but the younger guys like that learn to drive with their hands and no whip, they're much better drivers than we were, I think. I mean,
wow, yeah.
That's the one thing that, you know, that I really regret is using too much whip.
Right.
And at times, I mean, you know, you just, it's not something you should be
Yeah, when
proud
you look back now at old replays,
Yes, it stands out.
It's kind of jarring, where at the time you wouldn't have even
Give it a second
given
thought.
a second thought. So
Well,
it is interesting.
where I raced, if you didn't do it, they'd be throwing pop cans at you, right? I mean, New York, I mean,
It was expected.
absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
And you know, the Meadowlands, you know, they've gotten away from it too now. And the big thing was, oh, they won't bet and all that kind of stuff. But the handles, like Mohawk handle and your handle too. Mohawk's up 30% over the year, you know, not counting COVID year. I mean, 3 years prior to that. So.
All right, there's a look at the pari-mutuel details. Who said not to? $5.30. So a winning favorite in leg number 3. 8 more races left to go. Plenty of action here tonight on a beautiful night from the Raceway. We will be back with more in a moment.
Reach the people you have to reach by advertising in Harness Racing Update, the sport's most comprehensive and timely news source. HRU provides the best bang for your advertising dollars because we reach and engage your potential customers anywhere in the world. Not only has HRU grown its subscriber base by nearly 30% in just 3 years, but our open and click rates far exceed industry averages, which tells us that readers are engaged with the digital publication and how they receive it. Plus, your ad support helps us keep HRU free to subscribers. Find out more today by visiting harnessracingupdate.com. and clicking on the advertising link at the top of the page.
For over 25 years, Tara Hill Stud has worked with partners to help produce champion stallions. We are proud to have bred great racehorses like Fade Out, Shower Play, Precious Delight, and There's a Demon in Me. Our stallions, past and present, have had tremendous success while making a huge impact on racing across North America. Mr. Levesque, Mach 3, Cadabra, Muscle Mass, and Precious Bunny, to name a few. Our stallions' progeny have won major events, including the Hambletonian. Tara Hill Stud are currently standing 9 of the industry's top stallions. Alarm Detector, Control the Moment, Danson Lou, Flanagan Memory, Green Manalishi, He's Watching, Muscle Mass, Resolve, and Sports Writer. Our facility is modern, our staff knowledgeable. Consider Tara Hill Stud when choosing a home for your stallion. Tara Hill Stud, where champions stand and champion yearlings are raised. Log on to tarahills.com.
We got him
And
some help.
welcome back. Greg Blanchard, Randy Waples, and the Magic Man, Bill O'Donnell, with you on this Sunday evening. It's the second edition of the Holiday Drivers Challenge at the Raceway. We've got a gentleman who had the race off last time, and he'll be anxious to get back at it and get a win under his belt. Scott Young standing by with our Mark McKelvey.
Yeah, thank you very much, Greg. Yes, pleased to be joined now by Scott Young, and Scott and I were just going over his drives for tonight. You really like your lineup. I know you had a couple of scratches, but for the race that you're going to be in, it looks like you got a little bit of power as the night goes on.
Yeah, it was actually nice. You know, I kind of looked. They're all okay. Put it this way, they all look like they got shots. So it, even if I'm hitting the board, you know what I mean, collecting some points, that's what you got to do in competitions like this.
Exactly, and we got it figured out. 5 points when you are scratched. Kind of funny how it did work out that you had 2 horses scratched here tonight. But talk a little bit about your preparation coming here this evening. I'm sure you were excited to take part in this year's Holidays Driver Challenge.
Yeah, I was pumped when Tony phoned me and asked me to come. Actually, I've never actually competed in a challenge before at all. So this is my first one. So it was an honor to get the phone call, and I was all about it. You know what I mean? I watched it the last couple of years on TV, and it's awesome to be in it.
Yeah, and we got a great lineup of drivers here this year, and so I didn't realize that. Your first time that you've actually been in a driver's challenge, but I know you've watched them since you were a kid. So did you have any strategy built up, or was this kind of take it race by race?
Take it race by race, but I do notice that, obviously I think you need to win one, I find for sure. But if you, if you just kind of keep picking away and kind of just pick up checks, I find that, that helps, or at least keeps you in the hunt anyway, So that was the goal when I seen the lineup. I said, if I can just get paid with everything, I'll be doing something good.
Well, we'll see how the night rolls along, but like you said, it looks like you got a decent lineup. Let's kind of shift gears now and talk a little bit about how your year has gone here in 2021, and that's been the theme. Obviously, we're getting near the holiday season. The year is wrapping up. How would you assess your 2021?
Yeah, you know what? It was different. Okay, I made the move to Mohawk, or tried to in the winter of 2019, and COVID's been my devil. We've had like 5 stoppages, or 4 anyway, since I've started, right? So I've never actually had a full season at Mohawk. We've stopped a bunch in between, but, I've been fortunate the work's continued, and, getting to drive down there is just what I want to do my whole life, and it's a dream come true. But I passed $1 million, I think it was about a month ago now, so that's my 5th $1 million season. So that was my goal. I said with only being able to start in May, I think is when I finally started, because I didn't go to the States when we shut down. So I said, if I can make $1 million with the shortened season, I'm having a good year. So, and I ended up doing that. So hopefully next year there's no stoppages and we can take 2022 by the horns.
Yeah, I think fingers are crossed by everyone that we'll get through a full 12 months with no interruption. So in that case, will you set some goals for next season, or again, it's just continue to chip away and continue to raise your profile?
I always have a couple goals, I would say, to start the year. I turned 30 last Wednesday, so that was a big milestone of mine. But no, I said I'd love to break 2 million. That's my goal. 2022, break 2 million. That would be my. Wins are great. Obviously, you need the wins to make the money, but it. Yeah, if I could break 2 million, that would be my goal for 2022.
I know it gets brought up a lot. Your first major win was winning the Wellwood there in 2020.
Yep.
How did you feel that impacted your career at that time?
It was obviously it boosted me to new levels for sure, and kind of put me on that stage, right? But I think it saved me on some level too, because when they shut down and I came back in May, I had no work, and then I tied. Anyway, so it ended up working out that when I won that race in September, it kind of put me back on the map to keep me driving at Mohawk, because I was worried over the summer. You know, I didn't have a whole lot of stake colts lined up or anything, so because I was still the new guy in town. So I think it was just kind of cemented me to keep driving there a little more. So it was awesome.
Well, I know, again, you never lack confidence, and that's something that you need in this sport, and especially on a night like tonight in a series like this. So best of luck as the night rolls along, and if you have some success like we think you might as the evening goes forward, we'll probably be talking to you a little later on.
Sounds good.
All right, we'll send things back in just a moment to Greg, Randy, and Bill, but before we can get to that, check out this holiday feature featuring Scott Young.
It's important for me to take part in events like this for Toys for Tots because, it goes to such a great cause, and every kid should get a present of some sort or a gift on Christmas. So and it's my first ever challenge or event I've ever been invited to. So I'm actually pretty excited about that. So I definitely wasn't turning it down. My perfect Christmas dinner would be turkey, mashed potatoes whipped with lots of warm rolls, carrots, and probably some type of stuffing. That would be, that would have to be and some gravy on for the mashed potatoes. And one thing that has to be there is my mashed potatoes for sure. It's cold. That's the main one, but they give us the suits that are you can dress for it, right? But I'm all for the short post parades and go right to the gate. Yeah, I don't mind it. Like I can handle it as long as we're not out there a long time. But definitely the cold. That's just the wind. It goes right through you. That'd be it for a driver. Jack Belleva would probably play a good Santa Claus. Yeah, Jack's a pretty happy-go-lucky guy. He could be jolly for a day.
Back. Time to update the leaderboard again, and Colin Kelly continues to chug along atop the standings. Tyler Borth has now got himself in a good position early. James and Anthony McDonald right there in mid-pack. Austin Sorrie as well in your top five of 8, but we're not even at the halfway point yet. Nice to hear there from Scott Young. He'll be anxious to get back into action in this upcoming contest, and we'll look forward to seeing how he does. Very specific with his favorite Christmas meal. Maybe we'll ask you guys, since we're asking all the guys. Randy, for you, what's the go-to? What's the thing you have to have on the menu there at Christmas time?
Stuffing. My big thing is the stuffing. I mean, I like all the whole Christmas thing, but I just absolutely love stuffing. And my father's mother, my grandmother, used to make these sort of they were like biscuits or something, buns, biscuits, and I could eat 15 of those as soon as I'd walk into the house when I was a kid. But stuffing is my thing. I love the stuffing.
And Bill, is it true that Ron Waples now, this is what I heard, that he would typically cook you a nice Christmas meal? Is there any truth to that?
No, you talk to him. That's who told you that, probably, right?
He told me he bought all the food too.
Yeah. No, we always have dinner, a few times a year. He comes down to my place, and I go up to his place. And but for me, for turkey, and it's easy because they're always left. I love turkey legs, or like the turkey.
Oh yeah.
The drumsticks, right? And stuffing too. That's my second best one, but. If I don't take stomach pills, I'd be in the hospital pumping my stomach by midnight.
Oh, the stuffing's hard on you? The spice?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. I get a high hernia and it doesn't do me any good, right?
Speaking of a different thing, I always and we're on a bit of a Christmas theme, I always wanted to ask you something. For the people out there that have been around for a long time, give me an Ernie Spruce story.
Ernie was stable across from me at the Meadowlands.
That must have been interesting.
Yeah, well, Ernie used to bring his own hay down from home, right?
Right.
So he'd always be late going home. He'd always run out, and he had a big truck, and he'd bring the lots down. So about a week before he would get ready to go home, he'd come and go, Bill, do you mind if I borrow a couple of bales of hay? Oh, no, go ahead. He said, I'll replace it. So he'd take my 60-pound bale of hay and bring me back 30-pound bales of hay, right? But so he comes over to the barn one day, and he was waiting to get some blue lotion for old Bregman's knee. He had a bad knee. And he comes over and said, "Can I borrow some blue lotion?" He said, "Yeah, here, take it." No, just a little bit on his fingers. And he'd rub it on his knee. But he made $500,000.
Yeah, how do you argue it?
Yeah, you couldn't with him. But no, Ernie was quite a card player. He
Yeah.
loved to play cards.
Yeah.
They'd play cards in the track kits in there all day and night. Him and Billy and a few of those guys.
There was a rumor around Greenwood there when I first started working there, and I don't know if it's true or not there, but the rumor was that my father threw a set of lines out into the dumpster the one time, and because they were starting to fray or whatever, and Dad was always big on that. The minute the lines showed any kind of damage, he'd just toss them and get a new set. So anyway, they said about 2 nights later he was driving a horse for Ernie or something, and Ernie's leading the horse out of the paddock, and the set of lines are on the horse.
Yeah.
My dad said, "I think I just threw these set of lines out." Ernie says, "I don't understand why you throw them out. They're like brand new," he says.
So at the Meadowlands, you couldn't use white discs in those days, right? I guess it would smear the picture and stuff. So, Ernie was Ernie. So Joe DeFrank called him and he had to buy a set of discs. So then he started. His colors were red and green, right?
Right.
So he put one red and one green brace bandage on Bregman on each leg in front, and one red and one green behind on the opposite ends, right? And but he did buy a new disc, but that probably bothered him. He had to buy a new set of discs, right, for his raceway.
The Ernie Spruce block of the show here tonight. Yeah, a lot of fun to go down memory lane with these two gentlemen, Randy Waples, Bill O'Donnell, and we've got a question actually for Randy coming in from Jack Darling. Hello to Jack this evening. Wanted to know if you've ever driven in one of these challenges against your father.
You know something? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no, which is good. As often as I did get to drive against my father when he came back up to Ontario from New Jersey, I'm glad actually that it was only a few times, because I don't think I'd want to drive against him a lot when he was in his prime. Any of these guys, my father, Billy, John, these guys, they could tie me up in circles and make me look pretty. So no, I don't think I ever have drove in a driver's competition with my father, but for my own sake, I think that was probably a good thing for Randy.
I don't think that's the case. I mean, you would hold your own against him, believe me. You would adapt.
Thanks, Billy.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I know you're getting.
Wow, we are in the Christmas spirit tonight. This is wonderful. Wonderful to see. Let's meet the field here for the fourth race on the pace. We're going to have a full field of 8 this time around. So we've had a couple of folks have a scratch to deal with, but as we mentioned earlier, for that eventuality, the driver will get 5 points toward their total. So it'll kind of keep you in the hunt here. And with the point system again, 15 for first, all the way down through 8th place gets a point. So with that format, it's really important that you pick up results all the way along. And still a lot of time for the folks who haven't been able to get off to a good start tonight to claw their way back into this thing. Quick question for both of you here, guys. J.D. Varnell with a bit of a fun Christmas-themed question here. Wanted to know if you could have dinner with a harness racing personality for Christmas, who would you go with? Now, his pick, no offense, guys, he didn't pick either of you. He picked Heather Vitale, and yes, that would be a lot of fun, and Dexter Dunn as well. And Dexter, certainly one of the popular reinsmen in North America, one of the most successful in recent years as well. But for you guys, someone past or present, who do you think it would be?
You want to go first?
Yeah, I would say Frank Irvin.
Frank
Irvin.
Oh yeah, that's a really good pick. That one didn't even pop into my head. The man behind Brett Hanover.
Yeah.
Mine would be, you've probably had dinner with him countless times, would be Billy Houghton.
I did, yeah.
And the other one would be Stanley Dancer, because I never really got to meet him. So those would be my
good choices.
Yeah.
I know, Frank Irvin, if you look back, he never trained a big stable of horses.
Right.
He would train 8, 9, 10 horses some years, picked them out as yearlings, and he would win every race there was to win with young horses. And I know guys that work for him that said he was unbelievable with a horse.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh.
Someone posted a picture the other day of Brett Hanover when he arrived at, I believe it was Castleton, that he stood at. And, you know, you kind of forget the fanfare that was around that horse at the time. I mean, you know, I wish I'd had a chance to see him race back in the day. But, I mean, where would you say he ranks among, you know, kind of the all-time greats?
Well, I think in the top 5. I think back in those days, I was at Yonkers Raceway in 1966. He was a 4-year-old, and he raced in a realization pace. And it was a Saturday night, and I had a horse in the first race, and we got him cooled down, went to go up the races, and there's a turnstiles at Yonkers from the paddock into where they had bleachers in the grandstand. They were you couldn't get through. There were people all the way to the turnstiles to watch that horse race.
Wow, it's amazing.
Yeah.
A guy around here for a lot of years was a guy named Gordy Dolson. Fance is what everybody always knew him by. He was around the track forever and ever, and he got there at a very early age. But he always told me that Brett Hanover had the biggest forearms on a horse that he'd ever seen. He said he was just such a powerful horse. Yeah. Did he have that real solid kind of build? Because I remember they used to call him Big Bum or something.
Yeah, the Big Bum,
Yeah, so he just was a real solid horse. Yeah, Frank Irvin, that's a good one there. You don't really hear his name come up that much, but you know, one of the greatest.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know, we're getting old, right? When I was becoming a racing fan, you know, Brett Hanover offspring were all over North America racing, and then you know, he was the grand sire of many great horses for a number of years, and then you know, they just sort of over time fade from your memory as new generations come along. But it is fun to kind of go back and recall that. And it takes a photo. I guess that's a good thing about social media in a sense, is a photo like that can pop up and can really spark those memories again and get you thinking about them.
Yeah.
Dean Hoffman is really good with that stuff. Right? He contributes a lot to the social media.
Did he write the book? Remember the book there, Big Bum? Was it Dean Hoffman who wrote that?
No, he might have, did he?
Yeah,
I couldn't
it was
tell
a
you.
great book.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a very, very good book.
I've got a question for you, Bill, from Wade Mason. Wanted to know how did you like driving J.K. Beauty when she was racing back at Freehold in the Big Apple?
Oh, I loved her. I loved J.K. Beauty. Joe Smallwood, I don't know if Wade would know Joe, but Joe talked really slow. And, well, the whole family does, right? I mean, they're not very excitable, the Smallwoods. And first time I raced her, he says, just be careful with her in the first turn. I said, why, she make breaks? He goes, yep. He said, and if she does, they'll have to harrow the track twice to get the holes out of the racetrack. So anyway, I raced her. She won the Guys and Dolls Pace, right, down there. He got a breeding to, I don't know, Pacific Rocket, maybe he bred her to first. But she was a really, really nice mare. Harry Polton trained her when she was down the first year, and then I trained her the second year and sent her home.
Yeah, stakes champion back at the time, pacing miles in Atlantic, Canada that we'd never seen for a 2- and 3-year-old filly. And Joe Smallwood, yeah, great horseman, the Fox, they called him, and the horse I associate most with him was a horse called Saul's Pride that was a top free-for-aller down in the Maritimes back in the, I guess, late 70s now, early 80s.
Yeah.
Good trips down memory lane here tonight. Yeah, if you've got a question for Bill or Randy, would love to hear from you tonight. Great to see everybody watching in tonight from all over the world. A number of people tuning in from Scotland tonight, which is amazing. The power of the internet. It's great to have everybody joining us tonight. Beautiful night in London. It's been a fun competition so far, and we're coming up on race 4 next. Once again, Shannon Sugar Doyle with the race call.
Top of the stretch here, Largent, Leicester, Sunshine in My Pocket, Old Friends Kentucky, then Deadly Action, Maintenance Man, Easy Flyer, Returnal Ruler 1, Trailer, Journalistic, a 16 down. Here they come. Off. off and pacing deadly action. First off the wings for Young towards the inside. Largent Lester with early speed tonight. Next door to that went Sunshine in My Pocket. Plugged in from the back tier spot was Journalistic through the opening 8. Deadly action on top here by 3 full lengths. Tapping it up here now. Young will try to settle them down as they straighten for the quarter-mile run. Largent Lester at a big price, 17-1, in fact, with a 2-hole ride. Journalistic sitting in third. Fourth best away then for Sunshine in My Pocket. Old Friends Kentucky behaving here in the early going. Maintenance Man, he's traveling sixth, and he's getting underway now for Kelly, providing cover now to Easy Flyer and James McDonald trailing the field. Eternal Ruler 28-3, quarter-mile speed. Deadly action in front. Going along unchallenged thus far. Second best continues to be Largent Lester. Out and rolling Journalistic. Sunshine in My Pocket is out there in fourth, fifth and wide. Maintenance Man, sixth and in for Old Friends Kentucky. He's chased up. Next to last, Easy Flyer. The trailer continues to be Eternal Ruler. 58-2 at the half. Deadly action still going forward, but here comes Journalistic. Closer with every stride. Journalistic looking deadly action in the eye here. Way up on the outside. There goes Maintenance Man at 3-5. Maintenance Man circling up here for Colin Kelly. They're about 4 and 5 deep here, on by 3/4. 127-3. Journalistic going a big one. Inside a second is Deadly Action. 3 deep now. Sunshine in My Pocket. And up between the Pacers, Largent Lester. And maybe not tonight for the heavy favorite, Maintenance Man. Swing in for home. Here's Sunshine in My Pocket taking control. Second best, Journalistic. Eternal Ruler with late pace. Sunshine in My Pocket. Ray for Reveling. Journalistic second. Eternal Ruler was trying to be third over Maintenance Man. 58-2.
Local reinsman Scott Ray getting it done this time around. Big rally in the backstretch. Sunshine in My Pocket. And this one just kind of looked like she was laying out there in that 3-4 wide path. And sometimes they stall. Randy, and you know, as a driver, can you get the sense that they've got a little bit more, or you know, what's your mindset at 3/4 when you get one that you think should be able to go by, tired horses, but they just kind of lay out there on you?
Well, half the time you're going to be right. You're going to be thinking that there's still a little bit left, and half the time you're going to be right because there is, and then the other half of the time they're going to be going backwards. But no, he did a good job. Give her a good, really good trip, and it worked out well. It turned into a bit of a sprint, and he got her into good position up the backstretch, got out of traffic, and got her into a good spot, and it worked out well for him.
That's a pretty good mile for those horses.
Very good mile, yeah. Another 58 mile.
Yeah.
It's big times over this track this time of the year.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. Kyle Ribeling is the trainer owner of this one, and we found out just before we came on tonight that he had agreed to donate a percentage of training earnings here tonight. So that's great. So we're going to have another donation going to Toys for Tots. That's where all of the money is going here this evening. Total donation between cash and toys this year expected to be over $15,000. Scott Ray, you know Scott a little bit, Randy, over the last few years. One of those guys here locally, he's a good young driver. He's kind of, mid-pack here in the driver standings every year. And his father, Jack, I'm sure you guys both know him well. Two of the more likable guys you'd see in the sport.
Absolutely, yeah. Father and son, both very likable guys. They would be our modern versions of Fred and Shelley Goodrow in a way. They always got a big smile on their face, the pair of them. They're happy to be here, and just a pair of nice guys. And Scotty, over the last 3-4 years, I think Scotty's really climbed the ranks of one of the top B-track Southern Ontario catch drivers. He does really well, and even when him and Jack come into Mohawk and that, they do quite well. They had a really good trotting filly a couple of years ago that he did really well in the golds and that. So it's good to see Scott. He's a really nice guy, but again, comes from a very good family.
On both sides of his family.
Yes,
His mother is a Rankin, Jim Rankin, his sister, and Jim and Robbie. They both you know, they died very early, but they were very, very. I always said Jim Rankin, if he'd have stayed around, he would have taken Billy Houghton's place.
Really?
Yes, as far as like ran a stable, had a great eye for a horse, was a very, very good trainer, good driver, and then Robbie took over later, and he did really, really well too, Robbie. But no, he's got horse genes on both sides.
Right.
And Jack, I've known Jack when I was a kid. He worked for Keith Waples, and I worked for Bill Welver. We were friends, and I like to call him my friend. We've been friends a long time.
And Scott, you're right. Over time, he's gotten a little bit better every year. Kind of slowly improves, and as the horse is more often than not in a good position to win, and that was the case here. And he will be ecstatic. Nobody would want to win on this stage more than Scott here tonight. So he's got one under his belt, and we'll see if he can parlay that the rest of the way. Some nice mutual returns again, $9.10 is the win ticket return. The superfecta with journalistic, eternal ruler, and maintenance man rounding it out, $762.25. And we're now well in the midst of both the early pick 4 and pick 5 plays tonight. So for folks playing along this evening, the pools, I can tell you, are huge here on the Sunday night card, and some nice mutual returns so far. So lots of money to be made perhaps tonight for the handicappers out there. We'll take another commercial break. We'll be back with race number 5 of 11 when we return.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with HPIBet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming, and your first bet is on us. Go to HPIBet.com to join for free today.
Gotta hit the beat. Gotta hit the beat. Gotta hit the
Download Dark Horse Bets today.
I gotta hit the beat.
For over 25 years, Tara Hill Stud has worked with partners to help produce champion stallions. We are proud to have bred great racehorses like Fade Out, Shower Play, Precious Delight, and There's a Demon in Me. Our stallions, past and present, have had tremendous success while making a huge impact on racing across North America. Mr. Levesque, Mach 3, Cadabra, Muscle Mass, and Precious Bunny, to name a few. Our stallions' progeny have won major events, including the Hambletonian. Tara Hill Stud are currently standing 9 of the industry's top stallions. Alarm Detector, Control the Moment, Danson Lou, Flanagan Memory, Green Manalishi, He's Watching, Muscle Mass, Resolve, and Sports Writer. Our facility is modern, our staff knowledgeable. Consider Tara Hill Stud when choosing a home for your stallion. Tara Hill Stud, where champions stand and champion yearlings are raised. Log on to TaraHills.com.
Welcome back, everyone, here on COSA-TV as we continue on with the Holiday Drivers Challenge. And a great part of this initiative is the fundraising aspect. And leading the charge this year has been Kelly McNiven, who has been a driving force in helping raise funds and, of course, Toys for Tots. And Kelly, thanks so much for joining me right now. And you're here because we are actually going to conduct a draw, and we are going to select our prize winner. Can you explain a little bit about what went into getting a ballot in this draw and what we're drawing for?
Yeah, so we kind of gathered a bunch of toys, and every donation received a ballot for a keg gift card donated by Twin Brook Farms. So thank you everybody for their donations. Yeah, I'm excited to see who wins.
Okay, well, we'll get to the draw in just a second, and I told you I wasn't going to put you on the spot, but I'm going to just a little bit here. I just want to talk a bit about kind of what went into bringing this all together. This is the second year of the Holiday Drivers Challenge to support Toys for Tots, and you really stepped up along with several others in making this happen.
Yeah, it was a great effort by so many. I want to thank my roommate and best friend, Monica Fritz, my mom. They both put up with my stress a lot. I want to thank Emma Costoferu and Joanne Colville. They really helped organize and gather a bunch of items. And then Scott the Answer Young, he helped with a lot of it too. So thanks to all of them for their efforts as
And
well.
of course, a big thank you to yourself. Great job done in pulling this all together, and it was really cool today to see the truck out there, toys still being dropped off. You said these toys may even go help kids as far as up in the Northwest Territories and the Yukon.
Yeah, it's great to see that we got so many things. We couldn't have done it without the support of so many in our industry and all the donations. It's been incredible.
Okay, so let's get down to business. Let's do the draw here now. You've got all the ballots in here. I'll shake it up. Kelly's asked me to do the draw. She doesn't want anyone to think that it was set up. But
I want everybody to win. It's not Oprah, so we can only have one winner. So I'll let you draw it.
Okay, and our winner is... And these are tiny ballots, but our winner is Greg McNair.
Awesome.
All right.
Congratulations to Greg McNair and Susie.
All right, so congratulations to them. They are the winner of a keg gift card. We will have another draw actually later on this evening as well. Can you explain that one?
Yeah, so with the ballot, like this ballot, we also asked people to select the driver they thought was going to win the charity challenge. So if their driver wins, they are then entered for a gift card for a $100 Ultimate Dining gift card donated by Mark Main Prize. So, yeah.
All right. Well, we'll look forward to seeing who comes out on top. Let's check out the leaderboard right now. And Kelly, thanks so much again. We really appreciate your efforts. Great job done by you and everybody that's helped contribute to this year's Holiday Drivers Challenge.
Thanks again.
All right. Here is a look at the leaderboard. And right now, let's check out a feature on Austin Sorrie.
It's important to take part in the Toys for Tots to help out families that don't have a lot at Christmas and need a little extra help. The best Christmas movie would be Elf. I like watching it all the time. It'd have to be a new suit because they're so expensive. Trying to stay warm and healthy, not get sick all the time. Get cold pretty quick out there. So I'm mostly looking forward is competing on the track with James McDonald to try to take him down because he's the leading driver at WAG.
I tell you what,
All right, welcome back. Got to hear a little bit there from Austin Sorrie. Man, a few words talking about a new driver's suit because he says they're so expensive. But the way he's going here in recent weeks, I think he'll be able to afford a couple of new suits next season. Really great year for him, and he's hanging in there in the competition here tonight as well. Just coming up to about the midway point of the 11 race contest here this evening. Got to hear from Kelly McNiven there a few moments ago, and just wonderful to see some of the young people like Kelly and others, Emma Christopher, who we talked about, taking the lead on these things, really stepping up and helping out. And boy, they work and they hustle, and they've done some wonderful things this year, and some great donations are going to be had for Toys for Tots again.
Yeah, well, like she comes from a great family. There's no doubt about that. McNivens are far from scared of work, either one of them, and they've always been big supporters of this industry in any way whatsoever, so she learned her lessons well.
Absolutely, and Greg McNair gets the keg gift card. Greg and Susie, congratulations to them, and they've got another draw coming up a little bit later on as well. We heard from Austin Sorrie there. You know, I think he'll get a little bit better with the interviews over time because I think he'll be interviewed much more. Feels like he's maybe kind of had a little breakthrough at Woodbine Mohawk Park, Bill. You've been around a long time. You've seen some people, you know, they kind of can break in there immediately. Others maybe take us a time or two to break in. A guy that comes to mind for me is Mark McDonald. I don't think he stuck initially, went away for a while, came back from injury, and the rest is history with him. But what's it take to kind of break through on a big circuit like there or the Meadowlands?
Well, I think you got to persevere. If you go there, and you know, I went to Meadowlands. It took me two tries to, right, to go down there. And the first time I went back to Saratoga and regrouped and brought some few horses down and just had my fingers crossed that I'd do good. And you see that a lot. I mean, in Austin, he's doing it the right way. I mean, he's driving long shots for the most part. You just follow along. And I remember my uncle told me when I went to Meadowlands the first time, he was working for me. And the first night we were there, and he goes, "What do you think?" I go, "Well, it's pretty intimidating." He said, "Listen, you're not going to push anybody around here like Saratoga. This ain't Saratoga." He said, "Here's what to do. Pick one guy to follow, and you'll learn off of that guy." Just then Greg Wright walked by, and he said, "That's the guy." And that was very, very, very good advice. I mean, Greg Wright was a top guy.
Greg Wright was a really, like, I know he was a fantastic horseman, but as a driver, he was just
absolutely
really, so he could have easily made a living as a catch driver.
Yeah, but he had no interest in that.
No.
Like, even, I remember one time he was driving Secret Service, and he just said, "You want to go to Saratoga for the weekend? You know, see some old friends or something?" I said, "Yeah." "Well, I only had 3 or 4 horses in the Meadowlands." He goes, "Go and race that horse up there, will you?" So that's how I got to drive Secret Service.
Really?
I said, "Why don't you go?" He said, "I used to do that for Russ." He said, "I hate going away to race one horse." But that was him, right? And he had a big stable and worked hard at it. But as far as the driver, he could make a horse go and sit on the outside and great horseman.
Wow.
Very, very good.
His son's had a big year this year.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah. He won the Futurity. He won the Breeders' Crown, right? So good for them.
Randy, I remember watching the Mohawk simulcast back, kind of early days for simulcasting, back in the Maritimes at least, and at that time you were doing a lot of TV. You weren't, you know, driving regularly, and then I think it was within a year, you were, you know, all of a sudden just had sort of shot to the top of the standings there. How did that all kind of come about, if you can recall, you know, when things really took off for you back at that time?
Well, the big thing was showing up at Fred Hoffman's barn. You know, I mean, he's the one that really got me going that way. He gave me something that I never really had at that point in my life, and that was confidence. He would never come down hard on me when I drive a horse bad, but he'd always praise me if the horses race good. Sometimes, you know, it wasn't even a case that it was me, but he really supremely helped. But I think the biggest turning point of everything, though, was when Stu Ferlot started listing me on horses. Just seemed like a lot of people looked at me differently as a driver once Stu started listing me on horses. But I was actually going to, when you were asking earlier about Scotty Ray, about how he's gotten a little bit better, you know, and it can basically take a moment or just something happening that can get you into that big stable. And then when that big stable comes along that's powerful, a lot of things can happen. So I was actually going to ask Billy that same question. Was there a big stable that helped you? Like, not your own, I mean a stable just where you went into as a catch driving situation that won you a lot of races and got you noticed?
Back in, Silverman, Jerry Silverman.
Silverman, yeah.
When he came from California. He only had 3 horses, Jerry, when he came to California, and I sold one on him. He sent the computer in Camp David out with another horse that he owned himself, and I got him sold to Bobby Benkow. But then he went to Florida, and the next year he come back with 40 or 50, and I was his main guy, you know, and it really took off for me then. Yeah.
Got you noticed.
Yep.
Yeah.
I got, you know, I was lucky. When I went to Meadowlands, to move to the Meadowlands, just before, say sometime, might have been early January, that I won 7 races on a card at Saratoga, 7 out of the 8, I think it was. So, and it was a big spiel, like for, you know, on the magazine, like Hoofbeats and stuff, and I think that people didn't know who I was until they saw that, right?
Right.
So then all of a sudden, I remember a guy used me when I first started driving at Rosecroft, and some of the guys that got the license the same time as me. He just happened to be there from New York, and his guy got hurt, and he asked me if I wanted to drive some horses, and I go, well, I don't do it for like 4 or 5 races, but I didn't tell him that. So,
Yeah.
so my friends are going, how come you're getting so many drives? I said, that guy thinks I'm a driver. But it just takes in one good horse. You got to have a good horse. I had Traveling Boy, they mentioned before. Traveling Boy was a horse when I went to work for Gray's after I worked for Jim Doherty. And Jim was like that with me too, as far as confidence. Like he would go, don't be so down on yourself.
Right.
You know?
Yes.
He would pick you up. And Jimmy Doherty was the most optimistic man that you ever want to be around. And so anyway, that really helped. The Traveling Boy he had been a good horse, had missed a lot of time, and I got him to train, and he was a free-for-aller and Horse of the Year twice in New England, and he won what they call the New England Pacing Derby 2 years in a row, just stuff like that. He taught me a lot more than I ever taught him. He was just a good horse.
Right.
Yeah.
Just one quick one there. Just in your career, a lot of times your name's going to be mentioned with Annihilator, right? Everybody's going to say that's the best horse that probably Billy ever drove, or maybe even you might even say sometimes that that's the greatest horse you ever drove. Would he be the greatest horse you ever drove, or would Genghis Khan be the greatest horse you ever drove?
Different types. One was a 2- and 3-year-old, and Genghis was an A's horse.
Right.
But his year, the last year he raced, he was pretty tough. I mean, he won 15 out of 18 or something at the Meadowlands. That's a tough thing to do. Stable there, had a great trainer, great caretaker, Teddy Van Leer. He looked after him and took a lot of grief off him. He was kind of tough to be around.
Right.
And Eddie trained him, and they did a great job. The whole family. I mean, he was a family horse. They raised him, and he was a great horse. He gave me a lot of confidence driving horse.
All right, let's go up to Sugar to Oil for the call of race 5.
There, rough. Austin Sorrie was trying to time it here with Crystal Dragon. Crystal Dragon, though, on impulse, out nicely for Amac, and down along the inside, See the Delight, and the answer has come on through. See the Delight. On impulse, up and after this one, plugged in from the back tier spot. If you knew Susie, there was a 2-hole, but it's not there anymore. On impulse, no room at the inn thus far. It's See the Delight in control here at 7-1. The parking ticket has been issued. On impulse gets the worst of it. Plugged in there in third. If you knew Susie, fourth best away was the early lever. Crystal Dragon gapped off in fifth. Stevie Sealster is not keeping up. That's got Rose Run Vigilant peeking to the outside in sixth. Following up on that in seventh is a Rear View and a gapped off trailer here as they come down in front of us. Get It Done, Donna. The battle continues up front. See the Delight against On Impulse with a lap to go. Half clocked up in 58 seconds flat. Now that is quick for this group. See the Delight continues to go forward. On Impulse living on the outside in second, right up there with them in third. If you knew Susie, out there in fourth now, 60-1 long shot. Crystal Dragon for Sorrie, a buried fifth. Rear View, Colin Kelly has an absolute ton of horse. Nowhere to go, though. Setting it up third over, Stevie Sealster way out there. Rose Run Vigilant. The trailer continues to be Get It Done, Donna. 4 wide, circling up move by Stevie Sealster. She just went from fourth to first, just like that. 3/4 up in 1:28.4. Coming best of all, though, maybe. Here's Rear View. She found some room late, and she is charging with an 8 left to go. Stevie Sealster and a Rear View, the two favorites, ding-donging it for the lead. Who's got it? Who's going to win it? Stevie Sealster, Rear View. Colin Kelly up in time. Stevie Sealster, James McDonald second, in for third. If you knew Susie and Scott Ray, it's See the Delight for Scott Young, hanging around for fourth, 159-2.
$159-2, big sweeping move. The fractions were hot in this one, locked in an early battle. See the Delight. Scott Young issues the parking ticket to On Impulse and Anthony McDonald. So you knew that the closers would get activated in the late stages. And Colin Kelly, Johnny on the spot, as he's been already tonight, getting it done here. Stevie Sealster made the big move. That's the one you liked, Randy. Good effort, but maybe that 4 wide move at 3/4 just took that little bit out of him in the late going.
Yeah, it seemed like he made his move, and then Colin made his move a couple of steps behind, and those couple of steps is what was able to do it right. You know, there's so many times in my own self there that, you know, you got to make your move, but you really don't want to, because you know the horse doesn't really want you to either. But you know, you got to give him a chance. You got to get going when you can get going sometimes. So
I was surprised that Scott didn't have a give and go there.
well, I
That
was
he-
thinking
that
there
he
might
would
be a
let
bit of give and go
Stevie's-
too.
Yeah, let Anthony go and come back to the front.
And
you
interesting,
see that a lot.
Scott Ray from the second tier with If You Knew Susie, it almost looked like a two-hole was going to open up, but you know, he closed up that spot, and then that's what kept the 3 park. So that little bit of a tactic early on. And would you say you see that more in these competitions where, you know, the competition's hot and heavy, where on a normal night, you know, they maybe let the guy in and then hope to follow him or whatever. But tonight they're, you know, they're not giving an inch, as they say.
There's no next week tonight. This is it.
Yeah, I think the friendships have disappeared for tonight. You know, it really is.
Yeah.
It is the Christmas time, but I'm not really feeling the Christmas spirit out
The
there.
old,
I think it's all, every guy for himself.
The old sympathy tucks through
Yeah,
them
the
tonight.
sympathy tucks.
No, there's no sympathy tucks. You know, if you're going to move, I mean, you know, you always let a guy in if he had some force. But you know what? If you got a long shot and you're following one of the better ones, leave him out there. Make him do some work.
Yeah,
That's all.
yeah.
So the favorites do prevail when the dust settles from an action-packed 5th race this evening. Rear View was sent off as the even money choice. Stevie Sealster, If You Knew Susie, See the Delight. Rose Run Vigilant round out the High Five. And $1 High Five at just under $250 for that wager. We're getting set to move into the back half of the Sunday night program. We'll have more coming up from the Raceway in moments.
And we're getting into real.
I gotta hit the beat. I gotta hit the beat. Gotta hit the
Download Dark Horse Bets today.
beat. I gotta hit the beat.
And welcome back. Getting a look inside our Paddock location here tonight at the Raceway. Good up-close look at the competitors, all decked out and ready to go as we get set now for race number 6. So moving into the back half, and this is really where the rubber's going to meet the road from here on in. Bill, Colin Kelly, though, has got himself in a really good spot through the first 5. And I think the competition will just get more and more intense as we go further along.
I think they'll be pointing at Colin Kelly now. I mean, he's ahead, so they'll all be trying to keep him at bay and try to do some good themselves. So it gets interesting, these competitions, when you get down to the last 3-4 races, right? That you know, the guys that don't have any points are desperate for points, and the guys that have them are looking to open up even more so, right? So,
Yeah.
It's fun. It's fun.
The Paddock, I love the shots from in there. That's where all the action really happens on race night. It's a beehive of activity and kind of its own little community in there for sure. So let's give a shout out to all the caretakers who do such a wonderful job and maybe don't get the praise that they do or should as each year goes by. All right, we got a special guest, gentleman that's all smiles right now after finding the winner's circle tonight. Scott Ray standing by with Mark.
Thank you very much, Greg. Yes, I am joined now by Scott Ray. We did see him in the winner's circle a couple races ago, and you just got a third there, Scott. Let's just go back to that last race. The guys were talking a bit about it. This isn't your everyday racing. It is nonstop action from start to finish, and from the second tier, you got a third.
Well, that was a fun first turn. I thought Anthony might kind of erase me there, but he was thinking of it. But I knew I didn't want to. Whatever. It worked out all right, I guess.
It's all right, yeah, exactly.
Everyone had some fun with it, at least.
Okay, well, I think everyone's enjoying the action to this point, and getting on the board with that victory 2 races ago, that had to feel good. Probably took kind of a little weight off your shoulders.
Yeah, that was really good. I was kind of thinking I'd do good in the first race, and the horse made a break, which kind of was disappointing. But that was a lot of fun to win that race, and just the whole night so far has been a lot of fun. So.
Yeah, you took part last year, so back again this year. Was there anything you took out of last year, at least on the racing side of things? We can get into all the extras that goes along with a night like tonight and everything that goes into it from a charity aspect, but from the racing, was there anything you took from being in the challenge last year to this year?
Yeah, it was just kind of not to put too much emphasis on it, just kind of let whatever happens happen. And, just last year I was kind of maybe trying a little too hard maybe, and whatever. Hopefully this year goes a bit better. Last year the weather was awful.
Yes, it was.
Today I was watching the weather all day, and I was thinking, what would be much more nicer night. So I'm glad it is.
It is, and you know what? Last year we didn't have fans here, and we do this year.
Yeah,
What's it been like this season at the Raceway for you? And not just racking up victories and everything that goes with that on a day-to-day basis, but again, having people back at the track and continuing to promote racing here in London.
Yeah, well, it's I had a lot of people asking about tables and stuff tonight and wanting to come out, and it's just, the excitement's back, and a lot of people, they're looking for things to do right now. So hopefully the Western Fair can give them some entertainment and give them somewhere to go where they can have some fun and hopefully make some money sometime.
Exactly. And I think a lot of people here tonight, it looks like the dining room's packed. People are having a great time.
Yeah.
Now, I want to ask you about a little segment that they have over at Woodbine Mohawk Park, Mic'd Up. You took part. Everyone knows you got that personality.
Yeah.
How did you enjoy doing that?
That was a lot of fun. I kind of went into it, and I said to the guy, what are you looking for? And he said, just say whatever's on your mind. And Donnie Rankin said to me after, he said, did you tell the guy they only have 5 minutes worth of tape? And I said, I don't talk that much, Donnie, but it was fun, and I seen James and the other guys do it, and it was just a lot of fun to take part of, so it was good.
I would say that you're probably quick-witted. You're pretty good with the banter, so on a night like tonight, is there a little bit of trash talking going on?
Yeah, that first turn we were doing some trash talking. James said he got both McDonald's in one little 16th of a mile, so that was fun. And like I said earlier, these guys here, they're all kind of friends to me, and it's fun, so we're having a good time.
Yeah, we certainly are. Well, we'll wish you the best of luck as the evening rolls on, and thanks so much for stopping
and
by.
I just want to say hi to my mom, dad, Megan, Riley, and Randall and Billy over there, and hope they're doing good too.
There you go. That's fantastic. All right, we're going to check out the leaderboard here. Scott's got to get ready to race in the upcoming 6th race. Here is a look at the leaderboard, and you see Scott Ray right there sitting in 3rd. He has 33 points, but leading the way is Colin Kelly with 50 points, James McDonald in 2nd. Then you see Scott Ray, Anthony McDonald, and Tyler Borth rounding out the top 5, but we still got a long ways to go. And as we just got an opportunity to chat with Scott Ray a little earlier on, we caught up with him, and we got to pick his brain on the holiday season.
Yeah, this is the second year I've competed in the challenge, and it means a lot to me because Toys for Tots is a local charity, and it has to do with Western Fair, which is a home track for me, and it just means a lot to help people at Christmas and give them something to bring them excitement through the holiday season. Well, one of my ideas for a perfect Christmas dinner is, being at home with your family and getting to enjoy the people's company and maybe having a couple of drinks. But my mom does a real nice job with turkey, stuffing, vegetables, and for some reason my favorite was always cranberries. So she always gets the extra cranberries for me. Christmas movies, I remember when I was a kid, I seen Home Alone in the movie theater, and we come back to school the next week, and we were all saying how great it was, and they seem to play that whenever I sit down and watch a movie during the holidays. So I'll try to catch most of it.
All right, look inside our Paddock location once again. Heard from Scott Ray there. His favorite Christmas movie, Home Alone. A lot of people probably have that one on their list. You know, funny, I used to think a young Scott Zeron was a dead ringer for a young Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, good to see Scotty hitting the win column tonight. Had a question from Chantel Mitchell wondering about driving challenges at Mohawk. And a good point, actually. It's probably been a long time since they've had one on the circuit. I'm assuming likely to do with the fact that, you know, you've got most of the top drivers in the country there night in and night out. But yeah, it would be neat to see maybe something done, you know, somewhere along the line, maybe a North American challenge or something like that. You guys would probably both remember well something that was happening, I know, back when I was working at Freehold Raceway in New Jersey called the Challenge of Champions. We had it on Martin Luther King Day annually, and that was a lot of fun. I think it was the format was the 8 top dash winners or 9 top dash winners from North America the previous year. So yeah, they really had a good mix. And that was the first time I really took notice of a guy named Dave Miller. He came in and won it one year. He won 4 out of the 8 and just seemed to have that meteoric rise after that. But yeah, driver challenges, they're always fun. I mean, the level of competition, Bill, would you say just it gets ramped up from the regular night to night?
Oh yeah, for sure. And it's like, you know, this one here's a local guys, and it's for, you know, a good cause too. But if you had one sometime in the fall, September, October, at Mohawk, and had whatever you want to pick the top 10 drivers in North America, you got to make it worth their while. You know, you just can't. We used to go all over the place, and they would send planes for us or whatever. And for a trophy, I think they're a little more incentive now. The guys are giving up big nights. You know, they race for such big money now, right? And especially, you know, in the fall, year-round, basically, between the Meadowlands and Yonkers and Harris and places like that. But anyway, it'd be something. The only complaints that we would get, like when I did it, we raced the horses too tough, right? People would complain about that. But to make the purse a little bit bigger, make it worthwhile, because they have to get a week off, right? So
I always thought it'd be interesting too to take what people consider to be like in my generation or whatever. Okay, the 2 greatest mile track drivers is John and Billy, and to take those and make a competition where it's John and Billy, and bring in the top guys from the half-mile track, bring in the top guys from the 5/8 mile track, make them race against one another at the Meadowlands, then take the competition to a half-mile track, then take the competition to a 5/8 mile, and just to see, you know what I mean, like where those people kind of like fit in there, you know what I mean? Like obviously you cut your teeth on half-mile tracks. You're quite adept at a half-mile track racing, you know? But it had to be a huge adjustment for you, like going from Saratoga to the Meadowlands.
Big time.
It had to be huge.
I remember the first horse I raced there was a horse called Remco, the horse that I had with Albert Hardy, and we brought him down. There's 15 claimer, and I followed and followed and followed and followed, and finally moved him over, and he won. So we pulled up, and Cat Manager said, that got to be a pretty good horse. I go, not really, why? He said, he drugged me the last 50 feet like we were arch and arch. My arch was behind his. I said, Cat, to be honest with you, my mouth's so dry, I couldn't even spit right now. I was so nervous, he laughed.
And you talk about drivers' challenges, and we mentioned it there where you said if there's a knock or, you know, reason that people wouldn't support doing it regularly is because the racing is so contentious. From a fan standpoint, it's fantastic, right? And that is the catch-22. But you know, they're flesh and blood animals, and you know, they've got kind of a finite number of races in them each and every year. So that's sort of the balancing act. But boy, it's a lot of fun. It's just a totally different dynamic to a race program. I'd use maybe a golf analogy. You know, your typical golf tournament versus you know, a skins format or something like the Ryder Cup, right? Totally different feel, totally different complexion.
Yeah. And again, I go back to the racetrack simply because even if you take something like NASCAR, there's been guys like, say, a Dale Earnhardt Sr. that was such a dominant driver on a big track.
Yeah.
And even though he was a very rough driver, it didn't seem like he was maybe that guy for the short track races. But there was guys that were so good on short track that wasn't maybe quite as good on the big tracks, you know?
Yeah.
And I always kind of wondered that, you know, if you took, you know, all the very best drivers of, say, that generation, say where it was still, you know, Hervé and Carmine and John and Billy, and then bring in, you know, some great 5/8 mile track thing, and follow that circuit and just see where it all plays out at the end of it. I think that'd be very interesting, because I have always found, in my own opinion, that the bigger the track, the less mistakes you could make. Would you go by that?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. It just seems like if you make that mistake on a big track, there's 4 of them that are going to eat you up.
Yeah, the best horse will win on a big track most
Right,
time.
right. And post positions aren't as quite as prevalent.
No.
Yeah.
On that note, Bill, when you watch the Meadowlands now, would you agree it's not the same Meadowlands that you drove at? There's just not the movement. There's not the Meadowlands shuffle. You know, speed rules the day now at the Meadowlands. Maybe not like you would see at a half mile, but speed really holds up there.
Yeah, same. Most tracks speed now anyway. But the Meadowlands always was the slowest quarter was the first one. And everybody would kind of jockey for position, and you always tried to, you know, if you had a horse that was a contender, just kind of work it out. So maybe you're the last one to the front at the 5/8 pole. Then you hadn't heard them, and then you got a good fresh horse because nobody's coming hard at you. Then now the guy that's coming usually creeping up, so you get a little rest, and so do they. And big thing on a mile track back when I raced a lot was, and a lot of guys didn't adapt to it. Keep them relaxed.
Right.
And don't get them up on the bit until you get ready to move them. If you started them up at the 5/8 pole and got them up on the bit, they were done by the 8th pole. They just, I don't know what it did to them.
Stretch was too long.
I don't know if you just took a little air away from them, I don't know. But no, it was a lot different then, but now it's a speed game. And now, last night, like at the Mellons, we had a horse that I owned a piece of race down there, and he came from back last and was second. So that's a pretty good testimonial that all of them were just kind of staggering a little bit. So maybe it's getting a little different now. Who knows? But it was a high price claimer. But
was that the deepest drivers colony that you've ever competed against? Seen?
I think New York too.
Well, New York, yeah, in the 60s, 70s and stuff like that.
Even
But
the
I'm
early
saying
80s.
in your time.
Well, oh yeah.
Because at one time it just seemed like every great driver was at the Big M.
They went. They either were there or tried it.
Yeah, exactly.
Time, right?
Yeah.
And that was, you know, there was so much money, and you know, compared to the other tracks, and yeah, oh for sure, without a doubt. I mean, there was. I mean, you could name 20
Yes.
20 guys.
Yeah.
You go, you know, who would you put down? There's 20 guys there. Anyone,
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I always found that amazing about that place. It just seems like everywhere, when I was, you know, a couple of times that I got to go down there when I was, you know, 16 years old or 17 years old or something, just everywhere your eyes went, there was another great one.
Yeah.
You know, and even the guy that you wouldn't always, you heard a lot about, but you didn't see much, like say a guy like Jimmy Doherty, where I was in Ontario, I didn't see much of him. Like, sure, I heard about him, I'd watch him on TV and that, but didn't really get to see much of him. But then when you got down there, and I always found that Jimmy had sort of a presence about him. Like he was one of those kinds of guys that everybody seemed to like.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they wanted to talk to him, they wanted to be around him, they, you know what I mean, that kind of stuff.
Positive guy. But he, you know, the guys there now, even now, there's a lot of great drivers.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I mean, it's always been an attraction there, and you know, and the purses are good now this year, really good, and it's good racing again, and and the trainers there too. The trainers there, they're not a run-of-the-mill bunch of trainers. I mean, they're really on top of things all the time. And,
yeah, a strong Meadowlands is great for the industry, and that's for sure. And I would agree. It's nice to see you're starting to see Yannick Gingras and Tetrick and those guys back there more regularly again. So it really feels, like the Meadowlands that we all know and love. Guys, we've got a little over a minute to go here. We haven't had a chance to do this that much with you this evening, but let's do some handicapping here because you guys have been picking some winners.
Well, here we go. I'm going to, I don't know how often the second tier wins here, but I'm going to stick with Tyler Borth here on Kiss It Better.
Oh, I think you're on the wrong race.
Oh, am I? Sorry.
Wrong
seventh race?
How the hell did you find your way to the winner's circle all those times anyway?
They used to flag me down on the way by.
Yeah.
If you stick with the 8, you've got James and Red, White, and Boots. Randy, who do you like?
You know something? I went for value here, and I went with the 3-horse, Hokey Dokey. I just think that there's a chance that we can
well, he's
hook a little
scratched.
bit. Well, then we're not doing the Hokey Dokey. Then I'm going to go with my second pick, which is again Anthony, and I'm going to go with Sobble Play.
We've been talking so much. We've been missing the scratches and having our program on the right page.
I think Anthony, I've done that before. School. It was so poor I couldn't pay attention. I'm going to agree with Randy. I peeked over his shoulder too, I think. But Sobble Play, Lindsay Kerr, I think she's the leading trainer here, right?
One of the top, looks solid. 4 to 5 on the board. Anthony McDonald, the rail post to work with.
Yeah.
Once again, Sugar Doyle with the call.
8th of a mile.
Race 6.
Race 6, Pacers, pick up speed. Here they come. There, Rafta Shiki, as expected, with early speed along the inside. Sobble Play to go with, and up from the trailing spot, Red, White, and Boots. Those 3 sitting 1, 2, 3 through the opening turn. Sobble Play up and on top. Finding a 2-hole ride, Shiki traveling into 3rd. A Red, White, and Boots, a gapped off 4th for Catch My Contrail. 5th best away, we've got Southwind Massimo. That came ahead of Einhorn. Trailing the field, the Grey Windsong Leopold. Comfortable up front here. Sobble Play, deceptively quick. Opening quarter mile of 28 seconds flat. Sobble Play closing up here at even money. The second choice in control. Dashiki actually took late action to close up as the 3 to 5 choice. Red, White, and Boots at double digits. Travels with the front 2 in 3rd. A midfield 4 still for Catch My Contrail. 5th best, Southwind Massimo. The backmarkers continue to be Einhorn and Windsong Leopold, who went out. 58-1 at the half, and it's still Sobble Play in command, though thinking about it second. Dashiki and Kelly appears to be live in the pocket. Red, White, and Boots continues to go along with them in 3rd, holding down 4th. Catch My Contrail. Down the backside they travel, 2nd and final time. Sobble Play still the one. Dashiki has been tracking all the way. Dashiki now with his best go of it after 3 quarters, 1:27-1. Sobble Play and Dashiki. Red, White, and Boots is traveling in 3rd. On the outside of the 4th, Catch My Contrail. 5th and with them, Southwind Massimo. It's an 8th left to go, and Sobble Play is still the one. Dashiki trying to take that hard away. Red, White, and Boots still 3rd. 4th and outside for Catch My Contrail. Sobble Play almost there. Sobble Play or Dashiki. They're on the line together. Only a picture decides race number 6. Catch My Contrail was on for 3rd, close for 4th, close for the win. Mac or Kelly?
150.
7 and 4.
157-4, another big mile. Sobble Play was pushed to the limit by Dashiki. It appeared that he hung on. We'll get a look at the slow-mo shot here. Sobble Play and Anthony let him roll through pretty solid fractions of 58 1/2. Put up the 3rd quarter in 29 seconds with long shot Dashiki on his back, and Dashiki
there we go.
really threatened late. Looks like he fell just a nostril short on that slow motion angle, but we will get the official result here in a moment. That would be a big win for Anthony at this juncture to get himself kind of into the hunt here, if indeed he was able to hold on. And for Colin Kelly, another good result. So safe to say Colin is maximizing his results tonight.
What's he doing?
There he is, finishing 2nd.
TV, right?
at
Cancer, you gotta leave him
long
early.
odds in that race as well with Dashiki. 57
Pure
and
meatballs.
4. We've got folks tuning in
We should
tonight
say something
from
about the
all
Greek. Somehow
over
get him to lead.
North
Yeah,
America
the
and
Greek.
worldwide, for that example. Yeah, my apologies. Dashiki, in fact, was sent off as the betting choice late in the wagering. So the two favorites, 1-2, but Sauble Play able to hold on narrowly for the 57 and 4 victory. The stable.ca cheering on Anthony tonight. They're making a big donation of $2,000 to the Toys for Tots campaign here this evening. Lindsay Kerr is also donating her training fees tonight. So it's going to be another nice donation there. 5% of the $4,600 purse. So that donation just keeps on growing. Thank you very much to everybody for tuning in this evening. And we've got Chris Christophero, I believe, chimed in with some kind words for Randy and Bill.
Yeah,
Kind
imagine
words
they're
of
real
support.
kind.
Frank O'Reilly as well. Hello to Frank, watching in tonight. Sauble Play delivers as the even money favorite. Good battle, good stretch battle there with the two favorites late.
We
But
got-
Sauble Play gets it done.
We got Frank early. I'm glad.
Do you think he'll be able to stick it out for all 11?
No, he's worked too hard, Frank. He's got to wake Kim up in the morning to go to work.
All right,
For
well,
her to go to work.
hopefully he'll be able to stay with us. Hopefully you will as well. We're getting down to crunch time. Race 7 of 11 will be coming up after this break.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with HPIBet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming, and your first bet is on us. Go to HPIBet.com to join for free today.
Winback Farm is the #1 breeder for Ontario Sire Stakes. Don't miss Winback Farm's Ontario Yearlings at 2021 sales, including Ontario Select, Lexington, and Harrisburg, featuring first Ontario crop yearlings from My MVP, also yearlings from Archangel, Art Speak, Better Than Cheddar, Better's Delight, and Shadow Play. Don't miss your chance on a Winback Bred Ontario Gold winner. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
Reach the people you have to reach by advertising in Harness Racing Update, the sport's most comprehensive and timely news source. HRU provides the best bang for your advertising dollars because we reach and engage your potential customers anywhere in the world. Not only has HRU grown its subscriber base by nearly 30% in just 3 years, but our open and click rates far exceed industry averages, which tells us that readers are engaged with the digital publication and how they receive it. Plus, your ad support helps us keep HRU free to subscribers. Find out more today by visiting harnessracingupdate.com and clicking on the advertising link at the top of the page.
And welcome back to live coverage from the Raceway at Western Fair District in London, Ontario. This is the second edition of the Drivers' Charity Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. Here's a look at the current leaderboard, and Colin Kelly jumped out of the starting blocks early tonight with a victory, and he's been able to maintain that. A good runner-up finish there, and he's got a nice cushion over Anthony McDonald, who with that win moves himself up into second position. One better than brother James. The sibling rivalry is on tonight. Speaking of James, he's standing by with Mark McKelvey.
Thank you very much, Greg. Yes, joined now by James McDonald. And James, you're not a newcomer to Drivers' Challenges. I think you won a big one time, eh?
Yeah, I've been in a few. Yeah, I had some luck in some of them. So, yeah, it's not my first kick at the cat, but hopefully it'll be my first win in London. I don't have too many of them in here. I've had a lot of last place finishes.
Well, you're sitting third right now, so we've still got quite a few races to go. It's not too often that you're in a Drivers' Challenge where it's 11 races.
No, almost never. But it's good. It's a fun time. You know, this is these guys' home track, and you know they're putting on a show out there, and you know Colin's off to a good start, and a lot of people involved. It's a great bunch of drivers. I'm just trying to pick away and, you know, pick up a good chunk when I can, and I think third's a good spot to be right now.
You're definitely in striking range. There's no doubt about that. Let's talk a little bit about this incredible year that you've been having here in 2021. You're leading the nation in wins and earnings. Could you have predicted this going into the year? Obviously, it was kind of up and down at the start because of the COVID shutdowns, but once we got rolling, did you ever start out red hot and it's just carried through?
Yeah, no, I definitely couldn't have predicted it. I mean, it's always, I've said in a couple interviews, it's always a goal to like be, you know, leading driver or top driver or one of the top money earners. So, you know, for me, but realistically, it just wasn't there yet. Like, I'd come top 4, top 5. I think I was third once. But, I mean, I hadn't really even been in striking distance of topping the standings. And then, you know, it's been just as big a shock to me. You know, it's just every night it just seems I have good horse after good horse, and for good connections and good owners and good people. And, you know, that's the recipe for success. Any of these top drivers, you know, you give them the right horses, they're going to get the job done. And I'm just really fortunate this year. It's been my turn and got the good horses.
I know we've talked about this many times, the fact that just like in hockey, when things are going your way, they just continue to keep going your way. They can kind of snowball. But can you imagine just that you've been able to sustain this even now into the winter? You've still been on quite a roll.
No, I mean, I've said that to people. Driving horses is no different than, you know, playing right wing or whatever. You know, when they start going in for you or you start winning races, it just kind of snowballs. And but when you start losing races, it generally sticks around too. Like you can go a long time without winning a race. So I've always been a streaky driver, and this year I haven't had, knock on wood, I haven't had a bad streak yet. So I'm hopefully I can elude it for the rest of the month.
For sure, exactly. And then we're going to get to the end of the year, and then we'll be quickly turning the calendar to 2022, and everything starts over once again. Is there a horse coming up for next year that you're really looking forward to driving?
Oh, there's a lot of them, but I had such a good crop of 2-year-olds this year. That's been the key to my success. But probably if I had to pick one, Prohibition Legal. She was just she was a dream come true, just a Cadillac to drive and just an absolute machine on the track, you know. She only had defeat once, and it was probably her best race of the year. You know, she slugged it out with Nikki Hill the whole way, and you know, Nikki Hill's one of the favorites to be horse of the year. So there's no shame in that, and I think you know, maybe next year I get another crack at her. We'll end up on the other side.
Yeah, it could set up for some really great battles, especially in some of those Grand Circuit events at Woodbine Mohawk Park. I'm with you there. I think she's a slam dunk to win an O'Brien Award. We are in London. I think we should talk about a horse that's known in this area so much more. Got her 40th win the other night, and I know about a year ago we were talking a lot about her, and she's had another terrific campaign. I know the guys are trying to get you rattled, but for so much more, just talk about her continued success.
She's the most consistent horse I've ever driven, without a doubt. I don't think she's raced a bad race, and all the times I've driven her, I might have drove her bad or put her in a bad spot and not give her a chance to win or do her thing. But she brings her A game 150% every time she goes behind the gate. You can absolutely count on getting everything she's got, and you know, she's got a lot. So it's been a dream come true to drive her and be her regular pilot for the last few years. And you know, it's a tough bunch of aged mares. You know, this year I don't know if she'll win the O'Brien, but you know, I think she deserves everything she gets, because she is a real champion to drive.
She is a pleasure to watch. There's no doubt about that, and certainly a fan favorite here in Ontario. Finally, is there one moment from this season that you're going to look back on and remember at the top, or is there just a collection of victories? I know I was looking through the O'Brien Awards ballot, and they break down the victories based on stakes and certain purses, and your name was coming up an awful lot. It was a great year, but is there one race that stands out?
Probably, if I had to pick just one, probably the Maple Leaf Trot. You know, you don't get a crack at those real top signature races very often, and just to be in them, you know, is a real honor. And you know, the last few years I've been lucky enough to win a few of them, and you know, so I'm going to say that one. But I mean, like you said, you could pick a ton, or I would just take the whole year and just call it a win. So
It's been a big win. There's no doubt about that. Well, congratulations on a great season, and continued success into 2022, and good luck the rest of the way here tonight.
Thank you very much.
All right, there's James McDonald. And James, a little earlier on this week, caught up with our COSA-TV crew and talked a little bit about some of his holiday favorite moments.
Events like this, such as Toys for Tots, harness racing has been such a blessing for me, and you know, I've had a lot of luck with it, and it's just a really good chance for me to give back and the industry to give back to the sport we love and the kids that are really deserving this time of year. I think the best guy in this industry to play Santa Claus would probably be Jody, because he's just such a jolly guy normally, and I think you throw the red suit on him there, and I think he would just have a field day with it. So I'm going to say Jody. I would say if I have to think about the best Christmas present I ever got, I would say my brother Curtis and I were huge Ninja Turtle fans. So the one year we got the blimp, and it had the puncher things on it, and it was a pretty cool gift. So anything Ninja Turtles was a win, but that was probably the best one we ever got.
Yeah, they're closer.
All right, James McDonald having a huge year in the driver's seat. You learn a little bit of something every year at these things, and I did not know he and Curtis were into Ninja Turtles as kids.
Not surprised.
Who would have thought? Not surprising, I guess.
No.
They were pretty close. They were the younger siblings, right, of the McDonald clan?
Yeah, quite a assortment of brothers there.
If you were going to say, pick the most interesting family in racing,
yeah.
I mean, the Waples clan would be right up there as well. But the McDonald clan, yeah, absolutely.
Like there's such a vast personality
really
between them all,
really is.
Fred kind of spread himself out there, like they're really very unique individuals, and it seems like every one of them are super talented in some way or another, or multi-talented.
It's funny, James and Curtis were the two that I believe the story goes, they didn't really have the racing bug at a young age like the other brothers did from the time they could stand. I think they wanted to be at the barn and around the horses, but James even more so, I believe. He really got the bug late, but a good athlete, kind of a natural athlete. Picked it up quickly, and here he is, probably on the verge of winning a first O'Brien Award as Canada's Driver of the Year, and he'll, if he does so, will follow in the footsteps of his older brother Mark.
It's amazing how things can change, though, eh? It just seemed like I was in New Jersey when we shut down racing here earlier in the spring, and I was down there, and when he came down, he just got off to such a great start down there that you could see, the confidence building as he's racing down there, and then come up here, and I've just never seen him drive any better than he is right now, and he's certainly been a force for 3 or 4 years now, but nothing like this year. Like, it just seems like he's always in the right place at the right time, and he's just so confident right now.
All those boys, they're all great athletes, and whatever they did, like it didn't matter. Like Anthony, he loved baseball, and I think they all were big baseball players, and so was Fred. And Fred played, way up level in baseball. But Fred is a brother, Sorrie. He played for the Rangers and the Red Sox at the same time.
Wow, so it's a family of athletes.
Yeah,
Wow.
They're naturally. Even Anthony's little guy, Oliver.
Right.
They said he's a heck of a baseball player. Never played all summer. Came home, and his team in golf played the last game and won the championship for them. Yeah. He's only 8 years old or 9 years old.
A lot of people wouldn't know Curtis is a tremendous goaltender.
Oh,
yeah, he's a tremendous goal. One of the best in the Horsemen's League here in
That's
Ontario.
How he is,
One of the very best.
Yeah, that's
so,
right.
There you go, a family of athletes for sure.
They are.
So both McDonald's definitely in the hunt here as we start to get into the final stages of the Driver Challenge tonight. 11 races, still 5 to go. A lot can change. Colin Kelly came out with a victory in the opening leg, and he's been in the hunt, it seems, every race tonight. Local driver Scott Ray has a win under his belt. He's in the mix as well. He's got a rail start here with Right About Laura, who's coming off a qualifying race where she finished second, but over the course of the last couple of years. So I guess the good news is post one should have her in a pretty good spot here. Let's get you to handicap this one, guys, while we have a moment, and tell us where you're going to. We want to give you lots of time to make sure the program page is turned to the right race.
I already gave you I already gave you
double
my
check,
pick.
no scratches. No scratches
You already
here.
gave the pick, eh, Billy?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you had it in time.
I actually went. Did you go the 8-horse? Kiss It Better? Yeah, that's where I went to, and I actually went with the 1-horse that you were just talking about, Greg. Right about Laura. She shows speed here at different times, but she seems like she can never really quite last to the wire. But I noticed that this is the first week that she tries Lasix, so I'm hoping that maybe the Lasix will help her a little bit there, and then maybe she'll be able to last right to the wire. Always been a bigger fan of second start Lasix myself, but I see she's coming off of a qualifier, so this might be like a second start Lasix sort of a situation. So I'm going to go with the 8-1.
So that's what you call confidence. He picks 2 every race.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
exactly.
for sure. Are you going to give us the winner of the 7th race, or are you going to give us the winner from the 8th race that's in the 7th race?
I've already give you this one. So now if you want, I can move along to the 8th if you like.
What do you like so much? Why do you like the Kiss It Better?
And you didn't have to say that.
Other than the fact that your driver's driving it.
Well, no, he looks pretty good. I mean, he did a 7-claimer, and competitive, had the rail, follows along, and can't beat somebody. He finished 3rd, but not bad.
Do you remember racing against the sire of his dam, Albert?
Oh yeah.
Nice little horse.
Was he ever?
What? That was a Chris Boring.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Was he a handy horse or a big horse?
He was a typical Abercrombie horse, like just a nice horse. Yeah,
leave,
nice.
sit, and have a little bit at the end of it.
Like all of Chris's horses. Chris's horses were very, very well-mannered horses.
Right.
Good horsemen. Very good horsemen.
Abercrombie, since we're talking about him, just one of the all-time greats, obviously, and certainly in the stallion ranks. What was he like as an individual? I mean, when you watch old replays, he looked like kind of a small, little colt, but
built great.
Yeah.
Like Lofty Bruce used to say, he's got a nice little head. He said he's got little short ears and nice puppy dog eyes. That's what he used to say. But anyway, I only saw him ever race once. I was at Roosevelt, and Delinsco drove him it was an overnight race in an open pace, and he was handicapped the outside. And that horse, he was 7th at the 5/8 pole, and he moved him over. He went by that field of good horses, like Animal Bell probably was in there, and a bunch of Newt Bell and those horses. He went by them in 2 steps and just ran right out of the TV.
Would Glenn Garnsey be one of your picks as, say, being one of the best drivers that was a big man? Because he was a big man.
Mm-hmm. When he was young, Glenn was kind of tall and thin, right? And then he got a little heavier as he got older, but he was, he was no, he gave them a chance.
Right.
He knew they came ready, and they were his horses, and he knew what they could do.
Yeah.
And at the quarter pole, we used to call it Garnsey's corner. If he was 4th, 5th, 6th, it wouldn't matter. He was gone to the front, right? And he's like Benny Webster. When Benny would pull one at the half, Benny would be 1 or 2 things at the 5/8 pole, on front or on the run. He could have them going so fast, right? But Garnsey's horses, they knew that too. Like I raced lots of them at the quarter pole. You'd have to struggle to keep them in. They knew it's time to go, buddy.
Yeah, they're already moving themselves.
Yeah. But he ran a great operation, was a great guy.
Yeah,
great guy.
Sharp trainer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
Would you have ever anticipated when you watched Abercrombie race that he'd have the impact he did as a stallion?
I wouldn't have, only because of his breeding, right? I mean, they were a little bit on the sulky side, right? So who knows? Like Freddie looked after Silent Majority, and he was a good horse, but what a nasty little thing he was too, right? Abercrombie looked a lot like him, right?
Right.
But
would No Nukes be another one that would maybe be surprising when he went into the stud barn?
For me, what?
I'm only saying this because I know my father kind of brought that up too. There, that he was he never thought that he would do what he did like that way.
Never won a race over $100,000 race.
Yeah.
Never. Won all the eliminations. Like in Meadowlands Pace, I mean, he raced good enough to win, no doubt. To beat a nose.
Yeah.
But other than that, and Glenn always said that he'd be a sire. And he said that Abercrombie would be a sire.
Right.
And he said Balanced Image would be a sire.
He was right all 3 times.
Yeah. And he probably said it about a lot of others, but that's what I remember. Everybody said that. How would he know that? balanced image the first year he stood stud in New Jersey.
Oh.
And he stood at Lomont Farm, right? So anyway, they're coming along here, these balanced images, and are they crazy? I mean, they were touchy horses, right? But nobody knew it.
Yeah.
So when he came up here, Wellwood said, "What about this balanced image?" I said, "What other sires you got there?" He said, "The old horse,
Dream of Glory."
Dream of Glory.
Yeah.
So I said, "Are they hot?" He goes, "No, not really." I said, "Well, let them cut all the miles because these balanced images, once you show them speed, they don't know when to stop."
Yeah.
Yeah, I raced. John Monica had one, was a nice horse, meant to be a nice horse, and he put his nose through the gate, like, I mean, literally through the prongs of the gate, and broke all his sinuses and ruined them. But what a nice, good gate, like they all were.
Yeah.
But he was kind of trying to get out the gate at the Meadowlands, and I just took the whip and hit him on the ass to say, "Go." Wow, did he go? Wow. And they always did that. They like to get out the gates.
Yeah.
And that was the reputation with balanced images. You talk to a lot of people, especially in the breaking process. They could be a real handful, but when you got a good one, they did nothing.
One of the best ones I
money.
ever drove was a balanced image named Liberty Balance.
Oh, yeah.
He was a good horse,
sure.
Real good horse. But as he got older, he just got to the point where you just had no control over him anymore. And it wasn't like any issues or anything. He just seemed like as he got a little bit older, he just got a little madder. Yeah.
Your first Breeders' Crown win?
Yes. Yes, it was. Yeah.
Remember that?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Macho Man pose in the winner's circle?
Yeah, I remember that.
One of the iconic moments in Canadian racing. Randy Waples, Bill O'Donnell are here with us tonight, and we are just starting into the back half of tonight's Drivers' Challenge. Colin Kelly leads the way. Can he add to those totals next? We'll find out. Sugar Doyle,
Sabrina,
your
little
race call.
Annie Oakley farthest down. Kiss It Better trails out, top of the stretch. Picking up speed, here they come. They're rough. Little Annie Oakley chased up here in the early going, up between pacers Lily's Penelope, Smile, and Style. With a rail advantage now, she will deposit them in behind her. It's going to be Smile and Style. Trying to go down in London, second best for Lily's Penelope. Getting away in third. A nice tidy trip tonight at 40-1 for Little Annie Oakley. All alone in the fourth spot was Rosella. Gapped off and looking to be struggling there in fifth, right about Laura. Next in line, sixth, Hamac Sabrina, the back markers. In this one, that is Kiss It Better, and that came ahead of Mock Shark. 27-3 for this group. Wow. 3/8 completion, Smile and Style. Up front here for James McDonald, brother Anthony McDonald, a two-hole ride with Lily's Penelope. Traveling in third, Little Annie Oakley following up the speed in fourth, Rosella. A little closer now to fifth, Kiss It Better. Back to Hamac Sabrina, Mock Shark, and right about Laura. She is trailing the field. The half was timed up in 57-3. Smile and Style was all in early. She's maintaining a 3-length lead. On to take second, Rosella. In play now at a third, Kiss It Better. Little Annie Oakley challenging for fourth now against Lily's Penelope. Smile and Style, though, she's still maintaining a 2.5-length lead by 3/4. She got up there in 1:27.4. She'll try to see it through. Final turn here in London. Smile and Style for J-Mac. Second best, Rosella. Kiss It Better keeps on coming in third. Little Annie Oakley is fourth. Mock Shark is fifth. Into the stretch, Smile and Style. She's almost there. She's done all the work. She's trying to get paid. Kiss It Better coming to her now. Smile and Style. Kiss It Better with a push on the outside, though. Smile and Style. She hung on. McDonald on for the beans. The second best was Kiss It Better. Third going to Rosella, and maybe Little Annie Oakley for fourth. 1:59 flat, never better. Smile and Style.
Okay. Yep.
Well, he had
James McDonald coming back with another winner on the program. This time, Smile in Style, able to get her off on the right foot. As we were watching the race, Bill, both you and Randy were wondering, is the mare going to be able to sustain the fractions? But you like the body language that you saw of the horse, and driver James McDonald at 3/4. You said he was keeping her brave, and that was key.
And that's what James is able to do. you never see him hardly ever take his whip over his shoulder, although this one was getting pretty tired and you sense that, but he can keep them going a lot longer when he keeps a hold of them. And like I said, all these younger guys coming along before me, and even Randy, but we could, you know, hit a horse, hit the shaft and stuff, and that's the one thing that I do regret is using the whip too much. And now watching these guys, pretty nice product to watch, and they can drive with their hands.
When you say keeping the bit in the horse's mouth, what do you mean by that?
Just keeping hold of her, like, you know, just to, you know, once, if they got pace or trot and you ask them to go,
yeah,
they'll go. But
Right.
if they're done and you do that, it just
Yeah.
it seems like you lose them all together,
Right,
right? But
right.
you were good for that. I mean, you could
Yeah.
keep the bit in their mouth all the way to the wire. And,
Right.
But you know, some guys, like Buddy Gilmore, to me, you know, and I raced against a lot of great guys. He was the most unorthodox driver that I ever drove against.
What do you mean?
He'd have them on a loose line all the time.
Oh, really?
Like they'd be flopping the lines, and they would go, and they would go, and they would go. And he was never one for pulling on them, or
really.
And he'd always have something on him to hold them, and
Right.
didn't want them pulling. And he drive with 2 fingers and a hand hold and stuff.
Right,
And
right.
He was
Very light-handed then. Yeah.
I said to Louis Martinez one time, I said, you know that Gilmore, he's half horse. He goes, no, he's not. It's all horse. And he was 100% right.
Yeah.
Smile in style. So there will be some smiles for anyone that backed this one. You got a generous win ticket return there. James McDonald guiding her to the victory, and she pays $13.60 on the nose. The exactor pays $18.80, a $1 try, a little over $30, and the dollar superfecta just shy of the $300 mark.
Somebody liked that exacta.
Yeah, $13.60 winner with Kiss It Better. Bill O'Donnell's choice, we should mention, finishing second in there. And really good effort. Nice steer as well from Tyler Borth as well. So let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be coming up to race number 8, start of the late pick 4, the final 4 races of tonight's drivers' competition.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with HPIBet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming, and your first bet is on us. Go to HPIBet.com to join for free today.
By now, you know the name COSA-TV, an industry leader producing unique, high-quality digital content promoting harness racing in Ontario. Features, virtual programming, live events, and more. COSA-TV has it covered. Follow our social media channels and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube page to view the latest content. And if you're looking to bet your favorite Ontario track, check out HPIBet.com. COSA-TV, taking Ontario racing global.
Winback Farm is the #1 breeder for Ontario sire stakes. Don't miss Winback Farm's Ontario yearlings at 2021 sales, including Ontario Select, Lexington, and Harrisburg, featuring first Ontario crop yearlings from My MVP, also yearlings from Archangel, Artspeak, Better Than Cheddar, Better's Delight, and Shadow Play. Don't miss your chance on a Winback Bred Ontario Gold winner. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
I gotta hit the beat. I gotta hit the beat. I gotta hit the
Download Dark Horse Bets today.
beat. I gotta hit the beat.
And welcome back. You're watching live coverage of tonight's Holiday Driver Challenge from the Raceway. Greg Blanchard joined by Randy Waples and Bill O'Donnell. And it's been a very interesting competition so far. The leaderboard's going to change again. We'll have an update in that for you coming up in just a few moments. But right now, we're going to go back over trackside. Our Mark McKelvey standing by with a special guest.
Down over in the paddock, and now pleased to be joined by Natasha Day, who's taking part in tonight's Holiday Drivers Challenge. And Natasha, first of all, let's just jump right into things. You're looking to get things sort of turned around here. We were just going through the rest of your drives for the remainder of the night, but you got one of your own coming up in the next race, which is kind of unique considering a lot of the times in Drivers Challenge you're driving horses you're not familiar with.
Yeah, I know this mare pretty well, seeing as I own part of her. So, and I drove her before we claimed her. So, yeah, she should be okay. The only question will be that, she's basically 3 weeks since starting. She had a little mishap last week at Flamborough, the week before at Flamborough. So, yeah, it'll more just be tighten her.
Well, we'll hopefully see her put in a big effort. And, of course, coming up later on, we noticed in the last race you got the rail Spider-Man Hanover. So that one looks like he's got a really good shot.
He's got a good shot as long as I can get him away from the gate. Or get him to the gate. I think that seems to be the problem. So, yeah, fingers crossed on that one. But, yeah, hopefully it can turn the night around.
Well, it's certainly a long night. There's still plenty of time, 4 races to go in the challenge. But let's talk a little bit about taking part in tonight's challenge. When did you get the call? And, of course, you had a big win earlier this season in the first Ontario Women's Driving Championship. So we can kind of make this a bit of a two-parter. When did you find you're going to take part in this? And what's it been like since winning that driving championship?
So it was probably about maybe 3 weeks ago that they asked me if I wanted to take part in this challenge. And absolutely. Every time I'm up for a challenge. So, yeah, and I love the fact that we do it for charity.
Yeah.
So, and since I won the Lady Drivers Championship, I had so many people congratulate me on it. People like my peers who I never would have thought would have taken notice of it, but they really stepped up and, said, you girls all drove really good, put on a great display, and really looking forward to next year's one.
Yeah, and by the sounds of things, that's only going to continue to grow and to evolve over time. I had the pleasure to call the races in the first leg of that championship up at Hanover, and I think it's safe to say this is going to open the door for many other females to consider pursuing a career in driving.
Yeah, there's actually a lot more females now that are coming forward and wanting to take part in it. So the selection process for it is probably going to end up being trickier and trickier as the year goes on. So, but it's great to see girls are actually starting to step to the forefront and people are taking notice.
Absolutely, and of course, you're the reigning champ, so I think you will get a spot in next year's challenge. There's no doubt about that, and you're having a terrific year. Talk about your season here in 2021. Not only are you having success in that championship, but you're continuing to rack up the victories at various tracks. You must be thrilled with how this year has gone.
Yeah, just lucky that I've been getting on some quality stock, and a few extra trainers have decided to give me a go. Be nice to get some more, a few of the bigger trainers to give you a go, but it's coming along slowly.
But of course, you're making the most of all the opportunities that you get, and hopefully they'll continue to increase. Did you set any goals coming into this year and maybe looking forward to 2022? Is there anything that you're going to circle in on as something you want to achieve?
I think winter grassroots would really be, for someone else it's probably not a big deal, but for me it is, and this year was probably my best year in the grassroots series, getting a few extra drives, but to actually win even a heat of the grassroots would be amazing, let alone to make it to a semi-final or whatnot.
Of course, well, we'll certainly keep our eye on that, and I think it's only a matter of time. Let's take a look at Natasha Day's stats here on the season, and like we said, it's been a really good year. Was there any victory outside of the Women's Driving Championship that stood out as one that was a little special to you this season?
You know what? Any win is a little special, I think, because, I'm battling against some of the best drivers, and there's pretty much just me out there. So, yeah, it's I think any win I get, I take it as a gratitude kind of thing.
Of course, and you're certainly holding your own and doing fantastic. And like we said, continuing to put everyone on notice that you are one of the top drivers here in Ontario. I think that is safe to say. It's going to continue to grow for you. And I think at the same time, too, you're definitely, like we said, opening up doors and carving a path for other females to follow.
Yeah, absolutely. Like winning the driving title at Clinton really escalated things. Mm-hmm. So I want to take it to the next step further, and let's make it to, like London or Flamborough would be amazing, but yeah, small steps.
Well, we're certainly looking forward to continuing to follow your journey. Congratulations on what's been a great year, and best of luck the rest of the way, including with your own horse coming up in the next race.
Thanks a lot.
All right, well, here is now a holiday feature with Natasha Day.
Anything that's a charity is great to support, doesn't matter what it is. It's
been a good year to support charities, especially after the pandemic. And yeah, a lot of people missed out because of the pandemic, don't have jobs, whatnot. Kids can't get supported and toys for them. So I think anything that supports a good cause is worth doing. Prawns always have to be included. Shrimp for you Canadians, yeah. Roast pork, no matter what. It's a family specialty, so always got to have the roast pork with the crackling. Biggest difference between Australia and Canada for this time of year, Christmas time, it's snowing, it's cold, rains a lot. For me, I'm used to beaches, sunshine, yeah, barbecues, shrimp, beer, alcohol, yeah, the whole lot. So this is a big shock. You have to do everything indoors, whereas we do everything outdoors. So big culture shock.
There's a look at the current leaderboard, and yeah, things have tightened up again. Colin Kelly remains on top. James McDonald is closing up the gap, and brother Anthony's in the mix as well. Tyler Borth jumps up into that fourth position, and Scott Ray, another of the local boys, rounding out your top five. Nat Day, we got to hear from her, and she's making a good account of herself tonight. I mean, she certainly would love to get a win in this competition. But the fact that she was invited to take part this year speaks volumes to the year she's having. And I'm sure she gets a little bit tired of hearing about you're a top female driver, and it's amazing in 2021 that we still talk about female versus male. But as Mark said there, she really seems to be opening some doors, I think, for some young females. Females race at the very top level on the training side. We just haven't seen that same breakthrough on the driving side. But you were talking about it, Randy. You've driven against some female drivers that you said could drive with anybody if they had the right horse.
One currently that I think is just a fantastic driver is Marielle Enberg. I trained with her a lot on the track. I mean, right from the very first time that I was in training miles with her, I thought to myself, wow, does this girl ever look good sitting behind a horse? And just very comfortable, very calm. A couple of times she was in situations with bad horses that we were training. She'd be in the two-hole with and she never panicked, always been able to keep the horse under control. And then when I do see her race, she does a really, really good job. And I was asking Billy this earlier too, but to me, in my own opinion, the best female driver that I've drove against or watched drive was Karen Fiquette. And I just think that Karen was as good as any guy that was ever out there at that time. She took no guff from anybody on the track. She could make huge speed with horses. She could race horses from off the pace. And I just thought that she was a very, very dynamic driver, whether female or male.
And I think, when you see someone like Nat breaking through, winning a driver title here at Clinton, won the first OLG Drivers Challenge for the females this summer. When it comes to night after night here and watching her compete, you kind of forget after a while, the male-female thing. She's just another good driver, and she's really had to earn everything she's getting right now, and she's getting more and more confidence placed in her by local trainers, and just a good driver, very versatile. She can win any different way, really takes a backseat to nobody out on the track. So great job by her, and if it can motivate some other young ladies to give it a try, I think that's only good for the sport.
I think Natasha has a huge reputation as being a good worker and likes to get up in the morning too, from my understanding.
Yeah, for sure.
Natasha, she's a really good worker and likes to get up in the morning and get working, and that always helps you win races. Little extra work.
Absolutely.
People
we want to
have the most luck, right?
Want to encourage everybody watching tonight. If you've got some questions for Randy and Bill, please pass them along. We've still got a few more races to go here this evening. they're never at a loss for words, these two, which is great. So they'll be happy to take some questions from you. I got one from my father, Gordon, watching tonight, and being a native of PEI, a big fan, of course, of Joe O'Brien. He wanted to know, what it was like to drive against him, and if you ever got into any battles with Gentleman Joe on the track. And that's for you, Bill. That's not
he
for
was.
Randy.
He was tough to drive against. He was older by the time I went to the Meadowlands, and he didn't race there much. He raced mostly in Chicago and would come in for stakes. But we had it was called North American Series. It was 4-year-olds, and he had a horse called Extraordinary or something, whatever his name was. But he's like in a 4-hole, and I come first up. A couple of guys follow me. Actually, Randy's father was following me, and Jim Doherty. So I come up, and somebody come out of the 3-hole. I think John and Joe went to follow him out of the hole. Well, I'm already there, right? He had a great big horse, and I had a little horse called Mater Full Speed. I go, I'm not letting him out of there. So I just kept pulling on the left line. And finally, his tire popped, right? It just burned the rubber right off his tire. And in the back, they were laughing. His father and Doherty, you could smell the rubber burning back there. So anyway, O'Brien backs way out to last and wins anyway. And I finished second. So when I would pass the wire, I said, if you were that much the best, why didn't you pull earlier? He just teed. So about an hour or so later, he says to me, I'm not going to come next week. Will you drive that horse? So I said, yeah, sure. So that night after he left, they go, ask you to drive him. You're the one that almost knocked him down. He's asking you. I said, you know why he did that? Why? Because he knows I drive like him. I'm not giving you nothing.
Tough. He was tough. Yeah.
That's what, they always said he was. Like, even back in the day when my father worked for him, right? That they said that 3 times at a fair, like, they raced 3 heats in those days, that Earl Semple, from the island, old Earl, he got in 3 fights with Joe. And it didn't bother him a bit. The next time he knocked him down again. Like he ran into him again. Like, he was so competitive. And, a very, very good horseman, for sure.
Here's another question, and we were talking about driving against females, and probably the most well-known, if you go back a couple of decades, was Bea Farber. And wanted to know if you'd ever driven against her.
Yeah. So she'd go to Florida in the winter if I was down there. Maybe at the odd time I'd race against her. But she came to the Meadowlands one time. She brought 3 horses in. She finished first, second, and third, and Saturday night horses. She had good horses. And Sunday morning, I go in the kitchen. She's sitting there. She goes, well, I'm going home. I go, go home? Why? She goes, too tough for me. I go, and you were first, second, and third. We're staying here.
Yeah.
But she did tremendous. She was a good driver. She came to Saratoga one time for a driver competition, and she raced a couple horses of mine and won with both of them. But she won the competition there too. She was really good, really good. Queen Bee. She just passed away not long ago. She retired to Florida. And
want to thank everybody for their questions tonight. Phil Cool, friend of the show. I've got another one for Billy. Just wanted to get your thoughts on Valley Victory. There's another great one. Of course, we know what he did as a youngster on the track. Career cut short, I believe,
yeah.
right, on the track.
Yeah.
And then in the Stallion barn, his career was unparalleled for a number of years.
I raced him, from the second start maybe. He was second in the sire stake at Freehold as a 2-year-old. And then we went to Lexington and raced him in a late closer down there. And the big track, really, what a difference it made in him. I just moved him back around the front, and I never said a word to him, and he trotted home 27-1. That's unheard of.
Back then, wow.
I got a picture home where halfway through the stretch that Tony Leonard took, and his foot, you could see the bottom of his foot. He had his shoe on backwards, and you could see the whole shoe. Wow. And he did it all on his own. And then as a 3-year-old, he came back and he won every start. He won the Breeders' Crown, elimination. Steve drove him the elimination of Breeders' Crown in Pompano. I raced him. I went down to race him, and he had a pus pock in his foot, and it was pinching him. And he wasn't very good scoring down. I remember when I turned him to go to the gate and he had the rail, he just straightened it up and away he went.
Mm.
And that's when I remember Stanley Dancer saying, that's a great horse. He can do that like as a 2-year-old, right? A trotter, instead of track record. Then come back as a 3-year-old, he won every start. He won his last 2 starts was the Yonkers Trot. And the second, I won my division. There was 3 divisions. Gumball won, and another, I think of his name, another horse. But anyway, I get away third. So I think, oh, I'm moving back to front, going to the quarter. I got parked the rest of the way. So I just rode around the turn. I tried the guy again, left me out. Now we go to 5/8, so I said, oh, I'll try him one more time. So I just picked him on the butt, away he went.
Wow.
I mean, did one easy. I mean, just, so what, I mean, what a horse. Not very big, great gaited.
And that's what he passed on,
Yeah.
was both
Yeah.
the heart, but the gait.
Yeah.
His daughter, Continental Victory,
Yeah.
the greatest gaited trotter that I've seen in person,
Yeah.
in my opinion. Fortunate that my first in-person Hamiltonian was the year she won it. It wasn't good news for you that day.
No. But
you were runner-up that day, but
yeah.
just a testament to what a
Oh,
great
yeah,
filly she was.
She was a really good filly, yeah. Now, of all the trotters I ever raced, and I raced a lot of decent ones over the years, Sandy Ball was the best gaited trotter I ever raced.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he was like a hobble pacer.
Wow.
He was out of a Payson mare. He's out of an overtrick mare by Super Bowl, and it was a great horse. But a lot of the Super Bowl colts, never bred on his sires, right? Like Napolitano, you can name tons of them. Right? They didn't breed on.
Here's a look at our updated leaderboard. Colin Kelly remains on top. He's trying to take this thing gate to wire, and that would be quite an accomplishment tonight over an 11 race competition. Still plenty of racing to come, though, as race number 8 starts here. It begins our late pick 4 wager for those playing along as well. Time to put the handicapping hats on one more time, guys, and get your selections here in race number 8. Randy Wabels, where have you gone?
I've gone to the rail horse, Style Snapshot, Tyler Borth. Like this one, comes out of a real good barn. Tyler Nostat does a lot of winning. Trains at a high average. And looks like the horse has been racing quite well. Seems to get over London really good, and he's got the rail. That can't be too bad down here, so I'm going to go with Tyler Borth on Style Snapshot.
Billy?
I think Randy was looking over my shoulder again. That's the same.
Is it making you nervous that I think a lot like you?
Yeah. Excuse me. That's who I like to also for the very same reasons. He's come from a high winning percentage barn, got the rail, got Tyler. He's still in the hunt, so I think
I'm going to go with Rhythm Sealster. Second choice, 2-1, post 4 here. James McDonald having a good night. He's right in the thick of it here. Coming off a win back in race 7, where he really was able to get the best out of his charge in that race. Smile and Style. Rhythm Sealster sent out by a barn who's already had a winner tonight. Question mark though, scratch sick last time out, but that was November 29th, so obviously none the worse for wear, and the recent form has been very, very good for the horse coming in. Very consistent. Good post to work with here. Starting gate is in motion for race number 8 of our driver challenge. Let's head back up top and join Sugar Doyle with the call.
This race is just screaming for an upset, it seems. Here we go. Style Snapshot, Azucar Pipe Dream, Runaway Heiress, Rhythm Sealster, Show Me Some Magic, Saboni, Zealous Sealster, the Northern Bell in the trailing spot. Top of the stretch. $8,500 claiming mares on the pace. Picking up speed. Here they come. Off and pacing. Azucar Pipe Dream left on out of there. Style Snapshot along the inside to be second, up between Pacers, a Rhythm Sealster, and for the treading spot, Northern Bell left out there with Saboni. Going third to last, Runaway Heiress. That came ahead of Show Me Some Magic, the earliest trailer, Zealous Sealster. Loose up front, headstrong at that. Azucar Pipe Dream, she took a ton of action in the early going, and she got let go here as a long shot at 9-1. So your long shot leader had them through the quarter mile of 28-2. Azucar Pipe Dream by 3 open lengths. Style Snapshot tracking second. Rhythm Sealster looks at it from third. Northern Bell gets a peek to the outside there in fourth. Fifth and in for Saboni. A move to the outside now to 6. There goes Runaway Heiress, providing cover for Show Me Some Magic, trailing the field, Zealous Sealster. Azucar Pipe Dream just coasting here, unchallenged. She got a 31. Second quarter. 31 flat, second quarter there, the breather for Azucar Pipe Dream, and she's got 3/8 left to go, and she's looking all right. Style Snapshot continues to follow along in second, out there in third. A Rhythm Sealster, a buried fourth now for Northern Belle. 3 wide on the outside for Runaway Heiress. Off the back end, Show Me Some Magic, Saboni No Room. Trailing not out of it, Zealous Sealster up by 3/4, 1:29 and 2. Chased up now into the final turn. Azucar Pipe Dream, Style Snapshot. Here comes the Runaway Heiress. Following up on that, Show Me Some Magic along the inside. Northern Belle, it's opening up for her. Inside a final 1/8 of a mile ago. And it's Style Snapshot taking control. Northern Belle finding room late. She's coming on. Style Snapshot, though, just too much pony here at 9-5. 25-1 Bomber. Northern Belle second best. Runaway Heiress third, and fourth goes to Azucar Pipe Dream. So it was Borth, Sorrie, Young, and Ray, your top 4 for the Drivers' Challenge 159 and 4.
Be tough in
All
there.
right, Tyler Borth with another
Always a
victory
good
here
little
this
horse,
evening. So the local reinsman who's been on quite a tear here in the last few weeks, carrying that momentum over into tonight. And this is a big win at a critical point in the evening, guys. And I think once we get a look at the updated leaderboard, we're going to see him right up there, not too far off Colin Kelly, with 3 legs left to go. Driving really well. You guys are watching the race unfold, and one thing we should remind folks of, especially if you're just joining us and haven't been watching tonight and don't watch here on a regular basis, one of the few tracks that don't have the passing lane. So you've really got to consider that, and sometimes the 2-hole isn't the best place to be. It often is a great trip,
right.
but sometimes it can be bad. You're really relying on what the horse in front of you does. And Tyler Borth able to just get the clearance he needed on the last turn.
Were you a fan of the passing lane?
Yeah, I didn't care either way.
You're 50-50, one way or the other, yeah. Did you ever drive it to Balmoral with their passing lane halfway down the stretch?
No.
That was cool.
Yeah.
I like that. You know, halfway down the lane on a big track like that, then all of a sudden it just opens up.
Well, the
That was
stretch
kinda
is so long there anyway.
Yeah, it's crazy
So
long.
over a quarter mile. Hawthorne's even longer. The stretch.
Hawthorne's was longer than
Oh, yeah.
Balmoral?
Oh,
Really?
yeah,
Holy
yeah.
jeez, have to pack a lunch.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you could smoke 2 cigarettes and drink coffee by the time you get down the stretch there.
Yeah, so you know, it's a bit of a throwback here, right? When you think strategy, no passing lane, 7 wide and a trailer.
Yeah.
But one thing we will say, you know, and you know, I've been here a long time now in London. I love the flow of the races here. You know, not every track has flow, and here there's always seems to be somebody out and moving before 3/8, and you know, it plays fair. You've got a chance to come from off the pace. Would you say that's a fair assessment?
Yeah, absolutely.
I would agree with that.
It's old time racing, basically, right? Really. I mean, you got to move, you got to get going.
Where was your favorite track, other than Billy, you know, the Meadowlands, obviously, in the heyday, but another track besides the Big M? What was the favorite for you to race at?
Foxborough, 5/8 mile track, a nice one. And how it was a half-mile track in the beginning, and they couldn't move the bottom turn, so the bottom turn is a half-mile track turn, so it looked like an egg. And
Kind of
nice,
like Mohawk.
Yeah, exactly. Not only a 5/8, but nice big turn, a long stretch. I mean, it was. You know, you got to know it pretty good, right? And Mohawk is a great racetrack to race on, right?
My favorite was always Greenwood.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of
loved
people say
Greenwood.
that.
Oh, I just love that place. Getting to it was one thing.
Yeah.
It's pain, you know, getting there. But once you were there, oh my God, I loved it there.
You couldn't do it now.
No.
Not if you lived in the West, right?
No.
All right, let's take another quick commercial break, and hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. Still lots to come here from the Raceway in London. You're watching live coverage on COSA-TV.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with HPIBet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming and your first bet is on us. Go to HPIBet.com to join for free today.
By now, you know the name COSA-TV, an industry leader producing unique, high-quality digital content promoting harness racing in Ontario. Features, virtual programming, live events, and more. COSA-TV has it covered. Follow our social media channels and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube page to view the latest content. And if you're looking to bet your favorite Ontario track, check out HPIBet.com. COSA-TV, taking Ontario racing global.
Winback Farm is the #1 breeder for Ontario Sire Stakes. Don't miss Winback Farm's Ontario Yearlings at 2021 sales, including Ontario Select, Lexington, and Harrisburg, featuring first Ontario crop yearlings from My MVP, also yearlings from Archangel, Art Speak, Better Than Cheddar, Better's Delight, and Shadow Play. Don't miss your chance on a Winback Bred Ontario Gold winner. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
All right, welcome back. We are getting down to crunch time in this year's Driver Challenge. And Colin Kelly now finds himself in a tie for top spot, ahead of, or tied with James McDonald. They're both just ahead of Tyler Borth, nipping on the heels now, just 1 point back, so it doesn't get much better than that, guys. Anthony McDonald, Scott Ray, they're still in there with a legitimate shot as well, and this is what you like to see. It's a real horse race. It's going to come down to the wire, a tie for the top spot, and only 1 point separating the top 3 ranging at this point in time. So Tyler Borth with that win, getting himself right back into the hunt here. So we'll have to take a close look at the last 3 and try and figure out who we think is going to end up winning this thing or who's in the best position. But we had another question, Bill, for you, and this is a good one, coming from J.D. Varnell. Back in the 80s, you raced against the likes of Team Nordine, Jan and Soren Nordine, Bert Lidstead, Håkan Wallner, Jan Janssen, folks from that part of the world who came over and made a big impact. Nowadays, it's August Vonstead, the Melanders, and folks like that. How do you compare that generation to the new generation from that part of the world?
Well,
or I mean, maybe just talk about the impact they had, when they came here at the time, especially with, they really focused on trotters and they won everything there was to win, it seemed.
All except Horse of the Year. We never won one of those, I don't think. We had a few old American Canadian guys that did that. But anyway, yeah, they bought a lot of trotters and they trained a lot of trotters for people over here, and they did good. I mean, in that first group you mentioned there, like Bernie Lindstead, he was a world-class driver. He really was, and a world-class trainer too, and a great guy. And Hawkins, same thing. The Nordines I never knew that well, but they sure had an impact on the business. And these young guys that come over here now with buying high-class trotters too, and they're doing a great job. Those Nylander and that group there, they're very good.
August Vonstead now.
In Aki, yeah, oh for sure.
Two-time Hambo winner. Marcus Melander, it's hard to believe he hasn't won the Hambletonian. The year Forbidden Trade captured it and carried the Canadian flag down there. Marcus had
Green Shoe?
Yeah, he had the big three in there: Chimpanzee, Green Shoe, Green Manalishi, and it was hard to imagine he wasn't going to win it that day with one of the 3. But Forbidden Trade, played Giant Killer. But you have to think it's just a matter of time. And then of course we know what Jimmy Takter's done as well.
Smed's Hammer.
Smed's Hammer. Think of the Breeders' Crown Series. That's where I really, as a youngster, started to take notice of those folks because they were always prominent in those big races. But talk about the Breeders' Crown maybe while we have a moment. What that series would have meant to your career, and what do you think it meant for the sport in general?
In my career, I won a dozen of them or so it really helped me. And for the sport, it really kept the interest of in the fall, where, you know, once Lexington was done, it was kind of, racing was a moot point until the next spring, basically, until the Meadowlands opened in January. And once they started with the Breeders' Crowns, and the first few years where you traveled around, you know, from one track at a time, and that kind of got too expensive for the tracks, I think. But you know, the way it is now, I think it's a great time. Right? It's a big draw, and great racing. Even you know, this year they raced in the afternoon, which they never ever do. It was well attended, I'm sure, if that's the case, either on TV or live, and they bet good. And it all comes down to the Breeders' Crown.
Yeah, it went well. Weather didn't cooperate on the Friday night, but other than that, it was good. And you were just talking about the expected resurgence of the Kentucky program this year. You know, we'll likely see a shift because a big influx of money to that program.
Very, very big. They were $6 million last year, $11 million this coming year. And this year colt, or the horses that are eligible, they just have to be, the broodmare, when she's in foal, she has to be a resident mare of Kentucky for 6 months, no matter what sire you've bred to. So you can breed to, you know, you can breed to Bettor's Delight, send the mare down there for 6 months, and what they've published now is they're going to go at the week after the Meadowlands through September 15th. They're going to go 4 weeks for $80,000 and then a $400,000 final, and then do the same thing, I think, in the fall at Oak Grove there, right? So, and they have another new racetrack being built down south, right, close to the Tennessee border. So it's really it's a resurgence for sure for Kentucky racing, big time.
Yeah, and I think it'll be good for the entire sport as
Yeah.
well. Yeah, Kentucky in the fall. I mean, that's
beautiful.
That's a great place to be, no question. So it will be nice to see that program, you know, get beefed up to complement places like Pennsylvania here. New Jersey, we heard the Perfect Sting is going to be standing there. Received an outstanding reception for his first group of mares. So yeah, hopefully a bit of a comeback there as well. And things like the Breeders' Crown will become even more of a centerpiece, I think, if that happens.
Hey, Billy, did the Europeans bring over pop-out earplugs? Or was that something that was already go? Because I don't remember it until then.
First set I ever saw was pop-out earplugs. Was 1972.
Ooh, that's early.
And Irv Roberts, who worked for Bill Houghton.
Okay.
And he had a horse called Carloader. We were at Rosecroft. And Roger Hammer, you know Roger.
Yeah.
He had a horse called Butler's Luck. And he was front running them all the time.
Right.
He goes, well, don't grab on, but you know, start him up against Colin. I said, well, why don't you use those earplugs? He goes, oh, he likes earplugs. He said, but he was too sleepy. I said, what? Ask Roger. He used them. So he's paying for out. He was on the backside of Rosecroft, this was. So Roger, I go over and ask Irv. I said, think we could try those? He goes, yeah, right here. He said, give it to him. And so he takes them and get in the paddock that night. Rod put them on for Roger's horse, and it was the final of the series. And I'd raced early, and he was all done. He gives me 50. I'd take 50 going bet on this horse. He leaves the gate, and here comes the horse for 11 goal. He took the plugs off and fucking parked them. You know. I said, what are you doing?
Yeah.
So he goes, I ain't letting that guy go. You know, he was like these playing guys right now.
Horses and drivers now coming out for the 9th race here. And we've got a 7-5 proposition here on Homie Joe. Mark McCory doing the training, Tyler Borth doing the driving here. So a win's going to put him right up into the top of the standings as he's 1 point back of the top two who are tied at this point in time. And as I look over the final 3 races, it looks like it's really up for grabs between Tyler, James, Colin Kelly, all 3 within a point of each other, and all have, I think, a pretty good lineup, and all have contenders in the last 3 races. So I don't know about you guys, but I cannot pick a winner here at this point in time.
I can't.
Well, you picked it right from the very beginning. You're sticking with Tyler?
Oh yeah, with Homie Joe. I mean, you know, now is that, you know, just going. And I kind of, when I looked at it this morning, the one I left home with all my markings on it, I like, you know, just looked as though Tyler had, you know, some horses that had pretty good shots. So with any luck, I thought he would be close to the leaderboard, and so far so good. So now with the win with Homie Joe.
Post 2 for him. We've got Jules Dragon from Post 5. This one, a judge's scratch last time out at Woodbine. So the last 2 have come over the big track there, but you go 4 lines back here in a preferred event. He was second there, just missed. This is a preferred 3. It's on paper anyway, a slightly easier group, Randy, but what do you think, you know, when it gets to preferred 2, preferred 3 at these tracks, not that big a discrepancy typically?
No, I would say that you're basically looking at all the same horses, whether it's preferred 2 or preferred 3, and you know, that horse that's going to win the preferred 3, all of a sudden now he's in the preferred 2, and maybe something from the preferred 2 is going to drop down to the preferred 3. They more or less, I would say, over the course of the year, these horses will all race against each other quite a bit, you know, and from my own experience, I drove Homie Joe a few times, and I mean, just such a lovely little animal to be around, just a great little horse to drive, and I can't say enough of a job that Mark's done with him, because you know, he's no bigger than a little Labrador Retriever, you know, he's just a tiny little horse, but every year he gets a bunch of starts out of him. The horse looks like $1 million, and, you know, he's got a home for life there. And he's just such a great little guy to be around. But to tell you the truth, I leaned into the one horse, JJ Powerball. I liked some of his lines on here, but what I'm really going for is I'm a big fan of Taylor Fritz. We were talking about female drivers and then female trainers, and I really do a big fan of Taylor Fritz. Worked for a couple of months last winter. She needed some help there in the mornings there, so I worked for her, and just another Fritz. Just an amazing family of very, very competent horse people. You know, and I mean, you can look at the ones that get the fanfare, whether it was Bud down to Terry to Dale to, you know, maybe even in this situation with Taylor. But there's also another Fritz that a lot of people don't know maybe as much about there, and that's Susie Fritz, who's you know, married to Greg McNair, partners with Greg McNair or whatever. But I mean, just a phenomenal worker and just a phenomenal caretaker on a horse. You know, what she can do on the track, God only knows. I've never seen her out there that much, but I'm just such a huge fan of this family, you know, and Taylor learned all of her lessons from another great Fritz, Brad Fritz. You know, there's just so many of them. I mean, you can just keep throwing names out there.
Randy, some names from yesteryear, but all really accomplished. Like
Very great horsemen.
Take us back, Randy, when Apache's Fame won the North America Cup. I don't think we can underestimate just how big that was. What a big story that was locally at the time, right?
Oh, I think so too, because in a lot of ways, just going into that period, like Bud owned the sire stakes, Bud Fritz. He just basically owned the sire stakes. I mean, there'd be 2 or 3 Fritz trailer pull into every time that the tracks were racing sire stakes, and he'd unload all these great horses one after another. But I do think at that time there was a certain stigma on Bud that, yeah, he was a good B-track driver, he could drive on the bull rings, he had nice horses, obviously a great horseman, but, you know, he wasn't that level. So then when he came out with those, you know, even like all those great horses, but say Apache's Fame and Worthy Lad, all of a sudden now he's driving on the major stage. And one thing about Bud, he was not scared of anybody out there. He was an intimidator, you know, he did not mind going to the front, he did not mind parking people. That was just his way, and I think that it kind of brought that racing up, in my opinion, brought us up a little bit of a notch, because at that time you didn't see a whole lot of the best horses in Ontario going down to the States and becoming the best horses down there. It was usually the other way around, but Bud kind of changed that, and to me, I just think it was a huge opening up for Ontario racing at that time with younger horses, not necessarily the older horses, but the younger horses.
it really seemed to show people that, you know, these guys could come from anywhere, whether it was a Bud Fritz or a Dave Wall, you know, they could dominate at any track they raced at.
Yep. Well, so having said that, Taylor Fritz, you know, with the lineage and the pedigree, if you will, to certainly become a top conditioner in her own right, and yeah, having an excellent year on the training side, and recently took over this one for Austin Sorrie. Austin is a co-owner and I believe was training the horse himself a while back, but likely getting a little bit busy these days as his catch driving picks up, and he's driving more at Woodbine Mohawk Park, as we mentioned, of late, and still making trips to both Flamborough and here in London as well. But you have to think he's right on the verge of making that permanent move to Woodbine Mohawk Park, and it's just a matter now of getting a stable or two to back you, as you said earlier, Randy, and when that happens, should be smooth sailing from there. Got another comment from Rob Doyle. Rob Doyle coming in, just wanted to get quickly your thoughts, Randy, on Sandpail, a horse that I know is near and dear to you. Quick thought on him and Rod Hughes and the great job he did with him in his career.
Well, first off, I mean, definitely the greatest horse I'll ever be associated with. But to tell you the truth there, I think that part of the reason why I got to drive Sandpail initially is the man sitting beside me here. From my understanding from the Hughes family there, they basically mentioned to Billy that he was a bit strong in the face and a little headstrong and a little bit goofy, and who would you use? And I think Billy threw my name out there, thought we would be a good match together.
Yeah.
So, you know, all I can say about him is he's the greatest horse that I've ever drove and ever be associated with, I would say.
All right, we'll pick that up more after this upcoming ninth race with the starting gate in motion.
They're off. It's on. Ideal Jet quickly to the top. He just did a killer crossover, and he was on top well before the turn. Ideal Jet, nothing could leave with him here, and he's on top at 35-1, and he's leading by 4. JJ Powerball is second. Bet on Brett. Situated third at a big number. Homie Joe, he went on hold in fourth, traveling about 7 off the lead. Then we go back to St. Lad's Beat It. Carson's a Shadow. Jules Dragon was next to last. Trailing was Living Large. They went through the quarter mile, 28-2, and likely very comfortable here is your long shot leader. Ideal Jet, that's not much of a stressful opening panel for the old dog, 28-2. AMAC and Ideal Jet. JJ Powerball with a 2-hole ride, an extreme long shot. Bet on Brett. Traveling in third, Homie Joe. He's thinking about it fourth. A move to the outside in fifth now. St. Lad's Beat It getting underway. Carson Shadow staying in. Jules Dragon still next to last and still trailing Living Large. 58-3 and still unchallenged. Long shot leader, Ideal Jet. He's asked now and he's pulling away. Look at him go. Ideal Jet in command. He is large and in charge here. He's got it by 4, and he's trying for more, and he's getting it. JJ Powerball is all alone in second. Bet on Brett, of course. He's beginning to feel it there in third. Outside traveling fourth, Homie Joe. Too much work, though. He's just taken third. Out there in the 3 wide side. St. Lad's Beat It. 126-4. Ideal Jet. AMAC with Theft on the brain. And it's working so far. And 8 left to go. And Ideal Jet. His strides are shortening, but he's got a big time lead. JJ Powerball and Homie Joe, they're giving chase. Ideal Jet, he's on fumes. Ideal Jet, get there. Ideal Jet and AMAC all the way at 35-1. Second best. Could be Homie Joe, could be JJ Powerball. No doubt about the winner. Ideal Jet just stole the preferred 3.
And how about that result, Ideal Jet? Anthony McDonald sitting off of the 3 that were within a point of each other, sitting just back in the weeds lurking there, and a win says, hey, hold the phone. I'm in the hunt here in the late stages. So that's a critical win for him. Homie Joe may be up for second there, second or third, so that result's really going to help Tyler Borth in this spot. Austin Sorrie with his own JJ Powerball right there in the mix as well. We'll have another look at the slow-mo shot, and I think JJ Powerball may have held second on the inside, but we'll get another good look at it right here. Ideal Jet, we've seen this story before with him, Randy. If you watched him over the years at Woodbine Mohawk Park, that's his MO. If he can get loose on the lead, he can swell up and go all the way.
Yeah, I've seen so many times. I've seen Rick Zeron win with this horse, and it just, you know, he'd just let him roll right down to the half in 53 3/4 and 121 and see if you can catch me, you know, and if you can't, you can't. Did you ever drive one like that? You ever have anything that you just had to just let them roll?
I wasn't very good at that. I was always trying to save them. I've had horses I've driven didn't do much good with, and guys would get on and let them roll and get a lot better. But I was always kind of thinking that save a little power for come home, right?
Yes.
So, but
the last true sort of front-running horse like that, I'd say, I remember was back in, it'd be 91, I spent a winter in Pompano Park, and a horse called AJ Storm Honor. I don't know if you recall the name, but he was a regular there in the top class, and that was what he did every week. He'd go to the front, open up 10 or 15 lengths, and sometimes he'd go the distance, sometimes they would catch him. But yeah, it was always exciting and always fun to watch his races, because it was, you knew exactly what was going to happen before the gate folded.
$73.
$73.90 is the win ticket return as we get a look at the pari-mutuel details. Bombs away, our first real huge long shot winner of the night. Ideal Jet, overlooked by the betting public in his tactical speed, his greatest weapon, and he was able to utilize that tonight. Teamed up with Anthony McDonald for the gate to wire win, and triggers a superfecta worth almost $1,300 for the $1 ticket. So Ideal Jet, he's going to throw a big wrench into those late pick 4 and late pick 5 wagers for those playing along. So if you are playing tonight and you're still going, best of luck in the last couple of races, because you're potentially sitting on a big one here. As we've got 2 more to go in our competition, we'll take another commercial break and be back with more next from the Raceway.
See that, Ian?
Download Dark Horse Bets today.
I gotta hit the beat.
For over 25 years, Tara Hill Stud has worked with partners to help produce champion stallions. We are proud to have bred great racehorses like Fade Out, Shower Play, Precious Delight, and There's a Demon in Me. Our stallions, past and present, have had tremendous success while making a huge impact on racing across North America. Mr. Levesque, Mach 3, Cadabra, Muscle Mass, and Precious Bunny, to name a few. Our stallions' progeny have won major events, including the Hambletonian. Tara Hill Stud are currently standing 9 of the industry's top stallions. Alarm Detector, Control the Moment, Danson Lou, Flanagan Memory, Green Manalishi, He's Watching, Muscle Mass, Resolve, and Sports Writer. Our facility is modern, our staff knowledgeable. Consider Tara Hill Stud when choosing a home for your stallion. Tara Hill Stud, where champions stand and champion yearlings are raised. Log on to tarahills.com.
Yeah, that little homie Joe, he's an honest little fellow.
Yes, he is.
And then there was two races left to go here as we welcome you back to the Raceway. And for the first time tonight, we see a different face atop the leaderboard. Anthony McDonald has moved into top spot with that victory. He's a point ahead of Tyler Borth, who was able to keep pace. Colin Kelly still right in the hunt, as is James McDonald with 64, and Scotty Ray rounding out your top 5. What a race this has been. It's been a lot of fun, and the end result still very much in the balance. One guy that's right in the thick of it is Tyler Borth, standing by with Mark.
Thank you very much, Greg. Yes, joined now by Tyler Borth. And Tyler, we're just looking at the standings there. It is a tight race. I know it's been competitive all night long, but it's going to get pretty anxious here in those final 2 races, isn't it?
Yeah, I was hoping I could win that one, get my 1,000th win. That was about my best shot. My last 2, I'm going to have to trip out, but hopefully we can get it done.
Yeah, you've had a really good night so far, I'd say. And you mentioned it right there, you're coming up on what would be a great career milestone at 1,000. How long has that been on your radar? Was it a target at some point this year to try and get there?
Well, actually, I knew I was getting close, but I've been on a really good run as of late here, so it's coming up a lot faster than I thought it would. I didn't think I'd be able to get it this year, but it looks like I'm going to, or I hope I'm going to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it is just a matter of time, but we know sometimes when you're sitting there on a milestone, it can feel like it takes forever. But you mentioned it, you've been having a really good go. Is there any reason that's really sticking out in your mind that you could attribute to why you're having some success as of late?
Yeah, just I'm getting better horse drive, live mounts. That's usually what it is. I find I'm a little bit more patient now than I ever used to be, so I think that's helping.
So it comes with time, I guess, with any driver maturity and just kind of reps that you start to kind of find that patience?
Yeah, staying in when you should stay in and being out when you should be out, yeah.
So how about competing in this Driver's Challenge here tonight? I know you took part last year. You're here once again. I know we'll talk a little bit in a moment. We've got a feature we'll play where you talk a little bit about the holiday season. But what about competing in a championship like this or a challenge like this? What's it like for you? Do you change your approach than any other regular race night?
Yeah, it's usually a little bit different just because there's absolutely no friends out there usually. So, yeah, last year I didn't really have a lot of power, so I'm doing better this year. I think I was second last last year, so we're going up. So
well, I was going to say you're doing much better this year than last year. Finally, here before we move on and we'll play that feature, we're checking out some of your numbers for your career, and like we said, coming up on that 1,000th win. But overall, how would you assess your 2021 season?
Yeah, it's been probably my best season yet. Like, I know the numbers probably don't show it this year, but we didn't race a lot of the year because of COVID. But yeah, no, it's great. You know, you get to be 29, or I'm 29 now. Usually that's when you kind of hit your peak as a driver, I find. So hopefully I can keep doing good, and yeah.
Absolutely. Well, you know what? That's a good time you feel like you're peaking. I can see that, and I think big things ahead for 2022. So best of luck here in the final 2 races. You're right in the thick of things, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yep, hopefully we can get it done.
All right, best of luck. All right, as mentioned, here's that holiday feature with Tyler Borth.
To drive in this event, to me it's a lot of fun. It's cool to do something for charity for people in need, and yeah, last year I had a lot of fun doing it. Who I would pick to play Santa Claus, that would have to be Jack Harris. I think everybody would agree. Getting here, for one, when the weather's bad. Yeah, the track, you got to dress warm, and like a lot of the times, like tonight is the worst because you wear your mud gear, but it's not quite freezing, so it's muddy, but it's really cold, so that's about the worst I find, when you have your mud gear on, but then you get soaking through, and then it gets cold, and that's about the toughest challenge. Well, I guess they say that James McDonald's doing pretty good, so I would have to say him. But yeah, it'll be cool to have James and Anthony in it. Obviously, Youngie, my buddy Scotty, and Nat Day, and the rest of them. It'll be a good time.
And there's a look at the field for the upcoming 10th race. Tyler Borth will be aboard Upgrade Valley. A win in either of the last 2 races, guys, gives him a big milestone. So how nice would that be right before Christmas in an event like this, his first potential driving challenge victory and to get 1,000. Randy, can you take us back and recall when you hit that first 1,000, what that was like?
Well, I mean, it was huge. I'd basically given up the idea of ever seeing 1,000 wins. You know, when I was like 27, 28 years old, I think I was up to like maybe 200 or 300 wins, and it took me 10 years to get that far. So I basically wrote it off, and then they started to come a lot quicker. And yeah, I mean, it's weird because it's just a number, but it's a nice number to have, you know. And it's funny sometimes how a number can hang a driver up there. You know, I mean, I know even with myself, there was times that I'd roll into the track or something, and maybe I'm sitting on the verge of winning 2,000 races or 3,000 races, and it always just seemed like I would think about it a little bit too much, and then I would cost myself probably a couple of wins, and you'd have to say to yourself, like, listen, it's going to come when it's going to come, don't force it, you know.
Right.
And it does, but yeah, that's a big number. You can look back over time, and there's a lot of drivers that I would say were very, very capable, very, very good, even to the point of being very, very good drivers that haven't won 1,000 races. So
Well,
it's a big number.
Sitting here between two guys that have won tens of thousands of races in their career, I want to ask you about one guy that I marvel at. Hervé Filion at the time, we thought his number would never be topped. Now Dave Pallone has put that well in the rearview mirror. I mean, it's astounding when you think about how many wins he's got. Bill, when you think about that, like to be able to do what he's done at the level he has and keep that production up for so many years, it's quite an achievement.
Still doing it. I mean, he still does it day in and day out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but he, you know, Dave, he enjoys himself. He lives right there, and he loves to play golf. He's a big family guy, and they race in the afternoon. I mean, what's a better life than that, right?
Yeah.
Go to work at noon and be home by supper time. And he really enjoys himself.
Do you know him well? Because I assume there would have been some temptation at some point in his career to maybe, you know, try and make that move to the Meadowlands or try and be more of a presence on the Grand Circuit.
He did that. He was at the Meadowlands, and he drove a little bit. He was working for Charlie Ginsberg, and they had 6 or 8 horses. And he just came one day, and I took the horses and just said, I'm going to go home. I was driving some of them for him, Charlie, and he said, I'm going to go home. I started driving. So he did. He was young, and he's done. That was unbelievable. That was say 30, so say 1988 maybe. But that's really not that long. I mean, for as many races as he won, right?
It is. It's an amazing number, but I always think back to myself too. I mean, like Hervé must have been a special guy that could sit there and just drive those 2 tracks every day.
Oh.
Because I did it for like about 3 or 4 years with the Flamborough Woodbine, Flamborough Mohawk. And I mean, that just ran me right into the ground. And I mean, how many years did this man do it?
30?
Yeah, like that is amazing. Just all the time that he spent going back and forth, like, oh.
And he didn't stop.
No.
He got suspended, right? I mean, he's still been doing it, right? I traveled with him there one time. He needed 4 hours sleep a night. That was it. He'd go home from racing, and he'd play cards. He might play cards till 4 in the morning. And he'd get up with the kids in the morning. Then when the kids go to school, he'd get in the car and he'd go down to the farm, train, you know, at his farm at Capitol Hill Farms. Always did the track, made sure the track was done before he went to freehold. He'd race a freehold all day, 10, 12 races, and drink 10 cups of coffee and smoke 2 packs of cigarettes. And he was, one time I drove him back up to the Meadowlands, right? So anyway, he said, we're going up Route 9. He said, just pull in this bakery. He said, go and tell the guy what you want for Hervé. So I go in, the guy gives him a big coffee, a loaf of Italian bread, sliced it, buttered it up, and give me 2 packets of yodels, you know, the chocolate yodels. Give them to Hervé. So he gets in the back, and he reads his program, and he eats his bread and his yodels and his coffee, and he says, we're going to have a little siesta now. Boom, he's out in 2 seconds. He's out sleeping. So we go to the Meadowlands. Now he's been going all day. He goes to the Meadowlands, goes in, and we had masseuse there, you know, masseur there. So Nick gives him a massage, and he comes back in, and he gets ready. He goes, let the games begin.
He just loved it that much.
It was, and he'd do that, you know, day. And he used to, you know, he'd always sit there and sing, "I did it my way." Right? He was funny.
I can't believe you had a masseuse in the driver's room.
Yeah, Nick was there
Wow.
for years, yeah. But anyway, but he used to sit there and sing, "Regrets, I have a few," right? And he could play cards, like at Roosevelt. He'd be playing cards with a couple guys, gin. Race 10 races, but play cards in between, like a hand here and a hand there.
Yeah.
And you could never win with him because he'd wear you out.
Right.
You know, didn't matter what he did and what hand-eye coordination he had. He was a good pool player, great golfer. Never golfed till he was 30-some years old. So he brought his kids, Andrew and Brandon, to the track one time and made a ping pong table in the driver's room. He never played ping pong in his life, so the kids are teaching him how to play. Within a month, he's playing George Hazard's for 100, 200 a game and beating him. And George Hazard was a good ping pong player, but he just had such great hand.
Really, eh?
And very, very, very seldom ever got in an accident.
Yeah.
And if he did, it, you know, normally it wouldn't be his fault. But he had the greatest. He had the greatest constitution I've ever seen. He got in a wreck one time at Yonkers, and he hit his leg on the stirrup, and you know, like a big hematoma, like a knot on it, right, on like a Saturday night. And he was lame on it. He was sore, and they had a cut in it. So he comes in Monday night, and I said, "How's your leg?" "Oh, good." And it was perfect. He still had the cut on it, but I go, "What did you do for that?" He goes, "I was leaving the paddock," and he said, "I got thinking, you know what? Bet someone here got some DMSO." He went down and he rubbed DMSO. You imagine how that would sting?
Yeah.
Rubbed it on it, and he said, "I got a bandage," and wrapped it up, and he said, "Oh, I went right away." But he was tough, boy.
He must have been. That's like to do that. Like that is tough. You know, I mean, to go from track to track to track.
And he would drive. Like he had Joe driving him.
Yeah.
But Joe would sleep.
Yeah.
You know, by the time they left the Meadowlands, like at night.
Yeah.
Joe was in the back sleeping, heard what he was driving. He goes, "Well," he said, "I get a little siesta in the afternoon." He said, "You know, Joe gets tired at night, so."
Yeah.
He
And then
said,
the next
I'm
day
going to
start all over again.
Do it day after day.
Had to maintain that schedule to win that many races.
Wow.
Incredible. We are down to 2 races left to go, just moments away here from the 10th. Billy, you liked Kenny Joe. You said at the beginning of the night, this is a horse you were watching closely. You and Randy both, I think, because of the big absence, Randy, away from the racetrack. And if you didn't take a close look at the lines, you might miss the fact that it's only been 1 start in a year.
Yeah, yeah. All you're really looking at is a whole bunch of starts in November.
Yeah.
But the November 29th would be his last start of that year, and then he qualifies back November the 24th. So he's just started on his way back, but he's actually, you know, to me, he looks like he's a nice little horse. Like he looks like he's fairly versatile, and he won 54 over Grand River last year. So you know, he looks like he's a nice little horse.
Good fit, and now a tightener under his belt. Came from a long way back last week. Old Upgrade Valley, he hasn't won in a long time, but a really sharp closing effort from him last time. If Tyler Borth has any speed to work with up front, he could be heard from late. Race 10, 10th of 11 from the Raceway coming up next.
That's my pick.
Picking up speed. Here they come. Away they go. Shadow Place. First off the car for Colin Kelly up on the outside. Good and sweet with early speed. Protecting the rail advantage was AMAC with I Love What I Do, who's come on through to sit second now. Shadow Place in control. I Love What I Do is second. Ducking and tucking for third was Modern Rider. Left out there in fourth. Good and sweet. Fifth and in, Upgrade Valley. Traveling in sixth, Kenny Joe at 2-5. Kenny Joe, 10 lengths off the lead in sixth as a heavy favorite here. Quarter mile speed, 29 seconds flat. Shadow Place, unstressed to this point. I Love What I Do at 19-1 for the trip. Modern Rider continuing third. Good and Sweet is fourth. There goes Kenny Joe now underway. He's taken fifth. Sixth and in for Upgrade Valley. Move off the back end now. There goes Bet the Limit trailing the field. Cranky's Boy. 1/2 gone and 1 to go for the pace setter Shadow Place. I Love What I Do continues to follow. Kenny Joe has made it up to third. Modern Rider now in fourth. Fifth and wide. There goes Good and Sweet again. Along the inside, Upgrade Valley, Bet the Limit. Cranky's Boy, 58-4. Halftime, Shadow Place looking brave up front. Kenny Joe came on to grab second. I Love What I Do, still up there in the top three. Fourth and wide now, Modern Rider. Gapping in fifth was Good and Sweet. 3 quarters up and 127-2. They're going plenty into the final turn. Kenny Joe now with his best stride has come on to grab control. Kenny Joe made up a ton of ground through this final half to show a lead with an 8th left to go. Modern Rider now has come on for second. Shadow Place, it won't happen. I Love What I Do, maybe to battle for the show dough. It's all Kenny Joe. Here's another one as good as advertised. James McDonald again. This one for Rankin, second best. A Modern Rider. Shadow Place is third. And then fourth going to I Love What I Do. You got James McDonald on top. Then there's Natasha Day, Colin Kelly, and Anthony McDonald involved in the top four. 157 flat. Kenny Joe at 2-5.
So this horse.
All right, 10 in the books, and it's going to come right down to the wire here as James McDonald with a win in race number 10 is going to get himself in great position going into the finale. Nat Day is up for the deuce there, but both Colin Kelly and Anthony McDonald with top 4 results as well. Going to keep themselves in the going to be very interesting to get our last look at the leaderboard heading into the 11th and final race, because the consensus is there will be 3 or 4 drivers here with a realistic chance to win going into the last leg. So it doesn't get a whole lot better than that. But Kenny Joe, Randy, you talked about it. That last start really showing that this guy had come back after a year away from the racetrack and was ready to roll. He dominated tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, just another example, too, though, of Donnie Rankin's horsemanship ability. You know, give a horse a long time off and have him ready to go his first or second start back, you know, after that much time off. It's, you know, he looks like he's a nice little colt, this horse. Like I said, 54 over Grand River last year. That's a good mile.
Yeah.
And, you know, his summer, he's quite well, too. He's hit the board pretty well half of his starts. And now he's, you know, he's hit the board in 100% of the time so far coming back this year. And he's only 5, turning 6. So, you know, you're starting to feel old when you drove both the sire and the sire of the dam. You know, that's when you know you're starting to feel old. Well, you can go back to like the great-great-grandsire.
3 or 4, yeah. Delinquent account, they go back there about 5 generations. Yeah. A lot of them.
Yeah.
So there it is, James McDonald. And it'll be very interesting in about a month and a half from now. We have the O'Brien Awards. A lot of people think he is the one to beat when it comes to driver of the year. And it's rare that there's a year where people are, you know, there's a real consensus on that. Usually it's, you know, one of those that could go either way, but a lot of people feel that it's his to win or lose this year. And adding a driver competition title tonight to the mix will only, you know, serve to enhance the year that he's already had. Homie Joe didn't fool the betting public. $2.90, the win ticket for insurance. We are here on Drivers Challenge night number 2 at the Raceway, second edition of the event. Again, we want to take the time to extend a big thank you to all of the horse people who supported this tremendous cause. This year, it sounds like donations, both cash and toys, are going to top the $15,000 mark, and that was with a goal of $10,000 coming in. So incredible. The generosity of the horse racing industry never ceases to amaze. So again, a big thank you, and especially to all of the horse people who helped out with that. Let's take another commercial break. We'll come back with our final race of the night next, and it looks like the competition will come right down to the wire.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with HPIBet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming, and your first bet is on us. Go to HPIBet.com to join for free today.
By now, you know the name COSA-TV. an industry leader producing unique, high-quality digital content promoting harness racing in Ontario. Features, virtual programming, live events, and more. COSA-TV has it covered. Follow our social media channels and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube page to view the latest content. And if you're looking to bet your favorite Ontario track, check out hpibet.com. COSA-TV, taking Ontario racing global.
I gotta hit the beat. I gotta hit the beat. I gotta hit the
Download Dark Horse Bets today.
beat. I gotta hit the beat.
Welcome back to London, Ontario. COSA-TV's coverage of the Holiday Drivers Challenge. Let's check out the standings as we head in to the final race of tonight's challenge. And with that victory in race number 10, James McDonald now leads the way with 79 points. Anthony McDonald currently second at 72 points. He's tied there with Colin Kelly, so they are both 7 points back of James McDonald, who is leading the way. Tyler Borth is then 12 points back. He has 67, and Scott Ray rounds out the top 5. And just a reminder, if you are tracking along, you get 15 points for a win. Once again, it is 15, 10, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So everyone will get points, but that victory, of course, for James McDonald in the 10th is going to go a long way. It's given him a little bit of a cushion. He's 7 up on Anthony McDonald and Colin Kelly with 1 race to go. Guys, sending it back over to you in the grandstand. Where are you heading when it comes to who's going to come out on top? Obviously, James has a little bit of a lead here now, but we got 1 race to go, and it should be highly entertaining.
That's a great question, Mark, and trying to determine who's going to win. Yeah, James has really put himself in a great position. He's got post 7 here to work with, though, so it's not going to be a gimme. If my math is correct, at least 4 drivers mathematically with a chance to still win this thing. An added element of intrigue, we should touch on Spider-Man Hanover, the number 1 here. There's a line to be announced if you didn't catch it. Last time at Flamborough, there was a blizzard that kind of blew in just before the start of the night, and I think it caught a lot of people unaware. And there were some horses that night that literally just couldn't grab the racetrack and likely didn't have enough grab on their shoes that night. And I think this was one of them because he was uncustomarily unable to handle the track, made a miscue well before the start, and basically finished distanced in the race. There really was no sign of the horse doing that at any other time, so I expect the horse will bounce back and be the Spider-Man Hanover that we've seen in the past. And that could be crucial, Randy, because this horse has the rail position, has tactical speed, and probably going to have a big say in how the race unfolds.
Definitely could be Spider-Man Hanover, could be the fly in the ointment for a lot of these guys that are looking to close the night off on a winning note. Colin Kelly obviously has a big chance in here, and he's in the competition. He's right there in the competition. Tyler Borth is another one. Anthony's got the trailer. He's also got a big part of it. I'm really, I actually went with Colin Kelly with the 2 horse, but I'm very interested in this Mr. X there. I mean, must be a classy individual. He's 10 years old, and he has 53 lifetime wins. I mean, that's a lot of wins for any horse, let alone, a horse that's racing on the bees or whatever, but still, 53 wins is a lot for any horse to finish his career off with, and this horse still looks like he's going to be able to race for another 3 or 4 years and maybe put on another 20 wins, which could get him up around the 73 to 75, win total, and that's a lot of wins.
Yeah. Don't see many like that anymore.
No. I mean, this is a horse that just, for whatever reason, he might not be a standout, but he certainly knows how to win races.
Yeah.
He's got gate speed too, and that could be crucial here, but a lot of speed to his inside in this spot. Mm-hmm. He was a winner at this venue from post 6 back on October 19th and able to wire the field in 57 and 1 on that night. So likely going to take something similar to that tonight for him to win. Now, James doesn't necessarily need a win, but a good top 3 result should give him a real chance at winning this event tonight. I agree with you. I think Ryan Klein, post position really, I think, is key for me. If he senses that Spider-Man Hanover's not getting off in the right foot, maybe a chance to slip around that one leaving, or if not, certainly lay up close to the speed here. So we'll see. We'll see which driver can work out the right kind of a trip here tonight. And this is the kind of drama, guys, that we were hoping for. Makes a card like this that much more exciting, right? When it comes right down to the wire like this.
Yeah, it's like watching the U.S. Open and coming to the 17th hole, and there's still 2 or 3 guys that can win it. You know, that's what you're there for sports. This is what sports is. So yeah, this is fantastic. You couldn't have done this out any better. If Colin Kelly or somebody else was way out in front, then it wouldn't have quite the the impact to it. But right now, like, we're gonna, this race is going to decide basically what's going to happen with the drivers' competition, and it makes it very exciting.
All right, we want to thank you all for joining us tonight. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage and the show that these drivers are putting on. Again, basically all of their winnings tonight going to be donated to Toys for Tots. So big thank you to all the drivers, first and foremost, for taking the time to come down here tonight and be out there putting on a show like this in support of Toys for Tots. Big thank you as well to stable.ca for their big donation. I want to thank Kelly McNiven for coordinating all of the donations from down around the Woodbine Mohawk Park backstretch, and that's going to add up to a big donation. The McNiven family and many others donating, making donations tonight based on which drivers win races. The McNivens, I think, are putting in $50 for every local guy. Steve Bosson's a local trainer, decided to go the other way, and $50 for every one of the other people. And then even today, people like, Lindsay Kerr and Kyle Reibling and others were messaging saying they were going to donate their fees tonight. And they've won, I think, both won races tonight on the card. So, again, wonderful. That's what it's all about at this time of year. So, we'll ask you, we have a moment before post-parade. Any big holiday plans other than a big meal?
Not for me. Actually, my whole family's going to be here this year, which has been a while since everybody got together.
Yeah, for sure.
The last couple of years. So I got a granddaughter living in Massachusetts, never met yet. She was born in March, so Chris and his wife Maria's coming up. Sean's coming up. And Megan, she lives in Guelph with her 2 kids, and Faith is coming up from Truro. So everybody's going to be here. So all crowded in our little condo there. But anyway, we'll make it work.
That's great.
O'Donnell family Christmas.
Yeah.
There you go, for sure.
No politics and no religion.
The new Griswolds.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, for sure.
What about you, Randy? Any
No,
big plans?
it'll probably be just a quiet time. I usually go down to Milton there and spend it with Angela and Abigail, and that's probably what I'll end up doing again this year. My father's down in Florida, and so Ronnie Jr. works too much there. He can't enjoy Christmas because it's just another day of work.
He's not a big partier.
Yeah, no, he's not really a big partier, but no, absolutely. I'm just going to stay close to home and try and have a good time. What about you, Mr. Blanchard? What's your plan?
About the same, yeah.
Quiet?
Busy, quiet, yeah.
Yeah,
Quiet,
you're getting pretty old.
Family time. No grandchildren yet, but might be on the horizon soon.
They're a lot of fun.
For sure. One more question here. We've got time for one more before we go to the post-parade. Our good friend J.D. Varnell tuning in tonight. Did you ever drive any horses, Bill, for a trainer that was dominant in money earned in races won in North America each year? Today, there's just no catching Ron Burke in the North American standings each year. So I guess wondering if you had the luxury for a point in your career of driving for one of those stables that were almost guaranteed winners some nights.
Freddie Grant, he had a couple of really, really good years around the Meadowlands there, but didn't race much after the Meadowlands. August, everything would be laid up till January pretty much, unless we had Sire Stakes. But Houghton's, they always had a good stable.
I'll ask Randy about that as well. I mean, you drove for Bill Robinson, and I mean, for a period of time, an almost unbeatable combination here locally, especially. What was your level of confidence when you jumped up behind one of his horses at that time?
As high as you could get it.
Yeah.
You know, there was just, the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed when it came to Bill. He didn't miss anything.
Conversely, was there added pressure, like, to say, geez, I don't want to screw this up, or was he the type to not really do that?
He could let you know that you drove bad. He wouldn't pull no punches that way. But for the most part, no, I would say that he was one of the easiest people that I've ever drove with. I actually talked about Billy on the way down here. It just seems like a lot of the, the greatest trainers that I drove for were the easiest trainers to drive for. Bill obviously being one of them, and then I was lucky enough to drive for Bob McIntosh for probably, close to a decade, I guess 10, 11 years or whatever. And I mean, another just a very easy guy to drive for. His horses came prepared, and as long as you gave them some kind of a semblance of a decent trip, they would usually perform really well. He never complained about the bad drives, but he'd be the first one to credit you on a good drive, So I was very lucky. I got Bill and Bob, which were the two best trainers up here in my generation anyway.
Speaking of Bob McIntosh, we should take a moment to pass our condolences on to Bob at the recent passing of his wife, a great lady, very well known in racing circles. And our thoughts and our deepest condolences to the entire McIntosh family.
That goes for all of us.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Horses and drivers are coming out one more time, and there is the scene from the Paddock this evening. And if you're a regular racing on this circuit at this time of year, you know that a night like tonight is really a gift. Look at the weather, beautiful clear night, relatively mild for the month of December, great track conditions. So really the perfect backdrop for an event like this. And we are so happy that you were able to join us tonight throughout the evening. And we want to thank both Bill and Randy for making the trip down and helping us out this evening with the show. It's been a lot of fun, and we'll see if they've got maybe one more winner for us as we will meet the field here in just a moment. Full field of 8, very competitive group. The public has tabbed the James McDonald driven Mr. X as the 4-5 favorite despite an outside post. Big tip of the hat as well to Emma Christoforou and the Painted Pony. Wonderful job all evening long as our parade marshals, and that is a Christmas postcard right there, guys.
Yeah,
and the Painted Pony, hats off to him. Long night for him out there, and did a wonderful job. And thankfully, he had good weather conditions to deal with here this evening. We'll meet the field here for the finale. There's Nat Day. I think Nat made a real good account of herself. This is her first time in a challenge like this. She had the benefit of winning that OLG challenge earlier this summer. And good to see that that's going to come back this year, and I think it's going to be even expanded upon by the sounds of it, that series. And we should mention that Steve Fitzsimmons, the folks at Hanover, and the folks at Dresden put that together this past year. They had a leg at each track, and it sounds like other tracks are going to pick it up, and it's going to expand this summer, so it's great to see.
Good.
So maybe Marielle Enberg will get another crack at it. Randy identifies her as another female driver to watch. Scott Young, kind of a tough night for him tonight. Hard to get in the groove, right, with a couple of scratches. You got points for those races, but if you come down here, you want to be out there driving. You want to compete, right?
Yeah. He might not have actually had I didn't really zero rate in on it, but he couldn't have had the greatest amount, the bestest of the horses to drive too, because I don't remember picking them once. I went through 11 races and I don't remember picking them. So, maybe he didn't have the best selections. And sometimes when you go into these things, Billy be the first to tell you, you pick a program up there and you get all happy that you're going to go down to it, and then you pick the program up and it's like, oh no, it just seems like it's just, none of it's going to go your way, So maybe that's just one of those things with Scott, but he'll be around for a long time. He'll get a chance at them again.
Yeah. I forgot to mention too, with my family coming up from all over the place, and Kathy's family, they're right here too, right?
Right.
So we got three of her kids and 2 grandkids too. So there's going to be quite a
And they're all
group there in
staying
the
at
house.
O'Donnell
Well,
household?
no, her family's all here. Megan and her family, they live in Guelph, so.
We might have to send a camera crew down there to cover this.
Yeah, we'll have
Could
them
be
all
a-
somewhere. We got
This
a
could be
baby.
a reality TV show
Yeah,
in the making.
could be. Yeah.
See who your cousin Eddie is.
Yeah.
They used to be Dave Wall's favorite line.
Yeah.
And, talking, getting back to these driver challenges and trying to determine ahead of time who looks like they have the best lineup and whatnot. I remember a few years back now, we hosted a regional championship here, and Jody Jameson, who we talked about earlier, has kind of got that knack in these challenges. I don't know what it is, but he had what I thought was the worst lineup. And I think he had 2 scratches in the competition, so I really felt like he had no chance, and he ended up winning and representing Ontario again that year. So just goes to show you, right? You got to come down and race them and see how things unfold. So how do we think things are going to unfold here? Mr. X, classy veteran, I think they're really going to make him earn this victory, though.
I think there's a lot of speed in here. He's just another one, but unfortunately he gets the 7 hole, so it's going to be probably a tough move to the front for him. I don't know if James has quite got the ability to get him out of there like we watched Anthony get Ideal Jet out of there or not. James might just take a more passive approach into the first turn. I think Anthony just let him sail, so it could be a long trip out there for Mr. X. Like I said, there is a lot of speed in here.
I like the 4. I got to stick with Tyler. We're rooting for him, as he was my pick to win this competition.
And still can.
And still can. And this horse, he just he's got a chance. He just got claimed, and we'll see what happens with the new barn. But you never know.
I'll pick Spider-Man Hanover, post 1. Willing to throw out the last line, which again isn't on the program. It was a line to be announced, and maybe better off that you don't see the line if you're a handicapper, because the horse with a snow-covered track, unable to grab the track, and it was off stride well before the start. So I don't anticipate that happening tonight, as we're playing under perfect conditions, and there was no sign of that with the horse prior to this evening. So I think, honestly, 7-1 with the rail post, a Richard Moreau trainee, gives Nat Day a chance to cap off the night on a winning note as well. So aside from everything, it's a really good betting board here for the finale as well. Want to wish everyone the best of luck if you are playing along from home this evening, and we hope you've enjoyed the coverage. Want to thank the Raceway again, and all the horse people, the folks from Toys for Tots, putting on this event this season. I think it's safe to say this is going to be an annual event to circle on the calendar here at the Raceway each and every year. And tip of the hat for the donations this year, which are expected to top $15,000. And we'll have a final total later, and you can check Standard Canada and the various industry websites to see what that final total is. Big thank you as well to all the drivers and trainers involved tonight, to the folks that entered their horses. Great show they put on all evening long. 1 to go. It's going to come down to this 11th and final. And one more time, the man who will call the action is track announcer Sugar Doyle.
Absolutely, sir. Yes, I'll be back on Tuesday. Looking forward to it.
Right on. Sounds good. Wonderful job this evening. It's the final dash of our Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. 7 on gate plus a trailer. 9 to 5 on 7. Mr. X and James McDonald. Here they come. They're off. Mr. X timed it perfectly, and James McDonald has got him to the lead, and now it's pylons just like that. Second best is Uber Hanover, outside traveling third. Real Wicked, no room at the end just yet, so he's going to keep on plugging away to go forward. Fourth and in for Spider-Man Hanover out of the backfield. A note to self, Hanover, and the answer has sent that one forward. Along the inside came A.J. Knight. Then it's back to Ryan Klein, the earliest trailer, Edam Sports Baby. Quarter mile of 28 seconds flat. Mr. X in control. Uber Hanover for the trip. Real Wicked found Potons in third, out there in fourth. Note to self, Hanover fifth and in. Spider-Man Hanover switching wide from six was AJ Knight. Then it's back to Ryan Klein. The trailer continues to be Edam Sports Baby. Your uncontested leader, unchallenged to the halfway point, Mr. X, there in 58 and 1. Uber Hanover continues with the following trip. Real Wicked trying to find some daylight there at a third. Fourth between Pacers. Note to self, Hanover saving ground. Spider-Man Hanover 3 deep on the outside for AJ Knight. Ryan Klein following up on that. Trailer on the in, Edam Sports Baby going up to 3/4. Mr. X is still the one. Second best, Uber Hanover. Here comes Real Wicked and Borth, motivating this one for a final quarter skirmish with the pace setter, Mr. X. 3/4 up in 1, 27 and 1. Mr. X on the lead. Second best and still coming, Real Wicked. Watching this battle from third, Uber Hanover. And off the back end, Ryan Klein into the stretch. Mr. X, Real Wicked. Real Wicked is going real nice. Borth, here it is. This is it. 1,000 career driving wins. Borth on board. Real Wicked. Second best was Mr. X. Uber Hanover finishing third. On for fourth. It appeared to be Edam Sports Baby. 156 and 4. Congratulations, Borth, right here at his home track. 1,000 career driving victories. That just happened.
Well, what a way to cap off the night. James McDonald went to the lead and almost lasted. He's second, but probably good enough to win the title here this evening. Tyler Borth with the victory, his third of the night. How about that? Gets win number 1,000 in the last race of the competition. He's going to be all smiles after that. So kind of a double whammy here. Fantastic way to cap off the night. And I'll get you to maybe both just put yourself back into that position when you were that age to get a win, a milestone win like that in an event like this. You'd be on cloud nine for a while, wouldn't you, Bill?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just, like Randy said, any milestones, the 1,000, 15, 2, all the way up, that it's exciting enough as it is, and then to be in a competition and get your 1,000th win. And I know I got my 3,000th in a competition, and that wasn't yesterday, and I still remember it to this day. So there's a lot of things I can't remember, but that's one that I do. So.
All right, there's Tyler coming back. Look at the entourage to congratulate him on win number 1,000.
Yeah.
And we should congratulate James McDonald because, again, I think according to our math, James had enough of a lead that even the second place result should give him tonight's title in the Holiday Drivers Challenge. Rob Lumsden, Director of Racing here, is about to make the sign presentation to Tyler. And that's wonderful too, right, Randy? Like to have friends and family like that, a big group on hand to share in it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great sport when you're winning. There's no doubt about that. And it's a great sport on the other side of it too, when you're not really winning anymore, because you get to see the other people do it, and you kind of remember those feelings that went through you. How you felt when you were getting to your 1,000th win, or even just being lucky enough to compete in a competition like this. I'm sure that Tyler's feeling pretty good right now.
Let's wrap up our pari-mutuel details for the 11th and final race of the night with Real Wicked getting the job done. A double-digit winner pays $10.40. Super High Five in the finale. 4, 7, 3, 5, and 2 the winning numbers. $1,328.65 for the $1 combination. And there were a couple of multi-leg wagers as well. The 20-cent pick 3 paid almost $80. The late double, $12 and change. The late pick 4 paid $1,078.40. And the pick 5 wrapped up as well in that final leg. As we get a look at all of the pari-mutuel details. So some nice returns. I think it was a great card all the way around, even for the handicappers tonight. So many competitive races, lots of value-priced winners, nice mix of favorites, long shots along the way, a lot of fun. But James McDonald does it again, Randy, and you guys have both been there, just the dream season where nothing can go wrong, right?
Yeah, it's what it seems like it's been for him, and you know, but he's paid his dues. You know, he's been around there for a few years now, and he's started driving some very bad horses and worked himself up to some very good horses, and he deserves it. You know, he really does. He's a very nice guy, and he's a credit to the industry.
Well, we want to thank you guys for making the trip down tonight. Long drive, a long night, 11 races to be on air that long, but thankfully you guys had some good stories to share with us, some good memories along the way, and want to wish you all the best for the holiday season. We want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. This is our final live broadcast of 2021 on COSA-TV. We look forward to being back with you next season for more live coverage, as long as Bill gives us the stamp of approval on that for next year.
Yeah, we haven't had our meeting yet, but we're going to have one soon. We'll see what we got for bring up.
Randy says he wants to do a few more shows next year.
Sign me up.
Yeah.
Mark McKelvey, we're going to bring him in now as well, and I believe he has got our winning driver, James McDonald, to get some thoughts on adding another impressive victory to his incredible resume from this year. The dream season, Mark, continuing for James.
Do we have a McDonald?
Yeah, Greg Blanchard just saying the dream season continues, but all I say is that this man just stays hot, and it caps off 2021. You're on your way to likely capturing the Dash title here in Canada, and obviously the earnings title. Now, a holiday driving championship, or challenge, I should say, here tonight. What'd you make of tonight's festivities? Obviously, it went pretty well for you.
Yeah, it went good, but I'd just like to start off by congratulating Tyler on his 1,000th win. I don't know. Sorry, this might have been too far away, but, you know, it's a good night. He needed 3, and to do it in a challenge like this just shows what kind of, drivers they have here. He's a great young driver, and sky's the limit for him. Hopefully he keeps doing well, and but back to me winning. That was pretty awesome.
Humble as always. No, I'm joking. But you're right. That was an awesome moment, and to see all of his family and friends there as well, and just coming into the driver's room now. Big congratulations to Tyler Borth. 2 wins for you, correct?
3. Yeah.
3. Okay, 3. Sorry, I lost track of the math.
That's okay.
Tyler had 3 as well, though.
Yeah.
And what's really impressive about all this was just how tight the standings were right to the finish, and that made a lot of fun for everybody watching at home.
Yeah, that was awesome. It was me, Colin, Tyler, and Anthony the last 2 races. It all came down to them, and I was lucky. I had a couple great horses left, and that's what you need in these challenges. You need to have the right horses in the right positions, and I did tonight. I'll get all the credit, but this is a good crew of drivers, and you give them any one of them the horses I had, they're same result. So I'm just proud to get the W, and I'm going to celebrate with the guys here for a bit, maybe have a drink, and thanks to everyone for having me. Hopefully we raise lots of money for charity.
Well, that's the main thing right there. And actually, James, if you can hold on for a second, we're going to have Kelly McNiven come in here, and we're going to do our final draw. So everybody was able to select a driver, and if their driver won, now they're eligible for this draw. So those who put James McDonald down as who they thought was going to win, here's your chance to see if you're going to win the draw. So you can pull a name there,
It's
James.
pretty light in here.
Yeah, well.
You had the most votes.
You did have the most votes, apparently, so.
Stephen Quinn.
Okay. Congratulations to Stephen Quinn. I believe.
Is that Quinny from PEI, or is that a different Stephen Quinn?
Okay. But it's a $100 gift card, an Ultimate Dining gift card. So congratulations to Steven. Congratulations, James. Thanks, Kelly. And once again, a fantastic night. Lots race for charity, and that is the main thing. And once again, congratulations on the victory.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All right. Well, we saw the standings there a moment ago. James McDonald comes out on top in the Holiday Drivers Challenge. Congratulations once again to Tyler Borth on picking up his 1,000th win, as we send things back over to Greg, Randy, and Bill.
Thank you very much, Mark, and James, congratulations. James very humble about the victory, and congratulating Tyler Borth. So a couple of milestones there. James winning another driver's title. He's a former world driving champion. Tyler Borth gets career win number 1,000. And James is the gift that keeps on giving. He draws the $100 gift card for Stephen Quinn. Congratulations to Stephen. And again, a huge thank you to everybody who tuned in tonight, stuck with us throughout a long 11-race program, but a long but very entertaining night, guys. Came right down to the wire. You couldn't have mapped it out any better. Congratulations again to James McDonald. And we look forward to being back here for this event next season. Look forward to being back here this spring for hopefully the return of the Camelot Classic. With the pandemic situation, a couple of big races that we've lost the last couple of years that we hope we'll be able to have back, including the Confederation Cup and Camelot Classic, and be able to bring you live coverage on COSA-TV. So again, a big thank you to everybody. Hope you enjoyed the coverage tonight. Again, a big thank you to Bill and Randy and all of the horse people for chipping in this year. Happy holidays, and we look forward to seeing you in 2022 on COSA-TV.